Whoop. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, there was no sound. You were correct. The pre-stream thing says, make sure my mic and camera are on. And what did I do? I ignored that bright red text. Actually, so this spams after it, which is why I couldn't even see it. But yeah, let's do this. So we need to change the lights. Let's set them all. Well, I actually can't turn them on from here. I need to turn them on from this UI. Office on. There we go. Now let's min and orange them. Oh, nice. Okay, next, I just gotta set up those other lights. JP Thatches. That was my plan all along. Drop by, make people go into the channel, then they'll just stay there. Alright, we gotta set up these lights again. Let's do it to it. And then after this, we'll figure out what's going on today. Alright. They're not really that visible right now because they're not facing the right way. But it's too hard to make them do that without actually applying tape. I don't want to apply tape to this door yet. So that's just how we'll leave these for now. How does that look? At least it's visible, right? Yeah, good. All right, good morning, Roving Eye. Okay, so that was step number 2, is set up lights again. Next, figure out to-do lists, etc., whether I'm making stream improvements. So let's do that. I'm stripping, no I'm not. I'm light stripping. Light stripping, it's totally different. Oh, set this again, follow reward. Yeah, nice. Okay, so we're done with that. People. Make it so the same person can't spend their points multiple times in one day. Yeah, I think we're not going to do that yet. Now, this is one thing that I want to do. Fix bug where Blockly and CodeMirror lose their state because they get reconstructed. Oop. Alright. Monatic suggests saving state or props elsewhere so the reconstruction doesn't matter. Oh yeah, then that other thing actually, Wouter. This commands, like bang group, bang users, bang mods, bang viewers, follows, whatever the heck else. Are these all just the ones that you guys can actually use? Wait, greeting. What is that? There used to be 3 pages of commands. I just want to make sure. Does greeting even work? I don't even think it does. It didn't do anything just now. Okay, let's take a look at that because I don't know where this came from. So let's go here and do Feinster greeting. Okay, greeting system. But then there should be a greeting command too, shouldn't there? Huh. No, make it rain. I disabled like almost all of the modules that you see. So I don't even know if some of these commands map to anything. So let's take a look at the greeting system. Does this actually have a command? Right, I'm not being stupid. That was a command, right? Exclamation point greeting? Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I don't know where this comes from. Like, oh. Okay, here we go. Register chat command greeting. So what is this supposed to do? IRC join channel. Get the greeting, but then where do they use it? If the command equals greeting, if the string is empty, so then what does this do? Oh, there's greeting enable, greeting disable. Oh, so I need to set other things. But then it should have given me a usage statement. Greet works, I know about that. But when I typed bang greeting, it should have run it through this. and then hit this statement right here, right? Yeah. I'm a little surprised about that. Oh, it only installs itself after 10 seconds. But it's been 10 seconds, right? The bot didn't have a problem starting up. Yeah, it just failed to get username. Well, okay. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put some text here just to see, is this even getting hit? $.say hello Adam. Alright, let's try that out. Aha! This is getting hit. Okay. So then, why does it not drop into the case that I expect? There is no subcommand, right? argstring.isEmpty. Let's just take a look. Subcommand. Alright, we're gonna be spamming chat for a little bit. Subcommand is nothing. Okay, so then I'd expect it to go into else. Oh, it's else if arg0.isEmpty. Oh, what is args? It's probably not what I think it is. So what's weird about this is that this is a JavaScript binding into Java, and they've kind of overwritten some of the things that you normally use, so you don't have arg0 is undefined. I see. So it's not even that it's isEmpty will not return true there. So this is actually another bug in Phantom Bot, it looks like. args equals events.getArgs, or an empty list. There. Now it should drop into, it should say two things to me now. It should say hello Adam, and then, oh, that didn't work. This is probably not the syntax I want. Let's do this. If args equals undefined, args equals this. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, no, that's correct. arg0.isEmpty. Okay, so what I would need to say is this. I need to say that it's an empty string here. Let's try that again. Only gonna spam the chat a million times. That didn't work either. Let's just put this up here. Args undefined. Alright. What's that do? Ah, so this is not getting hit. So despite that it said args is undefined, it's actually not. And yeah, we're doing botline dev. I just wanted to fix this one thing, and then we're gonna get back to what we were doing. Can I use double equals? No, I can't. So I'm not totally sure how I'm supposed to do this. Args is something, and I don't know what it is. It equates to undefined, but it's probably like, it's probably a JavaScript thing that's, or a Java binding thing that's happening here. I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna write a note. Note to self. If you don't specify any argument, the else case below doesn't actually get hit because args will be undefined. But not in a way that I could figure out how to detect. This never gets hit. Okay, great. So don't care. Next, I need to make a moderator. Programmer D. Did that work? Is that even how you mod somebody? I don't remember how to mod people. Or maybe they have to be in the chat. /mods. Oh, /mod, yeah. /mod programmer D. Nice. Okay, so that's done. Alright. So yeah, let's take a look at what we're going to do today. Get code execution to be functional on the server. Oh, that is a beefy task. Alright, maybe we'll do that. I need to use server player, and then, yeah, I got it. Fixed to do item here. This was about player serialization. Okay, so yeah, this is where I left off. I think I already pretty much wrote my to-do list then. So render improvements, I'm going to throw one of these things up there. Looking at the impact of rendering different colors. Yeah, this is something I got to do. I don't know if we'll do that today. I'll So how did this look? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So first thing we're going to focus on then, put the chat back over here. So first thing we're going to focus on is this. I will load up the game and we'll take a look at one of the things we were working on Wednesday. And that was a particular bug that I couldn't figure out. And so I talked to someone yesterday and they gave me an idea of how I might be able to figure it out. Now, the bug is this. When I hit close, which I currently don't have working, when I hit close, this would close properly. So let's say I had changed it. Then if I reopen it though, it would look like this. Everything would be back. And the reason why is because it was getting reconstructed. So I need to find a way to make it not lose its state. And we're gonna look into this for a bit at least. So this, I think we change back to what it used to be. I think we change all of this back to what it used to be. This dot state dot show. Yeah, let's use this text block. Now when we rerun this, we should see, yeah, so we can open and close it, and we should see the bug reproduce. If we hit close and then open it again, yeah. So this gets reconstructed. Now, the suggestion I got from Monadic Bind is that we should save the state or props elsewhere or pass it in differently. So let's try this. What's happening right now is that every time this gets constructed, we set the state. So how we could change this is that we set the state to something that's passed in via the parent, because the parent doesn't get hidden and shown. So, oh no, we can't even do that, can we? I think, alright, so yeah, the problem, code input gets reconstructed, which calls this dot state equals code block, which overwrites any, hang on a second, alright, which overwrites any code changes we made. So potential solution is botland app.js could keep track. Hey, neat. Thanks for hosting me. Botland app could keep track of. How would it do this though? This doesn't sound right. It just doesn't, because this is not a good separation of concerns. But okay, let me write it anyway. Could keep track of the code that should be stored in its state. Then when code input gets constructed, it gets passed in. I just don't like that. This sounds wrong because the parent component then needs to manage the state of the child. There's no way that's right, which actually requires modification of the child. This can't be right because then how would you use libraries? Moobot counts as a viewer? Shouldn't it just count as a chatter? Like on my dashboard here, I see viewers here, I have 17, but then I have more chatters than I have viewers. Part of the reason why is because, at the very least, there's a bot here. Also, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Is Programmer D in this chat? I assume so, because Metsudo is a moderator, and Metsudo doesn't show up here, so whatever. Alright. Yeah, this sounds wrong to me, and maybe that's not what Monadic Bind was suggesting, but let's take a look again at just React. It was this. It was basically hide a component. We're going to search with Google, see if this comes up any better. What component cares about the code content as it's being typed? The component that cares is code input. And so this is kind of the core of the problem, I think, is that I'm setting state in the constructor, which I think I should be doing. But then the problem is that the constructor gets called multiple times. So maybe the real problem is that the constructor is getting called multiple times. But I don't know how to get it to be called only once. So I guess potential solutions are in general potential solutions are either stop the component from getting reconstructed or track state in a different way. So this was potential solution number 2, where we track state in a different way. UG Pro Z says, why do you have Bing as a default search engine? You get reward. And this is not in every country, I know that, but I have 793 points. That is like $7 Amazon dollars. And I don't know about you guys, but I order things on Amazon, so it's free money for me. Plus, the search engine isn't bad. Every once in a while, I do want to end up searching on Google, and then I'll just switch to Google. So yeah, code input cares about the actual state that's being typed in. And then the thing that's wrapping it, so it goes like this. There's Botland app, and underneath that is a code input. So in short, code input cares about the state, the code that's being typed. And then Botland app cares about whether code input should be shown. Does DuckDuckGo have rewards? Because again, I think I like the $60 a year that I get from Amazon. Wait, what? Oh, that's not a statement. That's saying you can click here to do that. Although you guys can't see that text that I was just commenting on. Set DuckDuckGo as your default search engine. I thought it was saying that it did that. But yeah, that wouldn't work. And Tyron, I'm not sure why people care, but a lot of people have asked about it since day one, so I might as well just answer it. Okay, so yeah, how do they suggest doing this? And before it was like, well, keep track of, yeah, this basically. So you render something if a Boolean is true, otherwise you don't render it. The problem that I had was that this component, the results class in this case, was getting reconstructed every time. See, there's this get initial state, and I wonder, the problem is that doesn't get called, right? So maybe, let's just see, does this get called? Because if this gets called, then this is probably the solution. But I thought this was like old React, and I looked at this at one point. So let's see, does that get hit, that debugger statement that I just added? No, it doesn't. Well, it doesn't seem to, right? I have a breakpoint here, yeah, and when I refresh it, what just happened? Let's just remove these. Yeah, this is not getting hit. Hey, Voice of Grog. Just make wide Bing. That's actually not bad. Sounds like you might need a reducer in Redux. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, it's too bad. If something like this got called, but only once, actually, I guess that wouldn't really work. What else do they do here? Yeah, this is 2014, and they have changed the API since then. Well, yep, I guess we'll just store it in Redux. So that's actually this, track state in a different way. And Redux is the answer for that. So let's see if I can actually solve this now. So, solution, store state in Redux, and write a reducer. Imagine typing code as an action. Yeah, I suppose it does change your state. Okay, let's try it out. So, how are we going to do this exactly? We had here actions equals bind action creators, and what we had taken before, which we're not really using anymore, is this action slash temp. So let's take a look at that. Now, I guess what we do is we say that there's a set code mirror code, or I'll say code input, that way it's not tied to an implementation, and we say the code. So this is going to be set code input code, and then we use that over here. Okay, so now we have an action that we can emit. Now in order to emit that action anytime, and yeah, monadic bind, I think you're correct. And this is like, okay, so the reason why I'm deferring to other people's design decisions here is because I'm very new to React and Redux, and the paradigms that you employ when you're using React and Redux are very different from the ones you'd use when you're using jQuery, let's say. So again, in jQuery, this would be a dead simple like git. Well, actually, this wouldn't even be a problem in jQuery because there would be no reconstruction. But you could just get this element, get the code from this element, save it somewhere, restore it. It'd be really simple. This is actually, it's not that it's not simple, it's that I need to modify like 5 different files for this to work. So we're going to do this, and we're going to make sure that we can emit this action and save this state correctly. So we do need a reducer. And I have a chat reducer here. Yeah. So we're going to add another reducer that has code input initial state. All we're going to do right now is save the code, and the code is going to look like this. So let's just say code and this, and I do want this on its own line. Okay, good. So now we have the initial state. Now we have a code input reducer, and we pass in that initial state. Now in the case that we've done, we want set code input code, then the way that this works is we return this object with, where do we get action.txt? Yeah, so we get it from code is action.code. Alright. There, so our reducer should be done. All this is when we get an action saying that we've changed the code, we set the code there. Okay, Walter. Just browsing for latex horse mask because of reasons. Yes. Yes, I have often started sentences that way. Alright, so now we have the reducer. We need to make sure that we're using it. So let's see how we use chat message reducer. Yeah. Map state to props. So here we did it in Botland app. We're going to want to do this in code input. So this is going to now be a smart component, this code input component. So we're also going to need the code input reducer, which we put here. Let's take a look at where else we did this. Good, good, good. Okay, so then, yeah, here's where we need to do something like this. We need to have this in code input. And code input is going to want this down here. We put this here, and then we take chat message state. I'm not totally sure what this is for. Oh, right, this is just a thing for us. So we can take code input state, and we can take in the code input reducer. Hey, William. Excuse me. Believe it or not, I actually need a latex horse mask for school. Alright, that's not the kind of thing you can say without clarifying the reason why, because, yeah, I can't imagine. What, does every student need a latex horse mask? Are you all dressing up as different animals? Alright, anyway, whatever. Whatever floats your boat. Okay, so we had the chat message state here, and then we said take all of the chat messages. Okay, so that comes from props. That makes sense. We got to put that here now. We're going to take code input state, and now what we have from code input is the code, right? Because in our code, no, in our reducers slash, yeah. So our code input state just has code. So let's take that. We're going to say code input state.code. Alright, good. And now every time we change the code, we need to emit an action. How did we do this? This is just the chat log. We had a chat input. How did this work? We said handle change and handle submit. And we wrapped both of these so that, oh no, this was not a wrapper here. This is just actually the thing. And then props.onChat, which was passed in. And that was passed in from, I believe, main.js. So we should have an on chat function here. We do. Send chat message to server. What did this do? Socket.emit. Okay. Oh man. Alright, so we need to get the on change here. This is where we would have set the state. Instead, we need to dispatch an action. How do we do this? We can do something like what we had here. We had bind action creators. Okay, so we want something like this. And we want a very specific action in here. So here's what we'll do. We'll go back into code input. Thanks to our connect call, we should have dispatch and actions in here. We need to actually import temp actions. So let's get that from here. And I guess we'll put that here. Then the other problem is I don't know what folder we're in. So we go up one, actions, temp. Good, that's actually correct. Oh wow. We got this task for Dutch where we need to make a project about a small story we have read. Basically what we're doing is we're making a 1 minute and 30-second film of the story. There's this sentence in said story about the main character dancing in the living room when no one else is at home. We want to make a shot in the movie where one of us dances Idol 65 move your body in a full suit, a latex horse mask. Yeah, that's enough detail. Okay, fine. And hey, OMG. You win this one, Wouter. Okay, so we've got our action now. When you change, how are we going to do this? We have this no matter what, actually. So bind action creators doesn't really need to be done in the render function, I think. I don't know what it involves. Let's take a look really quickly. So if we go into node modules, we should have React Redux. And in here, we should have a bind action creator somewhere. Where does this come from? Create all? No. Create connect? There should be a bind action creator somewhere. I don't actually know where. Does it come from? Oh, maybe it comes from just plain old Redux. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So, oh, and this was, they wrote their code in ES6 and then Babelified it. Alright, so how does this work? Bind action creators. We take an action creators and dispatch. So action creators is an object for us. So they do map values action creators to a function that they create called bind action creator, which must be up here. Yeah, which returns another function which, yeah, okay, so we don't want to call this a million times. And I don't think the render function is going to cause this to change. So how do we do this? I think, let's just say to do, I don't think this belongs in render. Yeah, I don't think it belongs in render. Then again, if it's in render or if it's in the constructor, I think it belongs in the constructor. However, it'll get reconstructed at some point. Anyway, let's see what we've got. So we need to actually call, let's just put a debugger here and see what we have. Because I think I know what it's going to have. It should have an action that is, why is this getting hit? Connect is not defined? Oh, I didn't import it. Darn it. Connect is from React Redux. So we need to put the same thing up here. Alright, there we go. So now we should at least have a different breakpoint. I got to import that. Excuse me, set code input. Yeah. So this needs to get imported. I think we're going to start importing like this. Okay. Let's try this now. Also with the task, we have a chance to be invited to a live TV broadcasting where we all plan to sit around a picnic table with latex and help us. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that. Yeah, did you even share an image? But yeah, you're fine sharing that stuff. Oh, hey, Japanese spider crab. Until I scrolled up, I didn't see you were in chat. Did you share an image? I don't think so. Oh, you haven't. You're asking if you could. Alright, so let's ban this guy's thing. Auto purge. Oop, ban. Okay. So this is not getting hit actually. And I wrote a debugger in there, didn't I? In code input? Yes, I have it here. Oh, I'm not rendering code input. There we go. Alright, so now this isn't working because we don't have bind action creators. We need that from where exactly? It's not even in this. Bind action creators is taken from Redux. Yeah. So let's go take that. Good. Save, reload. That link doesn't work because it doesn't think that the parentheses are part of the link. But there. Okay. So here we go. Let's see what actions we have. We should have a code related action. Yeah. So we have set code input code. So we should be able to call that. Alright, let's do it. And then this should all just work. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this code in here and then say actions dot, what was it? Set code input code? Set code, yeah, there we go. So we want this and we want to set it with e.target.target. Alright. And yeah, it does sum up the product. Okay. So let's see what we got now. So if I do anything here, we should see that a new state got emitted. Yeah, store has been updated. Let's see what's in the store now. Actually, let's do it with something really easy. Let's do this. We'll say hi. Whoops. I don't know how that happened. Oh yeah, what is going on here? It's like changing my cursor. Oh no. Yeah, now every time I type, it's gonna type up at the top. Okay, well we gotta fix that too. Let's just say hi there. We should see that the store gets updated here. Yeah, and now you should see in our code input reducer that we have the correct code. Okay, good, we do. So now the state's being tracked in a different way. We just need to update how some of this stuff is working. This is probably causing a re-render every time I type something. Let's check it out. So we type /, yeah, it's getting re-rendered. Now why is that? Is that because we bound code input state here? I think it is. So basically every time the code input state changes, we re-render. And that means we lose the position of our cursor. Okay, well let's try something really quickly here actually. Let's do this. Let's just actually trigger 2 re-renders. Let's close this and reopen it. Okay, good. At least we fixed that problem. So now we just have a different problem to fix. So our old problem was that when we closed and showed this again, we lost our state. Now the state's stored in Redux. Monadic Mind says, why would it not get re-rendered? It needs to render something else. Well, so what I'm thinking is this. Yeah, actually that's true. We did change what the code is. So then why is the cursor changing? Because the cursor didn't change before. It's all coming from in here. Why is that changing? Also, we shouldn't be using state.source anymore. Oh, on deploy? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Where can we get this from? We can get this from this props.codeinputstate.code. Yeah, let's do that. So when you go to deploy, you can take this. Now let's look at whoops.code. Now let's look at this .state. Where are we using this .state? This is no longer necessary. And now this dot set state, this shouldn't really be needed either. e.target.value. All right. 195 says it shouldn't get reconstructed. Let's take a look. So now we load this. It gets constructed once. Then we close it and reload it. No, it's still getting reconstructed. All right, but let's take a look at something. So if I type, oh, wait, now this isn't actually moving the cursor on me anymore. What, did we even fix it? Okay, apparently something I changed just fixed these problems, so. Oh, it was getting, wait, I don't totally follow. Let me look at what code I just had. Actually, before I do that, let me copy paste the code that works into another file, and then let's Control Z until we, whoops, I just screwed up. Okay, so before, here's what this looked like. Yeah. So before we had this dot state, then we set the state. Oh, I think I know what happened. We set the state in here to, no, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter, whatever. Maybe it's because we were doing set state, which caused a re-render, but this is where we wanted things. I'm not sure. I think this is fine for now. Okay, so let's put this back here. Let's get rid of any debuggers that we have. And then let's bind this correctly. So this dot bound actions equals bind action creators. Can I even just do this, or do I need to put this? Yeah, I think this should be fine. And we need this up here too. All right, let's see if that works. Because I feel like this is the best way I could structure this. So we have this code. If we deploy a bot, where did that go? Did it deploy? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this bot's moving in a circle like we expect. Now let's change the code to just like move. Whoops. Actions. Oh, whoops, it's this dot bound actions. Okay, and then let's get rid of this. Yeah. All right, let's try this again. So let's zoom out so we can see everything. We deploy a bot, good. We modify this to be like move right, deploy, good. It's just moving right. We close this, we reopen it, good. Everything works. Okay, cool. We fixed both bugs. All right, good. Now, if we look at our change list here, it's going to be much bigger than we expected because every time you modify React and Redux, you got to make like a million changes. So set code input code. All right, good. That's fine. Then the code input itself got a little bit simpler, I think. Yeah. Okay. Then this got a new reducer, and this got the default state set in here. So yeah, I think we're good, and I think this makes sense. I mean, despite that we did change a lot, and really you can ignore about, I don't know, 25 lines from this line added here because we just moved some code around. All right, so fixed a bug where closing and reopening the code input would cause the state to get reset, i.e. the code you'd written was undone. To fix this, we put the code inputs state into Redux, and we're now firing an action to a set code input code action whenever we change it. Phonetic Find is making fun of me. Alright. Check in, done. Now what we didn't do, and we're not going to do yet, is we didn't fix Blockly. So Blockly has the same problem. If I drag something out here and then I reopen it, it's totally gone. So we'll fix that once we get to fixing Blockly stuff. And actually, yeah, we'll do that later. Okay, cool. So we're good. We have the problem solved. we can move on. So Blockly still has this bug. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to write this down in low energy stream item. Fix the Blockly bug where closing / reopening causes it to lose state. We need to do what we did with the set code input code action. Dun. Alright. Wide Bing. Alright, let's put this into the bot really quickly. So we'll open up phantom bot, scripts, and then let's make, here's a help command, let's just throw it into here, I guess. Wide Bing. If command dot equals ignore case, wide Bing, $sign.say, we'll just plagiarize Tyrandet. Thanks, Tyrandet. Alright. Let's see, what are people saying? Adam, how do you specify in which direction we want our bot to fire a laser? Let's say we ran into a wall, but I want to shoot a laser in the opposite direction. Do I have to move in that direction first, then fire? No, you'll just say fire lasers left, or fire lasers right. If you don't specify, so if I say just fire lasers, this figures out which direction will hit an enemy and fires in that direction. Thyroxine says, hi Adam, how will you deal with the security issues? Like this game will be hackable by anyone that alters the browser script. There's nothing that's trusted that's running on the client side. So there are hefty concerns with security in this game, but none of them are client side. So if you were to, let's say I do something like this, and I'll actually just show you. This is how I would hack the game if it were single player. And if you hack a single player game, I just don't care whatsoever, because fine, make lasers fire 1,000,000 times per second, but it's only impacting yourself. So let's say we did this. We get into the arena and we get the entities. So we'll get the first one, and it is our bot, and it has health. So now let's do .get component health well, let's take a look at this. So we have life and max life. Now we'll set life to a really large value, right? Now when we take a look at the health component, yeah, you've got way more life than you should actually have. What I've done though is I've hacked this client side. Now, let's say this machine gets hit by a laser that does 1,000 damage. The server thinks it has 1,000 life. So the server is going to say, yeah, you just killed that bot. And then the server is going to say, hey everybody, this bot's dead. You won't respect that message, but it doesn't matter because, yeah, your bot will only be alive on your own machine. Now, Thyroxine, because you're allowed to code in this game, the real security concerns that I have are how would you break out of this sandbox that I've written? For example, eval in JavaScript, watch this. If I do eval console.log hello, I just ran arbitrary code. This is something, excuse me, I could have typed into here. Let's try that. Let's say eval console.log hello. And we can see that this is detected as an error. And I can zoom in here. So it says you're trying to call a built-in or a function named eval, but it's not recognized as a built-in function, and it isn't one of the ones that you defined. So you can't just call eval. You'll have to get tricky with it. So let's say you try doing something like this: A equals E, B equals V, C equals A, and D equals L. So now check this out. What if I were to type this? So first of all, that code works. This doesn't have any problems. Your code looks good. You should be able to just make strings. Now what if I did something like that over here though? I said, I'll just copy paste this code, and I said window A plus B plus C plus D colon, and let's put our console.log function in here. Console.log, and I'll just say hi. Look at that, we just executed arbitrary code. So what happens if we try pasting this into here? And it says the callees type is member expression, which is illegal. So hopefully I've stopped you from being able to call any sort of functions that you're not allowed to call just by means of this sandboxing that I've done myself. Will you use some kind of 2D vector and aim up or left? Oh yeah, okay. OMG was still answering what I had talked about before. And yeah, auto ban people that try to eval. See, the problem is you never know when someone's doing something because they copy pasted code or if they're doing it because they're trying to be malicious. So imagine if I did this, and monadic bind, I'm sure you already know what I want to get at, but I have this like if will lasers hit fire lasers, and this is let's just say this was some really long script, right? And you're a newbie who doesn't know how to code at all. And you're like, yeah, okay, this looks good, okay, let's just take it all. So you put it into your code, and then you get banned for being a hacker because someone slipped an eval function in there. That would be really, really lame. So just hopefully, at some point in the next couple of weeks, so I subscribed. I applied to the BizSpark program for Microsoft, so I should be getting a VM. Once I get that VM, I can push code to it, and then you guys can help test this stuff too if you want, or just play around. I will warn you, I will probably base that on loyalty points, and here's the tentative system that I came up with. Okay, so eventually, actually I should write this in my news section and tell you guys about this. This is tentative plan for playing Botland in what we're calling pre-beta. So there won't be a distinct alpha on Botland, and the reason why is because if you guys can play the game at like week 6, then playing the game once it's officially in alpha, there's no real difference, right? You might argue that there is. I don't think there will be. And no JP patches. That is not how the API is written. So here's the plan. People in Twitch can pay loyalty points to get a personal link to Botland that expires each Sunday. That expires on the nearest Sunday. So how many points would you have to spend? Well, on Monday, you'd spend a variable number of points. On Monday, you might spend 100, but as the week goes on, that amount will lower. So, oh, by the way, here's how many points you actually get. So accrual rate is approximately 50 points per day, and because I stream only 4 days a week, that means that you get roughly 200 points per week. So what does that mean? That means that if you're watching me 2 days out of the 4 days that I stream, then on Monday of that week, you can get a link that'll work for the entire week and you can play Botland, whatever there happens to be there. If you watch me very infrequently, then on Friday, you can get a link for 50 points. And if you don't watch me enough, then you better just watch me more. I guess that's what it comes down to. Actually, just sitting in the channel gets you loyalty points. So this is the system that I'm planning on. And then what would happen, and I talked to my lawyer about this already, but what would happen is you would get a username, which would probably just be your username, and then the password would probably just be like a random string of characters. This is not meant to be changed or shared. If you ever lost this password and, I don't know, couldn't retrieve it, I'm not even guaranteeing that I'll do anything about that, because come the next Sunday, you'll just probably generate a new link for yourself. If you share this password and other people are logging in as you, then yeah, again, like I am not giving any sort of warranty on the code that you play before the game is actually totally launched. So this is the plan for right now. So yeah, if you end up getting 200 points a week and you want to play Botland every week, you're only spending 100 points. The other things that you can spend points on for right now, well, there's only one thing. It's the lunch BRB command, which I put into chat what that does. And eventually you'll be able to control my lights, and I'll show you how that looks. So if I run giveaway here, Case Rage just got a link to my lights, and if you see them change in the next, I don't know, 2-3 minutes, that means that 1, Case Rage is here, in which case, hello, Case Rage, and 2, yeah, that's what you could eventually spend points on. Add the link to points help. The link to what? Like a personalized link. Yeah, I'll have to figure out that system. And I imagine that people will give me enough feedback once this is actually a thing. So, oh yeah, and by the way, this is, ETA is, let's say, mid to late October. And the reason why is because you guys can't play the game unless I have a VM. And I won't have a VM until BizSpark is done because I'm not going to pay for it. and BizSpark won't be done processing until about the 12th. Wait, Case Rage just said something. Oh, woohoo. Distract Case. Pop Sham. Alright. Well, anyway, Case Rage, you can now modify my lights if you want. Alright. So, yeah. And hopefully, OMG, like I said, hopefully that answered your question from before about the fire lasers thing. The whole point of this is that if you wanted to write just this code, you have a totally valid botland script. You will stand around and you'll shoot lasers at things that get close to you. And like, that's a strategy. You totally use this and you'd probably get, I don't know, 60% of the top kills in the leaderboard just by doing this. Now, in order to get, by 60%, I mean like you'd be in the 60th percentile. That's what I kind of meant to say. Yeah. So, okay, let's move on. Oh, and by the way, why Bing should now work. Nice. Alright, cool. So, fixed bug in CodeMirror and Blockly. We fixed it in CodeMirror. So, let's get rid of this. Yep. Alright, cool. Next up, we'll do this. So, this is where the meat of Botland comes in. And we want to get to this point. I don't expect that we'll get there today, but we're gonna slowly work our way through this. So I need to use server player, blah blah blah. In particular, we need to make sure that we're serializing players correctly. So player serialization should be a one-way serialization. So really, the only place where we should be serializing it is in server player. We should really only be serializing in server player. By the way, I saw another streamer yesterday who full screens his Sublime. I guess I don't really have any reason not to. I wonder if... Yeah, maybe I'll start doing this too. Now I'm a copycat. Oh, you didn't get a link, Case Rage? You should have. Let's see. Did it try whispering it to you? I don't even know how this works. Alright, let's just do this. Tell me if this works for you or not. Scumbag bot. No, he's probably just trying to get 2 links. He's like, I didn't get it, guys. I don't know where it is. Can't find it. The bot hates you. You typed like 18 U's in your first message. Alright, there. If you don't have the link now, well, I'm going to find out in like 2 seconds whether you got the link. Because my room lights are going to change. Okay. So we should really only be serializing in server player because the client has no reason to send player objects. And if it does eventually, then we just change that assumption. So yeah, what's going on right now in player? I'm serializing by just sending, oh, what is it? Where did I do this? Client server router, that's where. Player entered arena. And the way that I'm serializing right now is by doing player ID, player name. This needs to be done in server player, which we don't even have. Oh, well, we do have it, but we're not making use of it. This is never used anywhere in the code as far as I know. I will eat my words. It is used right here. Oh, this isn't good then. So no. How am I going to do this? The server player has a socket in it. Alright, let's think about this. So, server player has a socket in it. And then game server has a... Yeah, where is all this taken from? Yeah, so game server has a... No, game server won't have a connection manager. What? Where's the player depot for the game server? I think we just made it. And we do. And we take it from here. And that is a shared player depot, I'm pretty sure. Where does game server come from? It comes from here. The player depot that we have is in shared. Good. And then this constructs shared players. So right now, game server has a shared player depot that constructs shared player object. Game server eventually needs a server player depot that constructs server player objects. Problem is that server player objects have a socket. They will need just an interface. That way on the client, we don't end up using the socket. Oh God. All right. So here's sort of the architecture for anyone who's joining in who kind of wants to know what I'm doing. When you're playing in single player in this game, the client runs its own copy of a server, but it has interfaces so that no network commands actually go out. Well, the problem is I don't have this socket interface totally set up yet. So when we want to serialize the player, we're going to end up taking in a socket. So we need to fix that. So what is this interface? It could be a socket interface. Let's take a look at the server player object. It takes in a socket, and then we use this socket to emit. Oh, we have a serialized network. What? Where is this? Oh, and we're apparently using this in some spots too. Well, our serialized function was already written. Yeah, but we check to see if someone's online by whether their socket is null or not. Yeah, I think we need to make a socket interface, and I think that socket interface needs to be something like... Okay, so this is... We have a socket interface, by the way, but this is totally different. This is like the network interface for the client. We need a socket interface. This is different from the socket interface we have now, which is more like a network interface. Yeah, that's what I should say. Network interface. This socket interface would have functions like is online, is server, and then a socket when we're on the server. Alright, now if we do that, then all of a sudden the socket that we pass in is going to be an interface. Alright, well, we can start to get this to work, but then once we finally get this working on the game server, we're going to need to make a lot of changes. And hopefully the pieces just fit into place when we get there because of how we've designed this, but in case they don't, then it'll take much longer than it needs to. Alright, well, let's get started. So first thing is gameserver.js. Instead of taking in a shared player depot, needs to take in a server player depot. Now the problem I had is that the only place that the server player is actually being used is in the connection interface. The connection, that's not true, it's being used here. But then where is this player depot being used from? Yeah, and where are we? We're in game server. So there is a player depot here. So let's look at from player depot. We're importing it from 4 places, and one is the game server. Oh, so then these are server players. So then we do have a socket, and this just isn't screwing up. Maybe we don't need to worry about this. Let's take a look. If we debug this code, we should see a player depot that's in... We don't. What is going on? We should see game server. Let's take a look at this. Case rage says, can't there be a disconnect even if the socket isn't null? So there can only be a disconnect if the socket isn't null. The disconnect is the socket disconnecting. The thing is, players in single player don't disconnect because they're never connected to something. So this is where I'm wondering, what is this player depot? It's not defined. That's not even true. Because if I go past this thing, then I'll get fine. So this, let's take a look at this. So player depot, what is in this prototype? We have constructor, create player, and get player. Yeah, that's a problem. But what is it doing? Oh, game servers and shared code. Ah, this shouldn't be here. This should be in the game servers code, although it is technically shared. This is why this is kind of confusing, because a client can run a server, but the server doesn't run a client. So yeah, and here we have no game server. Okay, let's change this. Hey, Duck of Doom 12, what's up? Alright, so first things first, we're gonna see, did we make any significant changes? No, we didn't. Okay, so then we're gonna move this from here into, what is it? // game server / source. Okay, so now this file should be in here. Good, it is. Okay, so we have this file here now. That means we now need to close this and we need to update the references here. So instead of this stuff, we're going to just do /arena, and then from here player depot. Yes, good, that is all correct. Anybody here done G's 99 code challenges? No, I have not. And Void Dreamer says, thanks for inspiring me to continue my Android project. I lost interest a while back, but now I feel like I can actually get back into it. Well, nice. Yeah, and I don't know how many of you actually look at sort of my process for doing things. Like, yes, I take copious notes and I think of my problems in text rather than just talking about them. That way I can see what my thought process was. Yeah, that's actually it. That was just a statement. I don't know how many of you actually take from my process, but feel free to. Okay, this is all fine. Now where we import the game server, and actually lots of people have commented that there was some little thing that I did that they didn't know that you could do. Some plugins that existed. There was one time I searched in GitHub for an API and someone didn't realize you could search for that. So yeah, that sort of thing is pretty helpful too sometimes. So the simulation server is, where is this actually? This is in client public JavaScript simulation server. So we need to take it from game server source game server. Okay, so what we should have just done, and let's test this out. We should have just gotten to the point we were just at, but we moved the game server to a different place. In order to test this, I gotta wait for this to finish. So let's think of what the next step is. So step one was relocate game server to game server folder. Then step two is make sure it actually creates a server player depot. Make sure we're making server player objects. Then see if I need a socket interface and rename old socket interface to network interface. Adam, I tried to take notes of every problem I ran into. It works great. Seeing your progress is kind of motivation. Right, I feel like that's sarcastic. Alright, let's see. Are we back to where we just were? So again, we run this. It's, what is that export doing there? Or what is that breakpoint doing there, I should say. Okay, so let's try deploying a bot. Deploy, there's our bot. It's moving in a circle, well, a square, or circle of radius 1. Yeah, that's it. So then this is working the same. Okay, that's good for now. All right, next. So we've done that. Now we need to make sure we're actually creating the kind of object that we think we're creating. And it might not look like I just changed anything, but actually by relocating where this was, now I'm pulling from a different player depot entirely. So if I put a breakpoint here, oh, and that's why this got a breakpoint at the end of the export. Possibly. But let's refresh. We should see this breakpoint get hit pretty much immediately. And when I skip past this, we should see Player Depot's prototype should have a serialized player in it now. So let's see. We have constructor create player. That is not what I expected. What is this then? Game server.js? I thought kappa was the sarcasm indicator. I've been on Twitch for so long. JP patches, yes it is, but only because I haven't gotten the new art yet. Game server's here, Player Depot's here, Player Depot imports server player, and then we make a server player. Oh wait, no, that's correct. It's the players that we create that should now have something different in their prototype. Okay, so let's just hit the play button here. Now here's what we do. We go into debug main.game server. What did I call that? What did I call that? Client main game server. What is going on? I don't have a game server in here? Where do I make a new game server? Nowhere? No. No. That's not right. What? That doesn't make any sense. It should be... Oh, it's called simulation server now. Oh, darn it. I just screwed everything up that I just did. Or did I? Did we really just make the best decision of our lives? Alright, yeah, whatever. Let's just... simulation server dot. There should be a player depot in here. Yeah, what is this thing? What is this indeed? Yeah, we pass it in. Okay, good. That's fine. Now we get player 0, and we take... Okay, good. Finally, it's a server player. Everything's working. Everything's totally fine. There's nothing to be alarmed about. People can stop freaking out in chat. People aren't freaking out in chat. Nobody freaks out in this chat. Which is a good thing. You are my rock, chat. Alright, so make sure it actually creates a server player depot, yes, and then we're getting server player objects, yes. Next, when we actually want to serialize a player, now what we can do is go into the client server router and we can serialize the player here. So player.serialize, because this should, no matter what, be a server player object. Yeah, and we need to rename a couple of those things too, by the way. Actually, no, we don't. Should we rename server player? Orange, to my credit, I freaked out only twice this week, and they were both totally valid. One was when I thought I deleted half of my history from Git. That was on Monday, and everyone made fun of me for that. And the second time was I got stuck on something else too. Something was going wrong. It was like the next day. I don't remember what it was. Oh well, there are VODs for that reason. And the Git thing was scary, okay? I screwed that up big time, and then I learned, so now I'm a smarter person, or at least more knowledgeable. So we should be able to call serialize on this now. So if we go back to the client server router, here, this should work, and now player entered arena should take in a serialized player. So let's do this, serialized player, and this does not belong here, is still true. So we could take the serialized player's ID and name, however, there should be a player's deserialize function, although that's not actually, this is not correct. Where are we? Yeah, where are we? We're in the client's code. So we can make a, base. Okay, so shared player, we'll do this. We'll make a static deserialize function with serialize player. And what we'll do is we'll return new player. And for now, we can actually just put this right here because this contains exactly what we need. Next, when we do this, instead of just create player, oh wait, no. We create player based on these parameters. This essentially is our deserialize function. Okay, let's get rid of this stuff then. And if this changes in the future, I'm fine with that. Alright, so let's just do serialized player. Alright. Does this work now? So now we've written a proper serialized function. We're using the correct classes. Let's hit this. Player.serialize does not exist. That's called serialized to network. Alright, player.serialize. Serialized to network, that's the function that we want. Good. That was a new one, a link to YouTube. Oh. Okay. Alright, we're back to where we were. Okay, and I can make a bunch of bots. Fine. Yeah, cool. Okay, good. So what else was on this list? It was, yeah, see if I need a socket interface. So in server player, we have this socket. This will just never be set to true, or it'll never be set to anything when we're running from the client. However, we should never try using it. So we're actually kind of fine, I think. So I'll just write no. When the client makes a game server, well, a simulation server, it will have objects of type of this player type, meaning it will also have this socket. However, it will never attempt to use this socket because of the iServe router. Yeah, okay. So actually, I don't think we even need an interface. Our interface is just the socket, and as long as we don't ever use it, we should be fine. Makes perfect sense. Hey Janibal, thank you for the follow. You will get a whisper from me shortly with secret instructions on how to control my lights. Alright, let's see what we did. So we moved. Alright, game server is now correctly in the game server folder. Remember that the client instantiates a simulation server which extends game server. Oops, there. Okay, now Arena, we are actually making use of a serialized player. Players are now being serialized even in single player. Alright, good, and good. So we didn't really change much, that's fine. But we did look over our design, make sure it looks good. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, do we need to rename socket interface to network interface? That's a very easy change if we do need to change it. I don't know for right now. This is like socket IO interface. Yeah, let's just leave it as is for now. Changing a name is something pretty easy later. And then should we rename server player? Well, we haven't been following that logic with anything else, so it wouldn't make sense to change it. It's kind of nice having the distinction, I guess. I don't know, let's just leave it as is for now too. Okay, so I need to use server player, done. In particular, make sure we're serializing correctly, done. Yep, that looks good. Fix to-do item here, and that was actually the to-do item that we just ran into, which said this does not belong here. And something that we just installed was everyone's to-do review plugin. So after about 6 seconds, you can see all the to-do items that I have in my entire project. It took 7 seconds that time, and then I can cycle through these. So where is it? It was in one of the arena classes. It was this. This does not belong here. This is the one we're going to fix. Where does this belong? I think at the very least we put this in the main for now. Did I just share a password to something? Me? Did I? Where did we even... Oh, this? Oh, password. Oh, no. No, I'll write fake password here. Also, it will be random. No, this was... Okay, so to explain what this was, I mentioned how I'll be getting a VPS at some point. Well, when I do that, I want to be able to share whatever you see here basically with you guys. So you'll be able to connect and you'll be able to make bots however you want. So if you want to, you could just type something like move up and then deploy a bunch of bots and they'll all move up. So cool. And the way that I'm going to do that is by sharing links at some point. I'll get there. So alright, at the very least, like I said, I think this belongs in main.js. But even then, main.js should not get cluttered with a whole bunch of garbage. So something else needs to keep track of this. And in this case, the player depot itself could keep track of this. Wait, maybe this does belong here. Player entered arena. No, this is only done on the client though. I don't know. I don't actually know about this. Yeah, like this is called from here, player entered arena, and this is only called from the server's arena class, which goes through the client server router. Yeah, it's right here. And actually, in this particular case, we don't need to route anything. We could just make use of the... No, we can't. We do need to do this. Orange Ray says, have you discussed how bots get deployed? Do they cost X points which regenerate or resources you gather? So here's what we're thinking right now. We kind of test this out a bit. So let's say you can deploy a maximum of 2 bots. So you essentially have 2 timers, which this might be set to like 30 sec. So that's how much time you actually have there, and then this is set to like, I don't know, 50 seconds. When either one of these timers finally reaches 60, so when it's like filled up, you can deploy a bot, and this is like ready to deploy. And by doing so, it'll get set back down to 0. So you'll be at this. You'll be at 60 seconds until 0 seconds, I guess. So this is like as far from not being able to deploy as you can, and then this will just regenerate. However, there will be like a speed up button that costs, let's just say, like 50 resources per second or something like that. So if you want to deploy right after you've already deployed, you could spend some in-game money and do that. And the in-game money you get by harvesting resources. So that's the plan for right now. The amount of time it takes before you can deploy another bot is to give you a penalty for dying. Like, if you put a bot down that is a berserker bot that just is supposed to go kill everything really fast, chances are it's going to be pretty like structurally weak, so it'll die fast. And so that you can't just keep redeploying it, we have this cooldown in place. Now RLT says, how much will the game cost? The game will be free. And the way that you, like, this is a business, yes, we do want to make money. There will be some things that you can buy. So I think the closest system to that, imagine playing a trading card game and you buy booster packs. But now imagine that you also got a free booster pack every once in a while. So do you ever need to spend money? No, but if you want to get booster packs faster, then yes, you would want to spend money. But do the booster packs even make you more powerful? Not necessarily. And I've talked about that before. To give you an example, the classic example I've been giving is like lasers might do 100 damage, and you might have access to vampiric lasers, which do only 80, but they steal 20 life. So is it more powerful? Maybe in some situations, but is it always better? No, probably not. Yeah, the model's pretty similar to Hearthstone. At least business model-wise, I guess. And one of the other things, I was talking to Ian, the co-founder, yesterday. I was talking to him about how I kind of summed up. Someone yesterday, I think it was Mark's Games, asked a question, what differentiates Botland from the other games that are like this? And one of the things I mentioned was, this is not all about coding. Yes, that is a core game mechanic, but then he said, you know, our core game mechanic is really automation. It's not that you code for it. And you can see that because we expose an interface that isn't even code. So if you want, you can control the whole game, or most of the game. Let's say 80% of the game. You can control your bots through this interface. Oh, I have my speakers on. Hang on a second, let me turn that on. Yeah, okay. You can control the game this way. And in that sense, it's more about, can you think in terms of automation? Can you think in terms of a bot might be next to me and I want to shoot it. So I'll write the fire lasers right. Whether I actually write this function or I drag a block that says fire lasers right, doesn't really matter. It's just, can you think in terms of that level of strategy? So that was one of the differentiators. Or at least I think so. And that's not like our key differentiator. I think our gameplay is going to be very different. It'll be focused on something else entirely from the other games that I've seen. But we'll see how this fleshes it out. It's not going to change much of how I code things. I want to make a good game that people like spending money on eventually. The game will be free. You can spend money on those booster packs, like I said. So if we sort of nail that experience, that'd be great. Alright, let's take a look at this. Yeah, so what I was just working on was this, fix the to-do item, and what I'm realizing is that I actually think this is fine. I think this could belong here. The only reason it might not, no, I think this is fine. So this is called when, oh, I see what I probably meant to do here. Alright, so for right now, this is called only through the client server router when the server says a player came online. And this is an object, and it doesn't return. Okay, hey Pental Day. Now RT says, do you see any potential in competitive play in this game, perhaps in tournaments? Yes, eventually. The problem is a lot of those features, so for you to have competitive play means you need players. And so what we're focused on at first is getting players. And that means just making a solid game that people want to play. After that, yeah, people will probably say, alright, this game is fun, but I keep getting like a bunch of noobs on my team, or the players I'm playing against aren't good enough. And then yeah, we can add in tournaments or ranking or anything else. But spending our resources on that at first is probably not such a good idea. Okay, so all I did was, yeah, this is all done. We're going to just check this in, and then we're going to move on to bot collision, which should be a very interesting task. Let's say, just clarified some comments. That's really all I did, yeah. Alright, so bot collision. Here's what we want. When you move, you're moving via, well, the executor is what's moving you. Code execution system. I should have just called this code executor. No, I remember. I wanted system in the name because it's part of the ECS model I'm using. Alright, there's a move function somewhere here. Here. So when you move, all we're checking right now is to see that you're in bounds. What we need to do is make this also check to see if the tile is occupied. So we need to write in shared arena, we need to write a function called isTileOccupied. And actually this really only needs to be in the server arena. And even then, okay, so let's think about this. We want an isTileOccupied function, and we want this to be fast. However, this function, by design, can lie to you. And we want that in there too. So, how did I do this? And we need to code will move work also. So, here's how I did this in the last system that I wrote. And this is the prototype game. So in here, we have, whoa, what's going on? Oh, my hard drive's just slow. Alright, there we go. Alright, so in here, let's close this stuff. We had serve machine, and we had a will move work function. Now, I liked how I did this stuff. Here is something to keep in mind. If you call will move work, and again, this code is, let's write out just something really simple. So update equals function will move work move. Now this is incredibly simple botland scripting. If you can move in just some direction, and remember bots move cardinally, which means they move in the 4 compass directions, north, south, east, west. So if one of those moves will work, then move randomly. So pick one of those directions and make it work. Now here's the thing, for will move work to actually function, it needs to figure out which of the 4 directions can you move in, so that then move can figure out which random thing it's going to pick. if you called this function multiple times, this would need to do computations each time you call it. Now that's not a problem from the stance of the system, because if you call something that takes, let's say, 5 seconds, then that's too bad. You'll get cut off after whatever we consider the timeout to be, which is like 50 milliseconds. But for the sake of your code, you probably want this to be pretty fast. So we're going to cache what the results of this thing are. So I'm going to end up doing something like what I did here. And the way that this worked was we went through each direction when you called will move work, and we figured out, which directions would actually work, and then we saved them. And then whenever you called this function again, where is it? Yeah, whenever you call this function again, we check to see have we already cached that direction. If so, just return immediately. And in order for that to work, we needed to call this simulating terminator set to false or true. So we want the same system. I've already designed it. I think we're pretty much just going to end up copy pasting code and then fixing it up. So yeah, I think we'll do that. So let's take this will move work, and this is a built-in function that's available to users. We're going to put this here. We're going to, this function returns true if there exists any possible valid move. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we're going to change up some of this so that it makes a little bit more sense, because I think there were some decisions I made here, and I don't think this is the easiest to read function right now. We're going to change how this works. So the other thing we need to do is we have cached values. We're going to need to reset this every time that we start a turn. And I am going to just copy paste this, because this is really the same comment I would want here too. This needs to be done in the code execution system, and it needs to be done when we say set up active bot. So this can run terminators. I'm pretty sure I commented before somewhere. Yeah, here. So we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to format that. So let's see what this says. There are a lot of non-terminators that are more CPU intensive than get my current coordinates, e.g. find closest machine, find closest bot, or will my laser hit something. This cache will store the results of those functions for a single update cycle, because after that the values will certainly change. If the user isn't doing anything malicious, then this caching probably won't provide any major gain, but it doesn't hurt, and it definitely helps when the user's update calls a CPU intensive function repeatedly, just for giggles. Man, okay. Yeah, I guess I should consider this just a little bit more. This is not really what I want to say here. This is what was important for the prototype. But when the user's update function calls how some user's update function is not optimized. For example, calling will move work and then will move work right later on. Okay, so, and yeah, cache duration is the current round. So basically, like I kind of just commented in that code, if you have code like this, if will move work, I don't even know what you're doing in here, but anyway, then you say will move work right. So the thing is, will move work already figures out all of the 4 directions. It figures this out for right, up, left, and down. So then later when you call this with will move work right, we should be able to just use the cached value. Now, do we want to actually do this? I feel like we do. I feel like you might say something like this. That's why. This is what I'm kind of worried about. If you say it will move work and will fire lasers, and then down here you say something like if will move work and something else, I don't know. This is where that caching would come in handy. And yeah, we would just cache a list of allowed moves. That's correct. Yeah, and here's when this would get to be an issue, is if the caching ends up taking much more time than not caching it. And I don't think that's going to be the case. We're eventually, we should write this down. Write, what do I call this? Performance metrics into the code execution system. It should keep track of execution times for each script. So what we should see, if I were to keep track of this right now, let me show you guys something. and we'll get back to this in just a sec. So if I say there's like a here we go, a value user defined function. Here's what we'll do. So right here, we're making a function. Is there a way to get a very accurate time in JavaScript? JavaScript nanosecond? Is there a way to get current time in nanoseconds in JavaScript? You can expose Java's window.performance.now. Is this, what is this returning in it? Yeah, so these are milliseconds, and then we have fractions of milliseconds here. All right, let's make use of this, I guess. So we'll just say this. We'll say var start time equals this, var end time equals that, and then we'll say console.log end time minus start time. Okay, let's just try this. This is not intended to be the final code. I just want to see, this should be taking like 2 milliseconds or less right now. So let's make a bot that does just that same thing. Like this is pretty trivial logic, but let's deploy it anyway. So yeah, we can see that we're taking about 2 to 4/10 of a millisecond. And that, by the way, is one of the other differentiating factors of Botland. Like, this is hardly any time at all. We don't need to spawn a new process to do it. And I don't know how accurate this time really is, but we're less than a millisecond. If the majority of everyone's code took, let's say, 5 to 10 milliseconds to run, I think we're still fine. It's once you get beyond, let's say, 25, that, yeah, there might be a problem. Node.js uses process HR time in Chrome with Windows. Yeah, all right, thank you, everyone. And by the way, that gets to be a problem when you say something like this. Let's say bot turns are every 5 seconds. Well, I should say this. Bot turn cooldown is every 5 seconds. So that means that if you were just a single bot, you could take up to 5 seconds to execute, and no one would be any wiser because you don't have anything else happening. But that's not the case. So we have lots of bots. So if you have 30 players versus 30 players in a game, and you have 2 bots each, then you have 120 bots. If each bot takes, let's say, 25 milliseconds to process their code, then you have 120 times 25, so you have 3,000 milliseconds. So you're at 3 seconds. Now you can consecutively execute all the code you want, and you're still at less than 5 seconds. This is probably what we'll start the turn cooldown at. So to give you an idea of what this would look like, let's go into the code execution system and set the tick time to 5,000. We wait for that to finish building, and I'll show you what this looks like now. I'll deploy a bunch of bots, and I'll deploy them with some time in between each one, so that you'll see what kind of a real game might look like. So I don't know how many I've deployed so far, maybe like 15, and I'll stop in a couple seconds. All right, so let's zoom out. So this is with turn time 5. This is practically a real-time game. I mean, yes, it's turn-based and it's kind of obvious where the turns are being taken, but you can always see something happening here. So you'll see lasers get volleyed across the arena, and artillery might land on someone, and then a landmine might get laid. I think if you made this much faster, it would get a little too chaotic in that you wouldn't be able to follow what your bot is doing before it goes and dies, because it will die. So anyway, this gives you kind of an idea of what I meant when I said it's a real-time turn-based game. It's real-time in that there's always something happening, but your individual bots are getting turns, and it's not in the way that a real turn-based game works, where you think about your turn. I mean, imagine, like my example I used before is, imagine playing Pokemon in an MMO environment where you really had, like, I'm gonna pick my move, and you have some jerk who's taking like 10 minutes to pick Solar Beam. Okay, let's put this back to where it was. Let's get rid of the timing component. We're gonna put this in later for real, but not for right now. So let's get rid of this and that, and then we'll put in here what everyone told us. So it's this on Chrome and process.hr time on Node. And we're running on Node, so we'll probably end up using the process.hr time. Oh wait, no, we're not running on Node when we're in single player. Oh, that's actually something I need to consider, isn't it? this is where, yeah, we need to be careful of how we do things. Yeah, so keep in mind, we aren't necessarily executing code in Node all of the time, despite that the code execution system is on the server, quotes. Alright. Alright. So yeah, let's get back to this. We were going to code the bot collision. We fixed up this, and now we want to go into will move work, and we need to clean this up too. So when you don't provide a direction, this function returns true if there exists any possible valid move. So every API that I want to write going forward, I just want to think of the use cases we have. So I'll think about them in here, I guess. We definitely have this use case, which case we want to say something like that, and we definitely have this use case. Now, I'll very briefly comment on something. These APIs can lie to you, and so this can lie to you. And the reason why is because, like I said, I'll try to make this brief. Let me go over here. We'll zoom in on this, and wait, sorry, one sec. I want to find a bot that's, okay, there we go. Yeah, so let's zoom in here. Let's just take a look at this. So, your bot is here, and you have this code. If will move right, I gotta unfull screen this. Okay, so if will move work right, move right. As far as you're concerned, line number 3 should return true, which means that line number 4 should move you to the right. Now, let's say there was a cloaked enemy here. You can't see the enemy there, but it's there. So as far as you're concerned, the move will work. However, when you actually try to move, it won't work because something's already occupying this tile. So in that sense, this API lied to you. Now, how will you work around that in the game? Well, that's part of the strategy, and you will have some tools at your disposal, but I'm just letting you know that, yeah, sometimes this won't work, but it'll still return true. Everyone says, would using something like Lodash memoize help with the cache times? That way it isn't cached if it doesn't need to be, but if the function is ran, it will always return the same result. I don't think so, because memoize is probably for something like, well, let's take a look actually before I just make arbitrary expressions. Can you clear the cache here? If you can clear the cache, no, this is, okay, so I don't think so in this case because of a case like this. If will move work, if you call this will cache all directions. But then when you call it again with a different argument, it might return something different. I don't know, I might look into that, everyone. But I think for right now, we'll convert the code that I had running before. We'll just make sure that this looks good. So this is def and not null. This needs to change. So do we have util? We do. Is def and not null. Alright, let's convert all of these into util.exist. Alright, and then we need the cache values to actually be set. Why not use Google Ultron? Right? I don't even know if I've heard of Ultron. It's a fictitious superpowered version of the Google Chrome web browser. Well, I guess that spoiled your joke. Alright, so let's set up cache values now. This dot cache values equals that. Clear our cache. Oh, so where are you getting these function names? Do you really like will move work as opposed to can move? Yeah, I think that makes a little bit more sense in this case. So here's the only difference, I think. If, let's say there was paralysis in this game, can move would well, you'd probably just have like an is paralyzed function. Why did I have to Google that? Yeah, Tyrant, I think that makes more sense. I'll probably do that. Which, man, what is this in my hand? There's like some crumb of something. I think it's from breakfast. Yeah, I think can move makes more sense. And I think we'll do that. So let's just do that now, I guess. So we'll do this. Can move. And then we'll search for will move work. We also have it in the software validator at the very least. Oh, we don't even have it there. We didn't even add this. Oh, we gotta add it. So there's a built-in function called can move. Oh wait, that's why, because we said like will lasers hit. So we just wanted to have the same sort of structure for everything. We could actually allow both. And hey Bounty, XY, thank you for following. I think I kind of want to allow both. Can move or will move work. Thankfully, doing this is actually pretty easy. Can lasers hit? Can lasers hit, I think, is a little less descriptive than will lasers hit. Because can lasers hit should always return true, because they're lasers. Alright, we're gonna allow both, and the way that we'll be able to do this is this way. We'll say code execute. No, actually, how do we do this? Let's do this. This dot will move work equals this dot. No, we'll do it the other way. This dot can move equals this dot will move work. Alias. Actually, let's make a function. Set up aliases. There. Can means it might, but I think there's a subtle semantic difference here. Can lasers hit to me doesn't mean, I don't know. Anyway, I think I'll get back to this in the future because I don't mind putting aliases for some of these functions. Alright, so let's do this. I will change this. This will stay as can move, fine. This will, yeah, let's just reverse this, I guess. Will move work is can move. Then let's see. We have the can move function. We gotta work on this now. So if this dot cache values dot can move, so if it's not there, we set it equal to this. Okay, good. If the direction isn't set, then we set this to any direction. We need constants for the directions. We'll say, oh yeah, Tyrion. No, I think that's a reasonable question. And one of the things that I used to have in the old game is like find closest enemy machine. We're definitely changing these to find closest enemy bot. And the reason why enemy still needs to be there is because you have allied and you could have something like owned. So find closest thing that you own. You own the result. You're allied with the result. But you, well, I don't know. Anyway, we'll the API stuff should be easy enough later to rename or to change slightly. But actually coding them is what we're working on now. So let's do this. We'll make constants for the directions. And I think what we'll do is we'll say, how do I want to do this? I want to say export const directions equals right, left, up, down, left, up, down. Okay. And then I think we also want something like any and possibly random. And then we say export const cardinal directions equals, and we're going to say, yeah, right, left, up, down. Yeah. Alright, let's do that. Then we just need to replace these three things. And delete the trailing comma there. Okay, so we have directions and we have cardinal directions. And so here's what we'll do. We will take, code execution system should already be using constants. It is. So now we can say constants.any, or directions on any, constants.directions on any. I don't know if I like this capitalization scheme that I have. I did it for connection state too. Whatever. Let's just leave it as is for now. Alright. So we say, and this any direction thing needs to change now everywhere that I use it. So constants dot direction dot any. Alright, and then we already have the cardinal directions now. So we don't need this. We don't need this. So now we can get rid of this too. So now we can say constants dot direction cardinal directions. Now we don't have goo.array dot for each. However, I'm pretty sure we can just do this. This dot for each. Let's actually try this out really fast. We're going to just use the 6 features babel.js.io. Move random, fire lasers random, on repeat equals profit. Actually, you may at some point want a strategy like that. There will be a lot of different game modes. Actually, I kind of doubt you'll want a strategy like that, but you never know. Let's do let a equals 1, 2, 3, and then we'll do a dot for each, and we'll take in a function num that just does console.log a. What does this do? Oh, a is the entire array, so array element, is that what this is? So element, is that what we want to log here? Yeah, 0, 1, 2. Is there also something like an index here? So this would also print? What's going on here? What are the arguments to this? 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So the first is the element, then the index, then the array. That's what we have. So if I say element number element colon index, yeah, I think I reversed those. I think it's indexed than that. Let's just make these more obvious by saying hi there. Oh man, this editor works ever so slightly different from editors I'm used to. Yeah, so this is indexed and element. All right, there we go. So element 0 is high, that's there, and then we can actually say the entire array is this. Yep, looks good. So this is how we write our for each functions. Is that how it was there too? Index element array, whereas it used to be element index array. So Google does things a little differently. All right. Yep, so delete that too. All right, so cache all of the individual directions that we come across. We stop at the first valid direction though, so we'll only cache multiple false values, not multiple true values. That's not even true. Valid move found equals, we can put a let here now. Oh no, we can't. We want to know that up there. Okay, so valid move found equals this dot move. So we're actually going to try moving in that direction. Then if this dot cache values, so then we set that to whether it was valid or not. And then we keep track of all of the valid directions. Yeah, this is important so that later we can just pick from any one of these. And this isn't even true. I don't know why this says return valid move found. We don't even need to do that. All right, good. Simulating Terminator, we need to actually set. So let's do that up here. That is right here. My hard drive is spinning up right now, which is why I can't select any text. There we go. I have an SSD, but I'm storing all the code that the prototype was on in a hard drive. Alright, so for built-in functions like will lasers hit, we directly call fire lasers with all of the different directions in order to check if we can hit something. However, terminators have lots of side effects. Set this to true right before calling a terminator if you don't want any side effects. Note that not all terminators have to support this. Yeah, okay, cool. That's exactly correct. So setup active bot actually doesn't really need this. Well, it does. We just need to set it to false, I think. Do we do that here? Run user defined function. Yeah, we set this to false. Okay, cool. All right, next we have the simulating terminator code and we return can move. All right, looks good. So then we need to change a few things. We need to make this, instead of these, let's search for it this way. So we'll do this constants.directions dot there. So now here's how this is going to work. It's not fully coded yet, but assuming that we can test this out, then we should be able to write, let's try this. So we're going to say it can move up, then move up. Otherwise, move down. So this will move as far up as it can and then move down just one tile. So let's deploy a couple of those bots. That didn't work. So can move up is not returning the correct thing. So let's take a look at how this is. Actually, we could just debug this. So let's debug it. Code execution system. And we look through can move, or rather will move. Yeah, will move work. All right. Put a breakpoint here. So how does this work? We set can move to nothing. We actually have a direction here, and we don't have a cached value for it. So now we simulate a terminator. Oh, I know what happened. At least I think I know what happened. I'm not actually respecting simulating terminator down here. And that means this needs to return. Okay, yeah. So that was stupid. So if you can't run terminator, return false. If this is the case, so if we're simulating a terminator, then return true. And if we got here, return false. All right, there we go. Let's try that again. Actually, I want to change one thing first. No, I can't change it. Okay, great. Now I gotta rewrite the code. So if can move up, else move down. All right, then let's copy this code. Just put it in Notepad for now. And then we'll deploy a couple bots like that. Nice, okay, so that's better. So now they move up as far as they can, and then there we go. And then they move down once. That looks good. You can call that the Death Blossom script. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the random lasers script that OMG was talking about. Or yeah. Yeah, okay, cool. So we have that working, but we're still not done. We need to try will move work and then move in any direction. So let's take a look at our move function. And I think we end up calling into a shared function somewhere here. Verify move and send, yes. Now was this the best design for this? Cannot be in the move function while simulating unless a direction is specified. Yeah. Call will move work with no arguments, which will cache all assumed valid directions. Wait, so if you don't specify a direction, yeah, okay, yeah, that's correct. All right, and then you can call it with a specific direction. Then all we do is check against boundaries here, and then verify move and send. The way that oh, also ran terminator, that's pretty important. Do I have that written here? Or is that just coming from move? Let's take a look. Wait a second. I don't ever throw an error here, do I? Oh wow, okay, yeah, I still haven't fixed that bug then. Well, this isn't really a bug because I said I just Alright, let's do this. So the way this code will eventually work, and it's not the case now, is that it'll just move right. And yeah, now it's moving right and left. So we actually have a couple different things we got to do. We want to do code will move work and bot collision, and all that stuff should be great. So we also need to use code from the prototype. However, when a terminator is run, we need to prevent other terminators. Well, we need to prevent all code, all other code from running. All right, I need to go use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. All right, be right back. All right. Let's get rid of that and that. All right. Great. So yeah, let's finish this up. We're going to take what we have here in this move command and make sure. Tyrant. Yeah, I told people that the BRB thing, something happens when it hits 0 and I'm not back. But you guys don't know what yet. So, alright, we say get all of the different directions that we have. We check to see if you've specified one. Alright, yeah, we can do something similar to this. We will open up both these side by side and take a look in here. So we get its X, Y out. So we did something similar to this. Then we save off success is verify, move, and send. And verify, move, the way that this works, ooh, this does a lot of stuff actually. Yeah, we're gonna want something like this too, I think. Lots of functions that cause this machine to move share similar code for verifying whether the move works and then sending that information to the client or server. The function contains this comment code. Yeah. It only sends a message if you're not simulating. Did I write that correct? Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's take this code. All right. So if you haven't specified a direction, so if, or actually if it's not a valid direction also, what do we want to do for that? We want to make sure that the direction, because what if you say something like move 5 or move 5, for example. I don't know what we'd expect to happen in that case. Yeah, so this is just going to do nothing. And I wonder what people would expect that to do. Would they expect it to move randomly, or would they expect it to not move? Maybe they'd expect it to not move. I think it's fine if it doesn't move. And again, if people want me to change that, that's okay. If they do something like this in their code, I'd consider this to be a bug in their code. But there should still be some defined behavior that happens, and right now we've defined it to be that you just won't move. which again, I'm okay with. So let's do this. If not util.exist direction, let's move 5, stream crashed. Oh, stream crashed. Oh, I think it. Oh, no, my stream's fine. Okay, so if we don't have a direction, then make sure that we're not simulating a Terminator. Yeah. Now we don't have a what do I call this? We don't have a browser way to assert here. But actually, could we? We could just, yeah, no, this is fine. Let's do that. So assert that we're not simulating a Terminator. Yeah, let's take the same thing basically. So we'll get rid of that. All right, good. Cannot be in the move function unless a direction is specified. We'll simulate again, cool. All right, and let's take this stuff too. Yeah. All right. Call will move work with no arguments, which will cache all assumed valid directions for us. This can't cause an infinite loop due to the above assert. It's not really the assert that's causing this to not be an infinite loop, is it? How does this work? So will move work is going to call move. Yeah, okay, I see what that's. Randomly pick a valid direction. There may not be one, in which case we won't adjust new tile x and new tile y. What? If you haven't specified a direction, then call, oh yeah, okay, good. This does make sense. All right, and then I think there's _.sample for that. And we called this can move back here. Yeah, so we need to do that same thing here. Hey, Metsudo. OMG says because he always drinks the same exact amount of water in order to return on time. Yep. I got this down to a science. Alright, so we take a direction, and then, yeah, so if you're not simulating a Terminator, then we just log something. Okay, good. So that's fine for now. Then we check the various directions, and we also make sure that, yeah, that's all fine. Then we do this validate thing. Okay, so that's the code I think we're going to need to call now. So old tile, new tile. One of the first things this should do is check to see if it actually changed. Here we set this. We don't even want to call this function though if we didn't do anything, do we? No, we do. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to do the same thing, and then we're going to return this, and then this gets good. Alright, so let's do all of that, and then this code is going to move. This code will be moved. And so tile X and tile Y. Yeah, this needs to be just tile. Alright, good, and then ran terminator is not a function that exists. All it needs to do is throw an exception. So we'll copy that code. That's pretty simple. So when you run a terminating statement, aka a terminator, like move or shoot, well, that's really fire lasers, we need to stop code execution immediately. We do so by throwing an error. If we want to change this in the future, we can do so by making all built-ins, including non-terminators, check a flag indicating whether a terminator has already been hit, then returning if it's true, yeah, which we don't care about. So we are using try-catch for control flow. This is one of the cases where I think it's all right. Metsudo says, wow, I got some decent responses from a post we made in Game Dev. I asked a question about color blindness and how to try to reduce it. How much of it detract from player experience? That's pretty good, Metsudo. Alright, so we call ran terminator down here, good, and then verify move and send is what we need to do next. And this is where some of this code is going to go. So if we're simulating, then do that, otherwise do that, good. Alright, so let's put this here. Here's how this will work. Verify, move, and send. We're going to need a lot of the different concessions this is made for us. So let's paste this in, get rid of this, and get rid of that. And then down here we get rid of that, and then we need to change how messages are sent. So this is the code that we used to have. All right, let's take a look. So we verify the types. We check to see is number, which by the way, I'm pretty sure Lodash has an isNaN function that works differently from the built-in. Yeah, I looked at this before. Method is not the same as isNaN, which returns true for, okay, so whatever, we basically just want to make sure it's, if this is NaN, what does this return true for? isNaN, which returns true for undefined. Oh yeah, so we do want this. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's take this. And then we'll be able to show off all the thing we just did. I don't know why I just thought about it the other day, and I've never seen anyone I've watched on streams mention anything about how they try to improve the experience for those who are colorblind, so I had to ask. Yeah, and I think the reason why is because you don't accommodate relatively small markets when you don't even have a popular game yet. So for example, I spent probably 2 years working on that other game I showed you guys, Ophog. And I didn't do anything to market it. I didn't really care. I wasn't really trying to. I made one Reddit post. I ended up getting like 700 views that day, and then nothing after that. That was totally fine. So I didn't do anything to change this, because if I had worked that in, that would have been an extra week or two spent that no one ever really needed. Also, the way that you're supposed to develop anything that you might need accessibility for, if you're ever writing something where, let's say, there's a status indicator, don't make color be the only indication. So if you have like a red light or a green light and that's the only difference, then you need to also have something that says like stop or go next to it, because that way you accommodate colorblind users in some way. But I don't think there should be anything color specific in Botland. Like, sure, the bots will be colored differently based on what team they're on, but you will probably have some other way of being able to tell, like hovering over them. Okay, so anyway, verify the types, then check the boundaries. So this is something I haven't coded yet, tile inbounds. This is a very easy thing to code. Let's just go take a look at how I did it here. So tile inbounds, yeah, this is like dead simple. So we're gonna go do that same thing, and we'll put it in our shared arena class. So we will make a tile inbounds function. Is tile inbounds tile x, tile y, return tile x is greater than or equal to 0, and tile y is greater than or equal to 0, and tile x is less than this dot width minus 1, and tile y is less than this dot height minus 1. There, that's it. So we have the tile inbounds function. We want to make use of that. We're already done. That works. Next, check for obstacles. So if this dot, so this is the thing we need to code. So to do code this. Then if we're simulating a Terminator, then we're okay at this point. Then we can actually modify the, oh, we need the physics component for that. I think we should just save this. Yeah, let's do that. So we have a gate component for physics. Chances are you'll always want to know your tile X and tile Y. So let's do this here. We'll do setup active bot is also going to get the physics. Oh, we do it right here. What? All right, let's get this dot physics component. This dot active bot physics component. Yeah, and then we'll set this in the constructor to null just for now. And then we have a few other things to do before we can move on with this. So we set this dot active bot physics component, good. Then we also need to take a look at wherever we get the other physics components. Here, for example, we need to turn it into that, and then here as well. Then finally, when we get to this point, we can say tile x equals new tile x, and same thing with tile y. Good. Get rid of that. So then what else are we doing here? We changed that ID component. Oh, we need to tell, okay, so yeah, we need to tell the server about it. So let's put this code into here, and this is something we only send out if something actually changed. So this, we can now say new tile X and Y. Now message to send and publish something out and publish this out too. This stuff can only turn into this. Last Terminator ran was move. This is not important yet. It will be at some point. I'll tell you guys why I did that later. Alright, so now we have the verify, move, and send. The only thing, this is still not checking for obstacles, but now we should have, if we did things correctly. Let's try this out. So if we type move right, move left, this should now only ever move right. And it doesn't move at all. That's exactly what we expected. Only it's not exactly what we expected. It's not at all what we expected. Let's just debug it. That's easier than whatever I was about to do. What's this stuff? Blocked by client. Add feedback. Strange. Alright, code execution system. Whoa, where are we? Oh, that's why. We're in the wrong. Alright, and we'll put a breakpoint around, what was it called? A val user defined. Yep, here we go. Let's put a breakpoint here, and then let's go into the move command. So move. Put a breakpoint here. So all we did was move right, move left. So this should get hit. It does. Good. And the direction is right. So we get tile X and tile Y, 3, 5. That's good. And then we check here. We do new tile X equals 4. Good. Verify, move, and send. This is probably returning false. Now why is that? Tile inbounds. Error running function name. Oh, well, we just this dot arena. This dot arena dot. Oh, it is tile inbound. Eep, 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 eep. Alright. There, we fixed that. Let's try this again. So now when we refresh, we say move right, move left. I really need a way to do this faster. Move left. Then we deploy a bot of that type, and again, we should only ever see it move right. Where is it? There it is. It's not moving at all. So we put a breakpoint where we put it before, and we eventually get to the bottom of this too. Does can move have tile inbound? Where'd the move function go? Yeah, this. So we really want a breakpoint here. This should get hit. Good, it does. Now we check this. It does not think new tile X and new tile Y is inbound. So let's find out why it doesn't think that. Tile X is 14. Oh, did I mean less than this dot width? Yeah, that's what I meant. Alright, good. Hey, Boogie. How's it hanging? Let's try this. Did I paste this? I didn't. Alright, then here's what we can do. We can just say move right, move down. There, done. Deploy. Let's see. It's moving right. Good. Yeah, I think we fixed that then. So we can get rid of this. So now if I deploy a bunch of these bots, you'll see this only ever moves right. And the reason why is because move is a terminator, so it never hits move down because it never continues beyond the move right code. And yeah, this is a terminator. Okay, so there's that. Now what if we just said move with no arguments? This should move randomly, but I don't think I have any random code right now. It's saying cardinal directions is not defined. What did I call that? Cardinal directions. How is cardinal directions not defined? This is probably some really silly error. Cardinal direction. Constants dot cardinal directions. No, I actually don't understand why it's saying that. Export const cardinal directions. Did I type something wrong? Oops. No, it looks like I typed that the same way. So where is this coming from? Oh, for each is not a function. Oh, this is not an array. Whoops. Well, that was a stupid mistake. I promised stupidity and I delivered on stupidity. So now you can't do things this way. We need to... The cardinal directions are... Okay, this makes... There we go. Alright, let's try that out now. So we make a function that just says move. Do we move randomly? No, we still don't. Well, this time I did not promise stupidity. Cur direction is not defined. That was a copy-paste thing. Yeah, it's not called current direction. This should be though. Current direction. Dun. MSBot Havoc, the engine. Microsoft gives more weight to gaming plans with physics engine acquisition. Wow. Alright, let's try this again. Move. Move. Oh man, this is still screwing up. Success is not defined. That's a use strict error. Success equals, so this should have been let success equals that. Yeah. Let's try one more time. Error terminator found. Okay, that's actually correct. I don't think we have any... Okay, something's screwing up. Let's just take a look at what's screwing up. We have move here. So we did not pass in a direction. So we hit this code. We're simulating a terminator, so we call will move work. Let's just skip down to this. With the play button. Good. That's called with 4 different directions. And now, what is can move? Can move returns true for all of these things. That's actually good. So this is going to return true. Yes, right? If I evaluate this, that is true. We return from here. So now when we sample the directions, what does this return? This probably returns something invalid, which means I just screwed something up. Oh, this returns 1, 3. What? Why are these numbers? Yeah, that part doesn't make sense to me. Why are these numbers? Oh, I know what I did. It's the for each syntax is wrong. Is for each... Yeah, what? I tested this though, so then this is what's happening here. Index is probably a direction, yeah. Man, so that was the same, but does that work the same in Node also? So we just need to swap these two things. Alright, let's get rid of these breakpoints. I actually didn't get rid of them. Alright, remove. Let's try now. What happens when we say move and deploy? Okay, there we go. So now this will only, it'll always make a move because there's always at least one valid move. So you'll never see a bot just get stuck against the wall. It might look like it because I spawned so many of these things. But yeah. Alright, good. And will move work is also working, I believe. But we can't really test that until we get to the point where bot collision's working. So I think let's check in what we have now, and then let's do this, bot collision. So when a terminator's run, we prevent, yeah, that was done. Use code from the prototype, code will move work. And so then the only thing that's not working is bot collision, but we fixed all the other things. So yeah, we added a lot of code here. Let's go through our code execution system and start to comment as we do. So we're going to say that this is the physics component of the active bot. We need coordinates frequently enough where I think this is worth having a shortcut. What do we want to say? I think it's worth having this shortcut variable. And the type of this is physics component. Hey, Smooth Dog. So Voyager says, it looks like the bots that get near the wall have a chance of not moving, but the next turn they do move, is that right? Wait, what? So bots that get near the wall have a chance of not moving, but the next turn they do move. So all bots should always move, always right now, because they don't have bot collision coded. And the reason for that is because there's no way to completely trap yourself yet. Once I make bot collision, there will be a way to trap yourself. But yeah, every single bot that you see here should be moving on every single update that it gets. So you never see one stand still for more than a second. I'll leave that open here while I go comment on a couple more things. So set up aliases. Some some user-defined functions are mapped. Some user-defined functions are available through different APIs. Void Dreamer says, I saw some that seemed to spend a single turn not moving if they were at the wall, but there are so many I can't be sure it looked that way though. Yeah, I'm not positive, but eventually we'll be writing tests for this, and actually that's something I should write. It's like test APIs like move right when against the right wall and make sure it doesn't have any impact. This kind of test is incredibly important. We need to be able to set up a test arena and then control how turns are executed. Alright. Okay. Some user-defined functions are available as more than one different API. This sets up the aliases, e.g. Oh, I should say that e.g. somewhere else actually. E.g. can move and will move work are the same underlying function. This doesn't return anything. Boogie says, I like your note where you tell yourself, seriously, you're not joking. Yeah, and actually, I think it was Licked, or maybe, yeah, I think it was Licked who commented that, like, I already violated that once. Because I got to that on my to-do list, and I'm like, I'll wait, I'll push it down further. Okay, what else do we have here that we haven't commented? Set up aliases, good. So built-in function available to users. This is actually, yeah, when you don't press a direction. So I like how I changed some of this stuff. We had some unnecessary code in the prototype, and now can move. Valid move found equals false. This should not be a var, it should be a let. Okay, so create the cache group if it's not defined. This holds our directions. Yeah. Then if you haven't provided the direction, we say that we set it to any. And then we check if we've already cached that or not. Yeah, so this is good. I like how we've done this. So this will hold the cardinal directions and the any directions. Your Git is so delicious. I don't understand most Gits. Oh, the Tortoise Git mergeroonie. Mergeroonie. Alright. Then, if we haven't cached that direction, figure out what the proper value is. Destidom, it's only fair now that you type lunch BRB. Oops. Points Heppel. Oops. Ah, come on. There we go. Alright, I eventually got there. So a bot can't move on another bot's tile, right? What happens if the amount of bots exceeds the amount of arena tiles? It'll also try to spawn on another bot. Yeah, so OMG, you're right. A bot can't move onto another bot's tile. We just haven't coded that yet. So what happens if there are more bots in the arena size? That can't happen. So we only allow players to have something like 2 or 3 bots at a time, and the arena is large enough in all cases where you can't fill it. And if that ever did happen, we just prevent you from being able to deploy. Oh, nice. Destidom added himself to the launch BRB screen. So I've got to make sure to put Destidom in here. Alright, good. So let's finish commenting this. So we have the can move function, and yes, I like how this stuff looks. So then if we have any, then we actually test all different directions. Otherwise we test a single direction. Good. And this valid move found, how do we do this? This actually is not necessary, is it? Is this dot move? Valid directions. Are we making use of this? Yes, we are. Okay. Alright, so keep track of which directions work so that if they call move with no arguments, It can randomly pick from the cached direction. It's actually a pretty decent code, I think. OMG is the announcer. Alright, good. I'm happy with all of this stuff. I think this is pretty well written. And we made it a little better from what it used to be. So then ran terminator. When you run a terminating statement, we need to stop code execution immediately. Good, and I remember the other comment there and I liked that. So then in move, we check to see can run terminators. Yeah, that's if we're in the init function or something like that. Then we save this, we check, which actually this is equal to just this dot x and this dot y. We don't need to access it that way. Oh, but what if no, we do need to access it this way, because they might find some way to change their x or y. Okay, I'm gonna write that down, despite that I don't think it's super important. Note that we've already saved this as this dot x and this dot y, but in case the user ever figures out how to change those, we defer to the authoritative physics component. Okay, good. Also, let me just do this. Give away. Alright, that thing is totally screwed. it only ever picks the same people. Definitely rigged. Alright, verify move and send. Good. If simulating terminator returns success, otherwise we ran a terminator. Totally fine. In fact, we might even want to put ran terminator into here, because we actually did make a change. Oh, right. Doesn't matter whether the move worked or not. It takes up your turn. Yeah, no. This is why we copy pasted code, because I already thought about all this stuff and I probably ran into bugs with it, and then I fixed them. And this was taken from the prototype. So lots of functions that cause this machine to move share similar code. Good. I really should comment what these things are, so fine, I will. Verify move and send. Here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna make it look like. Wait. Yeah, there. Okay. Then we can just put these things into here. Good. So all of these are. I screwed that up. Okay, let's just do it this way. Alright, so all of these are numbers, and then all of these can be gotten rid of, and what this returns is a boolean. Good. Now, this to do we're leaving as is for right now, and then we actually modify and we send it. Excellent. Then clear our cache, save that off. Good. Awesome. I'm happy with all of that. Next, let's take a look at Arena. We made isTile and bounds, so we should comment it. Let's do this. Number, boolean. I think this is pretty obvious what this does. Good, what do we change here? We added some directions, I need to comment those, and then we're done with that. Alright, so in constants, let's just comment this stuff. All possible directions. You are never intended to iterate over the keys of this, since you will get meta directions like any. So this is more like an enum of a string. Then this is just an array of strings. And only the cardinal directions. Feel free to iterate over these. Awesome. Alright, so you can now only use one terminator each turn. Coded can move / will move work. Bots can still collide with each other though. Alright. Yeah, good. Move with no arguments now moves in a random valid direction. Awesome. So the only other thing we want to do now is we're done with that. Code bot collision. And that's what we set out to do, but now we actually have some framework for it. So let's get to it. We want an isTileToOccupied function, and we want this to be fast. That is quite important. So isOccupied actually takes in a reference machine, and the way that I had done this before is isOccupied. We checked a whole lot of stuff in here. So I can copy this over to here. We need to take in this. This will actually be a little bit tough. Is isOccupied ever called in here from non-code execution code? Actually, it is. And I know when it is. It's when we're trying to determine a random machine coordinate, I think. Yeah, isOccupied. No, actually, it's only called from that execution context. So then how do we generate a random unoccupied tiles? Get all unoccupied tiles? God, this is terrible. Oh man, that's so bad. Okay, so let's write something down in here. First of all, let's take this code. Second of all, let's do, should a tile just keep track of what's on it? Right, frugal. God, it's like I've never seen you in this channel before. I think I don't know your name. Okay, so the way that I did this before is I had a map of where everything was. What tile, what was on which tile. So essentially that's like keeping track of things in the tiles themselves. It just involves a different layer of updating. Let's take a look at this. So isOccupied used to get a tile index so that we could see if a machine was there. If a machine was there and we had a reference machine, we wanted to see if the reference machine could see that machine. Okay, so this is a really straightforward function. The only part we need to set up is this, the tile to machine mapping. So we have tiles, but we don't know where things are. And when we move, we need to update that. So we had a function back in the old code where when you moved, so at the end of your verify move function, there was something like machine moved. Yeah, machine coords changed. And this was subscribed to by the arena, which meant I really should have just called the arena function directly. What this did is it updated, oh man, this updated a lot actually. When a machine moved, you check to see if you hit a landmine, you skip damage checks. Oh man, yeah. Huh. And then we also updated the mappings that we had. So we need all of this code. What is with the spammers today? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we need this function. So we need this. We need isOccupied, and we need tiles to track what is on them. So the tile itself will know if it's occupied. But now, alright, what else is different? We're also going to have walls. Tiles can have walls now too, which works sort of like machines, but everyone can see them. However, both walls and machines will just be entities. So we really only need to track entity on tile with collision, e.g. landmines and resources and hazards don't count towards this. Alright, sorry, I'm thinking through the design of this. Collision is... The collision algorithm itself is incredibly straightforward. It's just, is something on this? But then, if you want to check if something's there, you need to see if you can actually sense what's there. So, that was this case before about can move. Here, I'll just write this out. Can move right is false in this case, despite that you actually would move if you moved right. So how will we store this? If a tile knows what entities is on it, are on it. So alright. Tiles should know what entities are on them. They can have up to, I think, 4 entities on a tile. If there's a landmine, a resource, a hazard, and oh, maybe only 3. How do we want to do this? It can have up to 3 or 4, something like that. But only one of them can actually stop collision. And the way that we do this is actually pretty tough. Like, we have an entity, like entity that stops collision. We have something like this, and it would be set to something. In order for us to tell if some other entity can see it, we need to do something like get owned, get component owned by player. We need to do get component like hardware dot get cloaking or something like that. We need to get is bot, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty hefty function. Man. Yeah, I can't think of a really good way to do this now that we're using an entity component system. Before, it was very easy to get the properties of something. Now, if you pass in a reference machine, I guess the first thing we need to know, a tile needs to know just, alright, we only have one type of entity, so yeah, this is how we'll simplify things. Tiles for now should have something like is, entity, colliding entity. So this will be set to either null or an entity. Alright, and if it's set, then we can do a whole bunch of tests on it. And then every time something moves, we need to update that. Right? And we also need to keep track of all of the entities on a tile. So for now, I think this is how we'll do things. We'll go into shared tile. We have this entities on tile. This was number to entity. We're not actually making use of this yet though. Yeah, we're not. So we're going to change it to this colliding entity, and it's not colliding entity equals null. An entity on this tile that can collide with other entities, e.g. that can prevent movement onto this tile. Alright. This won't scale. The way I used to do things was actually kind of stupid, I think. Landmines, I just kept track of. How did I check to see if a landmine was actually at a location? I iterated through every landmine. So yeah, that was stupid. I wonder if a tile should keep track of each individual kind of thing that can be there. A resource. Yeah, actually, I think that's probably a better way of doing these things. And then that violates the whole entity component system design. I should just iterate over all of these and check to see. But then it's not fast. So then what are my requirements? Alright, so if I store entities, what did this used to be called? Entities on tile. So if I store this, let's put all of this into here. So if I store this, then every time I want to know is occupied on a tile, I need to check, I need to search through all of the entities. Also, every time a bot moves, I need to remove it from the current tile and add it to a new one. This actually isn't so bad. I wonder if I should just do this. We could add a component, we could even index these components just for the sake of the entity, or the tile. We could add a component that says something like, prevents movement. And what would prevent movement, or is collided with? Yeah, okay. I think we can do that. So add components to entities, like cannot be moved onto. Walls and bots get that component. And then we could even index the entities on the tile so that we have quick access to the entities that prevent movement. Alright, this is a more complex system, but it's more generic. And this means it'll be easier to change and add to later. So I think we do keep what this code used to be. I think we just keep track of entities on tile. So the first thing, let's code what where is the thing that I want to do? Okay, so the first thing is keep track of entities on a tile. Next thing is make a component called cannot be moved onto and add it to bots in the assemblage. Then, so this involves code machine move so that we know exactly where everything is. Hey McFinest Gold. What am I doing right now? So what I'm doing right now is the game has probably changed quite a bit in the last week from, I don't remember what you last saw, but I got bots to execute code. So right now they're just executing this code, move, which moves randomly. You can ignore the init direction stuff. So the problem is they're all moving on top of each other. Well, if I were to just stop them from moving on top of each other, that would be like dead simple. I could check to see if a bot is at a given tile. However, I know what the game design of this game is, and there will eventually be many different things that can be on a tile. So I wanted to code a sort of generic function that could check for all of those things and do whatever's appropriate at the time. And I think we've got it. Now I just need to write out the different steps. So, also Playing Risky, that's very nice of you. Playing Risky has offered to help McFinest Gold with the computer that they're building. Alright, so keep track of entities on a tile, code machine move so we know exactly where everything is. This needs to remove the entity from one tile and add it to another. Alright, good. So is that all that we need so that we know where things are? Alright, good. Then prevent bots from moving onto other bots. Yeah, we're just gonna need to do that. Okay, so let's start. Code machine moved. Let's start that. We're going to do something similar to this, I think. We don't have landmines yet, though. We don't have any of this, actually. So right now, machine moved is actually going to be pretty simple, which is good, because we need some more simplicity in this. So we go into the shared arena, and here's how this will work. We will put this here, machine moved, and then we'll have all this in. And now instead of machine moved, it's going to be bot moved, and then this will be bot. Now, this is not how this actually works. So the way that we want to do this, we have tiles as an array. So what we need to do is get index from tile. This will be tile x, tile y, and we're going to return tile y times this dot width plus tile x. So when we say get index from tile, we've got the old tile index and the new tile index. So what we really want is the old tile and the new tile. So const old tile equals this dot tiles old index, and then same thing with new. Also, every time I run across something like this, I want to put it into reverser. So we're going to put old and new in here. Although I guess it's more like young and old, but whatever. Alright, good. So now if I wanted to swap this, I could swap it by doing Alt-R. Good. So anyway, we have the tiles. Now the way that we need to do this is remove the entity from the old tile if it's there and add it to the new one. So we say something like this: old tile dot entities on this tile, delete the bot. This is an entity though, right? Entity. Oh, we need to know its ID. Darn it, we don't have that here. So we've got to pass it in. And then we got to say new tile dot entities on tile bot entity ID equals bot entity. Okay, so that's all we need to do there for now. So that was the first part. The next part we need to do is make sure that this function is actually being called, which actually I did not write down here. So make sure machine move is being called. Walter's just whispered me, and I don't think this is necessarily private, so I'm going to just read it. Can I set up an application for translations just so you don't have to bother with it, translating coding notes that is? I'm not totally sure what you mean, Walter. So, yeah, feel free to clarify. Alright, so I've got to call this now, and I can call it from inside the code execution system when there's verify, move, and send. So when this actually changes, we can say this dot arena dot bot moved. Oh, we have its real ID here. Should we be using real ID? Maybe we should. Bot real ID. And then on a tile, these real IDs of the entities. In that case, we don't actually need to do this here. We could get it if it's undefined. Walter says, like the tutorial for coding you had, but also other notes to the codes that you have so that people can, for instance, use Botland to learn how to code or something along those lines. Yeah, you could set something up. I don't think I'm going to need something like that yet, though. And the reason why I wouldn't do something now is because enough might change over the course of the next, let's say, 6 months, where I wouldn't want you to waste your time working on something that's going to be thrown out. But I do appreciate the offer, and I do have you written down in this list as, yeah, Dutch translations. Yeah, so I'll definitely contact you if I need to do something like that. Oh, and don't bother making a new IRC channel. You guys can talk in this channel about stuff. I think having coding discussion in here totally makes sense considering the game involves coding. So we're going to say that the bot moved. We actually could get its real ID if we want. And yeah, let's do it that way, I think. Let's do this. We'll say get component, ID component, and we're going to say ID component dot ID here. So const ID equals that, and we take this. Actually, we could say bot realizer. Okay. And yeah, Tyrant is right. See, I'm not reading chat when it goes this fast, but if I see that you tagged my name, I'll see it in bright red, and then I'll read it. When chat goes slowly, I read everything, but now I feel like you guys are talking about coding and stuff. Okay, so we base this on the real ID, which we can just get from the entity that we're about to add. So now, when we want to do this, we can call into the arena. The arena can actually call into, no, it shouldn't necessarily do that. All right, and we'll pass in what? The entity and then old and new coordinates. So the entity is this dot active bot, and the old and new coordinates are just this. Water says, I'll just set up a Google form for applying and a board for discussing the acts of translating. All right, yeah, I think that's fine for now. Because like I said, I think the actual translations could all change. So we have the bot moved function now. This is going to keep track of what's on tiles for us. Next, we need to make use of it when we, so we're going to ignore all this stuff for right now. We don't have landmines yet. We're going to eventually need code for that stuff. Next, we need the isOccupied function to be written. And this is something on the arena. So let's copy this and we'll put it into the arena here. So isOccupied is a function that takes in a reference bot. And the reference bot, and we can say that this is undefined by default. Then these things can change. Do we have Lodash here and util? Yes, we do. So then we can change these to util.exist. I have some most used languages and some custom options. I'll whisper you the link for making it public on the Reddit. Yeah, awesome. That should be fine. Alright, so we have the reference bot. We don't actually have all of these functions yet. So is simulating terminator, this is, oh, this is not right. To do with type info. This is going to be an entity, so we need to actually get all sorts of different things about this. Like whether it's cloaked or not, that's going to be, yeah, okay. This is going to be a little bit more involved. So for right now, how do we do this? Is simulating terminator only exists in the code execution system. So when we want to call isOccupied, when we want to call this, we call it on the arena and we pass in the code execution system, which lets us get the active bot. I guess we say is simulating terminator equals false here, and then we can just say this, and then when we pass this in, we say is occupied this dot simulating terminator, and then this dot active bot. Alright, good. So now we just need to code this function. We don't have anything about cloaking here or friendly machines yet. That stuff doesn't exist. So for now, we can just leave things like that. So if you're simulating a terminator, return false. No, this used to be a whole lot of stuff. We couldn't just do that. There's actually no such thing. We don't need to use this yet. To do pull in code from prototype that will detect cloaking, or what else did I detect in here? Or allied status. We will need to pull from the components to determine these things. See, this is where just having things immediately available to us is good, and accessing these won't take very long. So yeah, this is fine. This is how we're gonna do things, and I think this makes sense. So basically, if a machine exists there, then we just return true. And when we say exists, we really should say, so this does not exist anymore. We have tile index. Then we want to say, all right, we got to change a lot of this. All right, so const tile index, const tile equals this dot tiles tile index. Then we get all of the different entities. We need to iterate over all the entities on the tile. The tile should do this. Although the way that we've been accessing this, we've been using it as a tile is just an entity itself by directly accessing its data members. So we could do it either way if we want. But basically we need to do this, and then if the machine exists, we just return that for right now. So let's do return that. And this is going to be changed to bot. So good. And I'm going to fix this up. And then this is a const. Alright. Now what do? We need to iterate over all the entities on this tile. Yeah, that's what we need to do. So let's go through. We'll say const entities on tile equals tile entities on tile. We'll say for let entity ID in entities on tile. Const entity equals ID. Good. So now is occupied is called before we've done the move. Someone is calling my phone right now. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. This might be the people who broke my light bulbs. Alright, sorry about that. That was Costco saying that my new desk is going to be delivered between Wednesday 11 to 4. And that, yeah, just remember that for later, I guess. What's this other text file say? Oh yeah, that was my move code. Alright, and then I'll finally have a standing desk, so it's not like the view will look too different for you guys, although actually the camera will be a little bit higher. Yeah. Okay, so we have the entities that are on the tile. For right now, we are only concerned with, so let's do get component. Wait a second. I have a feeling I did something wrong. Yes, I did. Here. There. Okay, so we're going to do get component of what exactly? Is bot for right now? Yeah, so let's do that. And then if it doesn't exist, we will continue. And if it does exist, then we return true. And here we return false. And then here's where we pull in a whole bunch of other code. Okay. Alright, does this make sense? So we get the tile that we referred to, and we check to see if a bot is on that tile. And that's all we have for now. Alright. To do should this be a function, should all following code be a function on the tile? I don't think so, but all right, let's test this out. What happens now when we do, let's just deploy a bunch of these bots, I guess. All right. Yeah, okay, it looks like it's working. It looks a little bit strange. First of all, I deployed them all at exactly the same time, it looks like. So let's deploy some more so that it's staggered a bit. And I'm not checking to see, yeah, this is a little bit strange. So there can be two bots on the same tile right now, but it looks like this is working pretty much fine. We don't ever see two bots on the same tile, do we? And then just for giggles, let's put in some move random bots. We'll deploy. Okay, so yeah. Let's zoom out, and then let's set the tick time. Oh, exists is not a function? Oops. This is only checking bots. That's actually fine, but we did screw that up. That should have been util. And are we using util in here? Good, okay. Okay, so then let's also go into the code execution system. Oh no, we can't do this that way. We have to do debug main.simulation server.code execution system. Where do we do this? Where did I do this? Where's the code execution system? Code execution system. New code execution system. There. It's in the arena? No, that makes sense. Okay. So we do arena.codeexecutionsystem.tickTime equals, let's double how fast this is going. There. And we can make it even faster. And let's just set this down to 0 so that it goes as fast as possible. Or no, yeah. There. So this is as fast as Botland can run right now. This is basically real time. And all it's doing is churning through a whole bunch of code. So yeah, this sort of thing looks like it's a problem. We are seeing a bot move on to another bot. How could that happen? How could that happen? Is that bot even really there? I think I know. Yeah, I know what's happening. When I deploy a bot, I'm not putting it onto the tile that it's supposed to be on. So bug need to put bots into the tile that they're deployed onto. Alright. So we need to do these things. And then I think we've done this task. Alright, so when a bot is deployed, where do we do this? Create bot. We need to, how are we going to do this? How do we do this? Add entity, that's when we can do it. Oh, thank goodness we have a function like that. So let's go into the shared arena and go into add entity, and if we're actually, no matter where we add it, we're going to, where are we here? ID component, if it exists, yeah, and then we add it to the tile here too. Oh man, but this assumes, yeah, so we gotta check for a physics component, physics component, and if that exists, then we say tile x equals physics component of tile x. Actually, let's do it this way. Const tile index equals this dot get index from tile. Is that what it's called? Index from tile, yeah. Okay. Get index from tile, that, and that. Then we do tile equals this dot tiles, tile index. And then we can say this, if, I know what just happened. Okay, in preferences we need to change our get component so that instead of using underscore, it uses util. There. So if we have an ID component, so const has ID component equals what's in here. That way we can check this again over here. If it has ID component, then we do tile.entities on tile real ID. What is the scoping of real ID? I don't actually know this. Let's try it out. So if we say something like if true const x equals 5, talks about log x. X is not defined. Yeah, so we can't do that. We need to say let real ID equals undefined. There. So now if has ID component, take the real ID and put that entity into there. Okay. I think we fixed this. Yeah. Well, let's try it out. So before bots could move onto each other, now we should have fixed it. So let's just put move random code here. And you'll see them overlap. That's totally fine. And the reason why that's fine is because they're not technically on the same tile, or at least they shouldn't be. No, maybe this is screwing up. I don't know, this is really hard to tell. I think we're going to need to debug this. So let's simplify this down to just this. And actually, let's just keep deploying this bot until it's at the upper left somewhere. That's close enough. That way we can actually tell what coordinates it's at. So this is going from 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 3 down to 2, 4. So this is going from 1, 3 to 2, 4. Let's take a look at where, like, how this is working basically. So we're going to do this. Debug name dot. I guess let's go with the simulation servers arena. So we're going to say a equals that. Now a dot get index from tile. We should actually just have a get tile function. Why did I even make get index from tile? That was stupid. Get tile x, tile y, return this dot tiles. And I could use the get index function here, but I'm actually going to hard code this to save one function call, because I expect this to be called pretty frequently. And everywhere that I'm doing get index from tile right now, I'm pretty sure I just want a tile. So we're going to change this into this dot get tile, yeah, tile x, tile y. Good. Where else are we doing this? Here. Yeah, we don't want this stuff either. So we say old tile. We're going to do get tile. Good. Get rid of this stuff. Yeah, and then this is the last place, I think. So tile equals this dot get tile. Right. Now, are we doing get index from tile anymore? Good, we're not. We only have the definition of the function. Alright, a lot to keep track of right now. And I'm also getting pretty hungry. I'm probably going to go for lunch relatively soon. Actually, after we finish this problem. That way, we stop at a good point. So now, we have a new function that we've defined. And we're going to write that here, actually. Get tile xy will return, get tile equals function xy, return this dot tiles, this dot get index, get, it's a dot tiles, a dot get index from tile xy. Good. Alright, so let's do a dot get tile. Actually, let's slow down the execution time. We'll set the tick time to 5,000. And now we can hopefully do a.get tile, what is that? 2, 4? I don't know. Yeah, okay, that worked. We have the entity on that. And it's an object with nothing in it. No, so that didn't technically work. Let's try 1, 4 when it moves there. Does it have, let's just do this, entities on tile, Alright, so that's nothing. That's good. We have our entity there. And now it should be nothing. Good. So now 1.3 shouldn't contain something, and now it should. Good. So yeah, that seems to be working, that part at least. This is our entity that we have, and it's our bot. His bot is set. So it appears as though moving between tiles is working. So then why are we seeing the behavior that we saw before? What if we did this? Yeah, we can see two that are very clearly just moving on top of each other. Yeah, that definitely shouldn't be happening. Alright, let's take a look through our code. Actually, here's the easiest way to do this, I think. This is going to be a little bit tough to figure out. Let's look through the code first, I think. Then we can come up with a repro. So the tile isn't what does this, it's the shared arena that does this. So when a bot moves, we were pretty sure that this was working. So let's take a look at is occupied and see if that's working. Taking the tile X and the tile Y, we're getting the correct coordinates. And we have to check that because sometimes I type tile X or something like that, and then you're totally looking at the wrong thing. So we have the tile here, we directly access the entities on the tile. Then we iterate over here through each entity. If that entity is a bot, whoops, this is the problem. That was supposed to be a not. Oh wow. Wow, that looks better than I expected. I had never used Google Forms before though. So a few things I would change. One, the stylization of botland is intended to be as bot space land, both capital. Which language would you like to translate? How much time can you spend translating? Would you be willing to create an account to Trello in order to cooperate with other translators? Maybe possible. So, Walter, I think this is good. I would probably just correct some of the English on here. And I don't mind doing that, but I will not be doing it now. So I'll write myself a note post-stream to do this. So, get back to Walter. Okay. Oh, also, this is my yeah, whatever. Alright, so if it's not a bot, then we just continue. Otherwise we return true. So this should have fixed this. Let's try this out. So eventually we'll see everything kind of run in this sort of stalemate in the middle where red and green collide and then don't do anything. Yeah, that's what we're seeing now. So I think we fixed it. Yep. That's good. Oh, okay. Alright, sounds good. Walter just whispered me. So I'm going to say email address is, and then this is my own little code to myself so I know what it is. But now you guys don't know what it is. Alright, I think that's pretty good. It's Tetris with bots. Actually, sort of is. Well, kind of. Oh, well. Yeah, no, that was a mistake that I gotta fix next. Which is make it so that bots are only created on unoccupied tiles. Oh, if you don't care about anyone else here knowing, then I'll probably just write it into my notepad. Although I'll just do it on a different monitor, and then if I accidentally show it, then I accidentally show it. Alright, there we go. Okay. That's pretty good. We got this working. I think we're going to clean up the code and then break for lunch because I'm super hungry. And then I'll come back and stream for another 4-ish hours, and we will have more stuff working by the end of today. So let's take a look at what we did. We're checking to see if something's occupied. We're passing in some properties that we're not actually using yet because we will eventually use them. That's there are, I think, 1 or 2 people in the world who know what my code is. It's not supposed to be like a cryptographically sound code. It's just something for me to be able to write notes where only I really know what it is. Oh, and the link for translating won't actually be up until I finish looking through it. And submit some comments. Which, by the way, Wouter, can I edit this? Yeah, I'll just request edit access. You need permission request. Okay, that way I can just change it myself, and then I can just tell you when I'm done. All right. So we keep track of when a bot moves. So this is again one of those sorts of like proof by inductions. If when a bot is placed, you keep track of it, and then every time it moves, you keep track of it, then that means you're always keeping track of it. So then the only other thing I need to do is when you delete it, I need to stop keeping track of it. That's where I need to look through that. All right. Oh, and what's this up here? Why is this highlighted? Oh, it's highlighted because I double clicked it. I didn't know you could do that. It highlights every instance of it in here. That's pretty cool. All right, so that's good. Now in here we actually changed a decent amount, so we'll come back to that. I always like doing sort of the easiest things first. So now let's go here. This is the shared arena. The shared arena got a lot of changes. We're going to comment these things. It's the index into this dot tiles that the given coordinates refer to. And that's a number and a number and a number is returned. A number in the range of 0, comma, this dot tiles outline. And I'm intentionally using this notation. This is the mathematical notation for this. And then get tile, it's a tile by the given coordinates. Number, tile. Note, you don't just use get index from tile, whoops, get index from tile here in order to save a function call. Finding the index is very simple. Alright, so I think we've commented, nope, yeah, we commented everything. Call this anytime a bot moves. So this is a type entity. All of these are numbers. And all of these can be done away with. Whoops. Okay, and it doesn't return anything. Good. So we get the old tile, we get the new tile. We get the bot's ID and remove it from one tile and add it to the new one. Great, looks good. So let's look through the rest of the code and then get some food. Yeah, get tile looks good. Is occupied and bot moved. I just need to look through these whole functions. So is occupied. We get a tile. Oh, this to-do item. Should all following code be a function on the tile? Now, all right, thank you, Watcher. Now, ideally, I think the way you might code this is you would put this function into the tile. If you were to do that, you need to change how this is done too. Like, you'd ideally not just be using tile as its data the whole time. However, I feel like having this in the tile class will just end up with us passing a whole bunch of arguments directly to it. TS6 actually has a way for us to do that a little bit better. I think for right now we're going to leave this as is. An arena can modify tiles. I think that's fine. So we iterate over all entities on the tile, and if it's a bot, we return true. If it's not a bot, we don't even care right now. In fact, I think this is better written like this. Okay, next, bot moved, we already looked through. So cool, so let's just test this one more time, make sure we didn't screw anything up. We're going to make the same code that we had here. So let's take a look, actually let's close this. All right, there we go. So let's deploy a bunch of these bots. By the way, the reason it's lagging is because I have this thing open. If I close that, it stops lagging. There we go. Whoops, that was stupid. I made the arena 2 filled. Actually, no, that's not stupid. It pretty much works. So let's deploy again. We eventually will get it to the point where 2 bots are on the same tile, but then they should spread out so that that's not the case anymore. And that's a bug I have to fix, but I never did anything to attempt to fix it, so we know about that. Yeah, okay, so this is pretty cool. So it's like one of those sliding puzzles, and and they'll eventually solve the puzzle themselves. Neat. Do you know if you give this long enough, since there's enough space, I think there's enough space to form every given letter. Like you can see kind of like a lowercase r right there before, and you'll eventually write all of the works of Shakespeare in Botland. Unless there's a memory leak, then you won't. Let's actually profile that. Oh, what's this? 20,000 error message not shown. Oh, that's because every time I call move, I throw an exception. Hey, Instigib. And yeah, Walter, thank you. I don't think I have a Trello username. Maybe I do though. So is there a way to take heap snapshot? What? I haven't really used this before. And I'm not totally sure how to use this. I mostly just wanted to see, is this going up in memory? Because it shouldn't be. Where's the tab that I have open? It's called Botland. Here we go, this. So it's at 174-ish. And it's modifying a little bit. But yeah, as long as it doesn't go up to like 180 or something like that. And actually, it might be going up because I have this thing open. Yeah, so it's a 162. Yeah, memory's not changing at all. Yeah, cool. All right. You can sign into Trello with Google accounts? Okay. That's good to know. All right, cool. I think we're pretty happy with that. We tested it. We can check this in. So when a bot is deployed, it is saved into the entities that are on a tile. When a bot moves, the tiles are updated accordingly. Okay, so bots now collide with other bots. There. Right, and what did I change in here? Yeah, this was just adding the collision in the moving code. Yep. And then in here, I just put a comment. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's push that code. And then one last little thing I kind of want to do is just run pre-commit. Let's catch any linting errors. I know I just pushed the code, so now I can't amend the last commit, but who really cares? Also, one of the other things I need to do after lunch is stop the software validator from being so spammy. Stop the code execution system from being so spammy. Yeah. I guess I could have just said stop both of them from being that way. Alright, so we came across some errors. That's fine, that's fine. Illegal trailing white space. Delete. Expects valid type instead of to do. Oops. 'Twas dumb of me. Alright, this is fine. Nah, I don't know. Do I want to just delete this comment entirely? No, this is... Yeah, will move work. Okay. What else is here? Expected not equal equal. Oh yeah. And then what's this? I put too many new lines there. And then JS hint failed for a particular class. I wonder why. Because this was happening... Wait, was that happening earlier? I don't actually know. Let's see if we just fix those. It's not necessary to initialize real ID to undefined. Wow. Fine, Mr. Pedantic. I won't then. And then illegal trailing white space. Yeah, that's a mistake that happens relatively frequently. And now all of a sudden it can finish JS hinting arena. So we should see success at the bottom here. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's check this in, then I'm gonna get lunch. I will remind you guys that if you type, what is it? Bang lunch BRB, you'll be added to my lunch screen for the day. Fixed linting issues. Also it costs 50 points if you do that. So those things, oh yeah, this. Need to put bots into the tile that they're deployed onto, so then this too. Main component. That's bots. Alright. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go to lunch, so if anyone feels like typing that command, you'd have to type it like now pretty much, otherwise you're not gonna be in it. Where is the list of people who were already in it? That was in token lunch BRB. So it is demonic and, oh wait, I thought Metsudo had typed it too. Uh-oh, that's actually a problem. Darn it, I want to go get food. But why did this happen? If I scroll up far enough, I should see. Actually, let's just search for it. Oh, Destidom said it, not Metsudo. Right, because Metsudo had done it yesterday. But why didn't I? Instagib says, I want to play with your lights, and here you go. I don't mind giving you control over my lights. It's not adding people to this list though. That's actually like really bad. But anyway, the people for today, I guess, are Demonic, Destidom, and now McFinest Gold. So I'm gonna get going to lunch. I'll put these people here. And then tonight I'll say, remove lunch people and make sure I fix whatever the error was. Add it now. Okay, cool. And Zonoth, I don't think you have enough points. Whoops, that's not a command. Yeah, you only have 13 points. If you follow me, you'll get 15 points and you'll get control over my lights. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go away for lunch and you'll all be able to see what it is that this BRB thing does. So I'll open this up here. Just do that. Paste that in. Alright, so yeah, you can see it says thanks for the support every once in a while with one of the names I had typed in there. So yeah, there you have it. Alright, I'll be back in about probably only 30 something minutes, but I set it to 50 because I just want to make sure you guys get a break too if you want. Alright, catch you later.
Alright, I estimated about 30 minutes and it's been about 30 minutes. So let's close this down and get back to work. What is going on in chat? Boop. I wish I could work on my games full time. Yeah, I don't know if you're still there, you're a little turtle, but I'm definitely thankful that I am able to do this. Trello's done. I planned that stuff to take way longer. Guess Trello got better since I last used it yesterday. Trello's easy peasy. Hey again, Kyron. Uh-oh, did someone hit his ejection seat button? Oh, launch, I see how it is. Trello server seemed to have been down for the past 30 minutes. Guess it's gonna take longer than I thought it would. Alright, well, I am back, and we are going to get back to coding. Let me turn off my color looping lights. There. And there. You know what, I'll make them blue in the background. That looks good. I have to log into Trello. So Walter just sent me a link. Oh, log in with Google. Here we go. All right. Create a new Trello account. Add a new Trello account. Never mind. Okay. Hey, Scottish. How many monitors do you use? I only use 2 monitors. So, Walter, here's what I'm seeing when I click that. This board may be private. If someone gave you this link, they may need to invite you. So I guess I'll send you my username or my Gmail name. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just whisper it to you. My Gmail's not really a big secret, but I'm not trying to publicize it to everybody. It shows up from time to time on the stream. Excuse me. So yeah, this lunch BRB thing wasn't really working, but all right, yeah, thank you. So I should be invited now. Sorry, I'm just looking off screen to get this thing up. Alright, yeah, I've never used Trello before, but I've heard good things about it. Yeah, so I'll write this down, I guess. And op. Check link again. What? Oh, and gave me admin privileges. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I'll write this stuff down and I'll eventually get to this. I don't expect that I'm going to handle anything to do with translating anytime soon, other than writing down anyone who offers to translate to a certain language. Remember, the whole thing is, if Botland is successful, then yes, I will need translation. If it's not successful and there are only like 20 people playing the game, then chances are they'll just have to stick with English. Alright, so code bot collision. This is what we just did. But then we want to make a couple of these things better. So cannot be moved onto is going to be a component that we can give to certain entities. So let's go look at the isBot component because that's most similar to how this is going to be. So what do we call it when you can't be moved onto? Because cannot be moved onto component sounds incredibly stupid. It's not necessarily collidable because there are other things that are collidable like landmines that you have to move onto for them to be able to blow up. And I guess it's like maybe like 1 per tile component. No, that's not really. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Let's just name it this for right now. I don't think the name's super important as long as we clarify what it's doing. So isBot component will be turned into a 1 per tile component. Then in component names, we will change it from isBot to 1 per tile. Then in here we say 1 per tile. We have a serialized and a deserialized, we register it. So any entity with this component, no, so you may only have one entity with this component attached on a given tile. Pirate speak. I know Facebook had pirate speak. Okay. So you may only have one entity with this component attached on a given tile at a time. Yeah. Alright, I think that's good. Next up, let's actually add it in our bot assemblage. So here we just put this component and we make sure to import it. Okay. And then I have made a terrible mistake. This should have been its own file. One per tile component. Alright, we've done that. Now we can actually revert the thing we just screwed up. So that's this. Revert. Good. Then finally, what else do we have to do? Oh yeah, so then the other thing we have to do is in the shared arena, when we look at is occupied, what we're looking for is the one per tile component. One per tile. Okay. Now, assuming that works, let's go test it by launching the app. Alright, so what we should see happen here is I can deploy a bunch of these things and we should only ever have one per tile. Yeah, okay, this is working. You can tell because some of these are not moving in the direction you'd expect them to move into because they would have collided with something if they'd tried to. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, cool. Let's check that in. Instead of checking whether a bot collides with another bot, we instead check against all entities with one per tile component on them. Alright, then we just look through this code briefly. Yeah, that changed. That changed. These are all very basic. Oh yeah. And bot entities happen to have the one per tile component on them. Alright, good. That's done. Next, make it so that bots are only created on unoccupied tiles. So in order to do that, we do a random sample of tile X. And where do we do that? We do it here. So this should get an unoccupied tile. So we can go into the shared arena and we can put that here. We can say get unoccupied tile. Well, get random unoccupied tile. So I think the way we'll do this is kind of the same way we did it before, just sort of a naive approach. So get all unoccupied tiles, and then later we can always change this if we feel like it. So let's just do that same thing. Oh wait, also, do tiles know about their coordinates? They do. Alright, good. So we'll just do something like this. We'll say let tiles equal, or well, unoccupied tiles equals an array. Then we'll iterate over all of our tiles. And we'll say if, and we'll make in, I could make a very simple is occupied function here. So is occupied, we'll just iterate over the entities in here. Let entity ID in this dot entities on tile. And we'll say const entity equals that Then we'll do get component on it so that we get one per tile component. And we need this. Now, if one per tile exists on here, we can return true immediately. Otherwise, we return false. That's how we want to check to see if something is occupied. Okay. So we're going to say true if this tile is occupied by something that you can only have one of on the tile. That's not even true. By a one per tile entity. E.g. a bot, a wall. Is that it, actually? A bot or a wall? I think that's pretty much it for now. A bot, a wall. Note, this does not take a reference machine and a reference bot into account. So yeah, there we go. So let's check to see this. If is occupied, yeah, so if it's not occupied, then put it into this. And we can say const this dot tiles I. Alright, good. Then we just return them at the end. And then in get random unoccupied tile, we can say return. Let's put a bookmark there. We're using Lodash, so we all of a sudden get this sample, this dot get all unoccupied tiles. There, and that should be it. Get random unoccupied tile now should be fine. Now, why did I code this get random unoccupied tile before what we did? Oh, we checked to see if there were no valid indices. So let's open up JS Fiddle and let's find out what happens when we try sampling from an empty array. So let's open up Lodash and we'll say this dot sample this. What is this equal to? I imagine it's either undefined or null, but I don't know for sure. So let's just run it undefined. All right, yeah, I think that's fine. So then we say get tile from index random index. We're actually adding tiles and get all unoccupied tiles. Wow. Why I did things that way, I do not know. So let's just take a look. We go through each tile, we check to see if it's occupied. This needs to be a function. Good, good, good. So, next up, when we actually go to use this, we can say something like this: const unoccupied tile equals this dot get unoccupied tile. And then if not util dot exists unoccupied tile, then we actually don't have space for your bot to be deployed. So we're going to return. Now we should add in some logging here. So we're going to say logger dot error did not have space to deploy a bot. Number of entities in arena. Let's say, actually that wouldn't be helpful. It'd be the number of like one per tile entities we'd want to know about. I'll just put arena size here. And actually this could also be an interpolated string. So let's do it that way. This dot width by this dot height. Okay, good. So now that we have this, we can just do dot, there we go. So we have tile X and tile Y, which we take from the unoccupied tile. Yeah, looks good. So now when we deploy, we should eventually hit an error here. So let's just deploy a whole bunch of these. Why is it not deploying anything? That means I've already coded an error. Alright, fine, well, let's take a look. Yeah, so why did that fail? Let's go into whatever class this is, the game servers arena. So we'll go into that, and we'll look at unoccupied tiles. And this is the problem. If not util exists unoccupied tile, util is not defined. Oh, I just didn't include util. Well, that's a very easy to fix error. We'll do star as util from, and where is it? It's right here. So that should cause a change to get hit. Yep, good. We should be able to deploy machines now. Sort of good. We ran into a problem here. Component names dot one per tile. Is that what I called this? One per tile, yes. So then what is the error here? Component names is not defined. I forgot to include that too. One per tile. Where do I use that? I use it here. And I have component names there. Good. I use it here. I have component names there. And I use it here. And I do not have component names. So import component names. Is it located in the same folder? Yes, it is. So we can just give it that. Alright, next we rerun this, and everything should be fine now. So let's try this. Of course everything's not fine. Util doesn't exist here either? Oh. Fine. Star as util from /util. Alright, good. Alright, Trello board is all labeled, etc. Trello group is all set up, all settings fixed. Opt, I'm done here. Alright, thank you, Opt. Alright, we got this, so here's what we're going to do. We will now try deploying so many bots that we can't fit them all. So let's deploy this. I wonder if I just filter this. If we just say S here, does this now not lag? No, it still lags. The problem is that the console is like spewing tons and tons of messages. So if I just close this entirely and deploy, everything's fine. But the console, yeah. So let's deploy a lot. Okay, now it seems to be failing. No, those are deploying. What's going on? I want to just see errors. Yeah, here we go. Show all messages. No, I don't care about those. We should eventually get to the point where the arena is filled, but I don't see new bots getting added. That's the problem. Yeah, what's going on here? What is happening? I should be getting an error message here. Maybe it's that there are too many of these error messages and it actually is printing, but I'm just not seeing it. Yes, thank you, Watson. All I'm saying is that we only need to settle on the opt-in forum and then we can publish a thread to Reddit. Yeah, and by the way, there's like no one on Reddit right now, so I don't expect that to be like a high traffic thread. If you guys want to subscribe to anything, all the different things are at botland.net, so you can find Reddit there, and you'll see that we have a total of 7 readers and no comments yet. But that's where we'll eventually talk about Botland. So yeah, something that I find a little strange here, I'm not able to actually deploy, like there are obviously 2 free spaces here, because I can see these bots moving. And yet when I deploy here, it doesn't work. So let's fix some things. Let's go into the software validator and we want to, are we calling logger functions here? Yeah, we are. So let's just cut out these logs. Let's also, somewhere in the code I have a %C. Yeah, cut this out too. And then let's refresh this page. Alright, so now we shouldn't get so many errors. Oh, let's look at the Terminator found thing. Alright, we need to put, how are we going to do this? We need to go into the code execution system, and somewhere in here we have, yeah, this should not be here anymore. No, Wouter, I think those are just bots that are crawling any given subreddit at any time, because that number never seems to drop below 3. Okay, so now when I make bots, what happened? I'm still getting an error there. I just commented that out though, right? Error running update. Oh, this was not the correct place to do this. It's logger.error. Error running update, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we fixed this, and now this should finally give us some more insight. We can make the arena smaller too if we want to. Alright, good. So let's deploy a whole bunch of these, and then let's figure out what's happening. Alright, yeah, so even at this point, like I'm not getting error messages, but deploy is not actually doing anything. Why is that? Let's do this. We'll put a breakpoint in source arena. We will also find get random unoccupied tile. So this, what is going on here? It does exist. It's 9-0. That's not even unoccupied though, right? X is 9. We go over 9 and then down 0. Maybe it's unoccupied. I don't know. So that apparently exists. And then we make the bot and we deploy it. There's basically no way. Unoccupied tiles, we're gonna go through all of this stuff. Maybe it's the isOccupied function that's not working. What does this do? Goes through each entity in here. We get the entity, we check to see if it has the one per tile component. And if it does, then we just return true here, meaning it's occupied. Each one of these should have one entity on it. So yeah, and yet that deploy did not work. So what is it getting as the tile here? Unoccupied tile, 13-0. Oh, I think I know what might be happening. Where do we make new tiles? Actually, I'm not positive. It doesn't really make any sense. New tile is in create tile. It does not claim 2 tiles if a bot is moving because we want you to only have to worry about snapshots of state. So if you had to worry about where exactly a bot was, like what pixel coordinates it was at, this would be a much harder game to program for, I think. So create tile is the only place that we actually make tiles. That's fine. But then where do we call create tile? We call it from here. And we call create tile with X and Y. And a tile takes in an X and Y and just saves them. So that's not a problem, I think. I think the problem is that it thinks that the tile at X equals 13 actually exists. Well, let's take a look. This dot get tile 13-0. It is a tile which has 2 entities on it. That doesn't sound correct. It has 1 per tile, and this has 1 per tile. Okay, yeah, this is the problem. Get tile 13-0 is returning a tile whose X is 1 and whose Y is 3. So I coded something wrong. Get tile. Is this not called this dot with? No, it is. Did I not store things in the right position? Yeah, that must be the problem. I know what happened. Yeah, it's how I'm creating these things. Okay, so let me think about this. 1, 3. The height of the arena must be 10. If the height of the arena is 10, then I know exactly what happened. This dot height. Yeah, alright. I know what happened. So I iterated over the tiles in the wrong order when I went to create them. So in create tile, I do it by going in columns. So I'll go from 0 to the height and then to the next column and then to the next column. And what I need to do is go sideways, left to right, top to bottom. So let's do that. There, done. Okay. Should have fixed the problem now. So now every time I press deploy, I should actually see something get deployed. Whoops. Alright, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, okay, so let's speed this up. Yeah, I think this is working much better now. Yep. There should be 2 tiles left, so we'll do 1 and 2. Cool. And now when we try to deploy, we should see an error. Good. Did not have space to deploy a bot. Oh, actually, I take back what I said earlier. Someone was asking about, what happens if you don't have space to deploy a bot? We could run into this. In the prototype, we couldn't because you could only have 2 bots, and the arena was always big enough to accommodate the players. In this new one, we could have walls, and walls could prevent you from deploying a bot on there. Interesting. Okay, I'll put something here. Note, this could happen if you have too many walls in the arena. In that case, perhaps we should delete a wall in order to create a bot. But this also means that no one is killing the walls. Interesting. Destadom says, the fire alarm in my apartment went off, scared me. It's an alarm that calls the fire department and I got a voice in my house. You already have a voice in your house. And my name is practically Alarm. There's just an extra couple letters. Oh, extra 1 letter. Okay, I think we fixed that. Now, this stuff, code analysis, I do not care about. We also commented out some of the noisiness that there was before in the software validator. I think we should be able to turn logging off for just the software validator. I think that's what we're going to do. So let's just comment that out for right now. Let's see. So now we're getting a random unoccupied tile. Good. We cut these out of the code execution system. Yeah, let's just leave them commented out. We can always comment them back in if we feel like it. And then we put comments for these things, and we fixed a bug. Yep, okay, cool. So, fixed a bug where get tile, where create tile was being called top to bottom before, and then left to right. Yeah, to right. Which meant get tile and get index of whatever it's called. Share arena, get index from tile, yeah. So both these things were wrong. Then also, let's see. Yeah, so bots are now created on an unoccupied tile if one exists. The other thing we could do, I guess, is put, 2 bots on 1 tile doesn't really make any sense. Although at least it's not forbidden by the coding we've done so far. So that stuff's all fine. Now get all unoccupied tiles we need to comment along with get all unoccupied tiles. So let's do this. Returns all unoccupied tiles in the arena, and it returns an array of tile. Then get random unoccupied tile is returns a random unoccupied tile. Or null or undefined if one doesn't exist. Alright, that looks good. And then we fix that bug. And then in here we have, this is already totally fine. Cool. Alright, we check that in and then we go and we fix the software validator. So software validator will now have some piece in here when you construct it that says this dot logging enabled equals true, I guess. No, let's just set it to false right off the bat because I think it's too noisy. And then we do logger.log, yeah, this stuff. If this dot logging enabled, oops, that's the wrong way. Instagive says, do you use a framework? I'm actually using many frameworks, and some of them I comment on in the Twitch info section. So I'm using a rendering framework, I'm using a code parsing framework to get the abstract syntax tree that I have. I'm using React, which is like a DOM UI framework. So yeah, I'm using a lot of frameworks. Then we need a function, set logging enabled. Enabled equals true, this dot logging enabled equals enabled. Disastrous Eyed 92. That actually does not sound like a spammer name. Interesting. Okay. If true, logging will be enabled. And I just want to comment why we're doing this. We could just change the level of the logger, but the software validator is so noisy that we probably want to disable/enable logging at a class level here. Man, these spammers. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you tried Destatom. This is like in an RPG when you have an end game sword and you try equipping it, your character's like, I cannot do that, I cannot do that. But you tried, and I appreciate it. You have a good heart, Destatom. Alright, let's see where else we're using the logger here. Yeah, that's it. We're fine then. So now, just like before, when we try deploying a bot, yeah, there's no lag. Okay, good. The lag was coming from spamming the console with millions of messages. Alright, so added a boolean to added a logging enabled member variable to the software validator that is set to false by default because of how noisy it was. We're going to totally forget about that and then never re-enable it. I can almost guarantee that's what's going to happen. Alright, make it so the bots are only created on unoccupied tiles. Done, 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 done. Alright, write performance metrics into the code execution system. It should keep track of execution times for each script. Now, what happens if we try doing process.hr time? If we go into here and we look at the eval user defined function and we do try process. Well, let's see how this works even. We open up Node and we do process.hr time. That's a function. So we call it and we get two different parameters. It looks like the leftmost one might be the seconds and the rightmost one is fractions of a second. Or rather, number of nanoseconds it appears to be. So darn it, I guess we have to use both of these. Playing Risky asks, earlier when you used the random movement in game, it let some characters share a tile. Is that something you've been working on? Yeah, that should be fixed now. So now if I just put something like move here, it'll move randomly. And if I create a bunch of these bots and then zoom out, you should see them never take up the same tiles here. We can create some more too. They might overlap as they're moving. So if something starts to move up, it's immediately, as far as the server is concerned, as soon as it's moved up 1 pixel, it's no longer on the tile it was on. So now this one can start to move over. So you might see overlap here, but it's because they're both moving to their destination. So that's fine. So yeah, if we look at this, we never see 2 bots on the same tile. But we do see that slight overlap I talked about. And again, that's okay. So yeah, okay, so making use of process.hr time, I guess we can do that. So how do we want to do this? Do we want to time everybody? Oh, we don't actually, you know what? No, we're not going to use HR time. We don't really care about the exact nanoseconds because we have the code execution start time. So we can, after calling, what is this? This is setup active bot, and then we call eval user defined function. So right after that, here's what we can do because we really only care about the update function. We're going to say this dot time elapsed equals date.now minus code execution start time. And then we could save, how about we do this? How about we save just some of them? We'll save like the last, I don't know, 200 times that it took to execute. let's do this dot last, this dot code execution times equals an array. We will add, well, how about this? This dot perform time metrics, or record time metrics. Yeah, we'll do that. And then in here, whoops, actually this we want to keep. So we'll say this, and then we'll say this dot, I always forget what the names of the variables are that I just wrote. Code execution times, dot push, this dot time elapsed. So now how do we use an array as a queue in JavaScript? Let's find out. If we have 1, 2, 3, and we do a dot pop, it pops from the right side. If we do a dot push, it pushes to the right side. So we need to do a dot splice 1, 0, 1. Yeah, so we need to do a dot splice 0, 1, or rather a dot shift. How does a dot shift work? Oh, a dot shift shifts off the front. So yeah, let's do that. So if this dot code execution time dot length is greater than 200, then this dot code execution time dot shift, and then we'll always get an average. We don't always have to get an average, and I'm sure Lodash has a way for us to do this. So let's just take a look. It would probably be called mean in Lodash. No, what? They don't have a way for you to. I mean, coming up with an average number is not that hard, so I can just sum it if I want to. Oh, there's reduce. So we can reduce it with an addition. So we reduce a collection with function total n. Yeah, so we pretty much want this. But there's no sum or average or anything like that. What is this? The guarded methods? Oh, math. Okay, so we can sum a collection very easily then. Okay, let's do that. So console.log average execution time, and then we can say sum the times divided by, well, let's put this here, I guess. Const average execution time. And we put this here, divided by the number of times that we have. And we know for sure that this will be greater than 0 because we just pushed up here. So we don't need to check against the divide by 0. Google says that keyboard magic. Oh, you guys. Alright, so we have the average execution time now. Let's only print that. Oh, let's just print it for now and see what we're getting for this. And let's try to come up with a more complex function if we can, which I don't think we can because we only have 2 APIs available to us. So I guess let's just throw in a random for loop. This for loop won't actually do anything. We'll just iterate up to 100,000 and then we'll say I++. And like I said, it won't do anything. So there, we'll deploy this, and now let's take a look. Average execution time, oh, we gotta say that this is in milliseconds. So let's actually change this to this, $that, MS. Okay. All right, but anyway, the average execution time is now like 20, so if we just span the arena with this, yeah, the average execution time is going up. So it's about 32 milliseconds when it's like this. And because I have this console showing, it's actually slowing down the execution time. So we can see the average is about 29. If I close this window for long enough, we should see, oh, it's actually still super choppy. Why is that? Why is that? I mean, I could fix this by just cutting this thing out, but it did go down by 4 milliseconds. Oh, right, no, it's choppy because of the whole, the for loop that I have here. But the rendering shouldn't be choppy. Let's cut out just this and then try running it again. And then what are people saying in chat? Okay. Let's deploy, oh, I deleted the code for I equals 0. What did I pick before, 100,000? So if we deploy a bunch of these, yeah, this works totally fine. Sure, it might take like 20 milliseconds to execute the code. Also, part of the problem is that the client is spending a bunch of time rendering. It's spending a bunch of time on code execution. Those 20, 30 milliseconds will not be done by the client eventually. That's just a single player problem. And I don't really totally care if you lag single player because you're lagging your own computer. How are we going to do that? Let's just... Like, I want to log this at some point. I guess if logging is enabled, yeah, let's do that. Let's do something like this. So we'll say this dot print code execution times occasionally equals false. And then when that's true, so we have this here. How are we gonna do this? First of all, I don't think we really need an average of 200 different machines, do we? Well, we can always leave that as is. So we can say if this dot print the times occasionally, we can say something like this dot print code cooldown equals 0. What's going on? Instead of saving, switching to browser, refreshing, and switching back, it puts save, switch, refresh into one shortcut. And then Walter says, is it okay if I make the Trello board public? Yeah, I think so. By the way, I didn't... you guys are talking about a browser refresh plugin. I'm not using something like that, and I know you guys aren't suggesting it to me necessarily. One of the things I do have set is an auto switch to the browser, which was like dead simple for me to do. So if you guys want just that, I can pretty much just paste that in the chat. I think I called it Open Index HTML. Yeah. So this is it. This is the entire thing. So this is, I'll just paste this into, let's put it into Basement actually. And again, I don't know if you want this or not, but I might as well just put it here. What is this, Python? Paste expiration, we'll just say a week, and then it's unlisted. Ugh. Clearly this says cats. Alright. There we go. Brackets for okay, just catching up on chat. Okay, so done with that. Done with that. This is not a great way of doing things, but whatever. Let's do this. If equals, I don't know. No, we should really say the last time that this printed. Last time printing code. Last time printing code metrics is, we'll say null. So if you actually set this to something, yeah, this is how we'll do it. We'll lump two variables together because it's a debug variable. So if this is not equal to null, then we say const time elapsed equals date.now minus that. And then if time elapsed is greater than, let's say, I don't know, 10 seconds? Actually, no, let's start it at just 3 seconds for now. If time elapsed is greater than that, then this equals date.now. We can say const current time equals date.now, then we search for date.now, and we replace it with current time. Good. And then we actually figure this out and print it. Average execution times of last const max num times to keep is 200. Alright, of last, it's actually this. This updates. Yeah. Alright. So that was a whole bunch of garbage. Let's see if this works. So we deploy a bunch of machines. Great. Now we look at the console. We should see nothing. The way that we see something is by going into debug mains, simulation servers, arenas, code execution system, and then we say last equals date.now. Now every 3 seconds we should see performance metrics printed to the console. So average execution time will last 133 updates. Yeah, that's great. And then it stops at 200 updates. Cool. And now the way we can kind of test this a little bit more is by adding in those, let's add in a laggy 100,000 I++. Now when we deploy 2 of these, we should see that average rise pretty substantially. Wait, what's going on? Did someone ask me a question? Because that's sure what it sounds like up here. Metsuro is... Wait, what? Did I miss something? What games have I developed or Adam? I don't even see what Metsuro is responding to. But anyway, Adam... Metsuro, Adam... What? What's going on? Test it out, I don't know what's going on. Alright, whatever. Guys, if you have something to ask me, tag me and I'll actually pay attention to it. So we can see, we put in code, actually that was a nice little sidetrack because I wanted to make sure this worked. We put in code that just basically lagged the system. It counts up to 100,000 and it doesn't do anything. And we can see that the total time or the average time went up to about 4 or 5 milliseconds. Now, if we were to do something like this, what do you guys expect will happen when I do this? If you guessed it'll stop executing after 50 milliseconds, you're correct. That was not good evidence that it stops executing after 50 milliseconds, but trust me, it is. And if I deploy enough of these, you'll eventually see that the average time will be pretty close to 50 milliseconds, even though it'll never actually hit 50. Magic is happening. Wait, roving, I said very cool. What are you very cooling at? I just asked a question in you, which is open. What? Okay. Yeah, I'm still totally lost on whatever you guys are talking about. That's okay. Apparently, Destadom offered Norwegian. I don't really need to keep track of this if there's a Trello. Also, is there something actually going on in the subreddit? Oh my god, this is the first comment. The first comment that's ever been made. Alright. Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. So, and remember, the reason this is lagging is because the client is both executing the code and rendering updates. You will hopefully not really have much of a problem there. Actually, something we can do, okay, here's how we can hopefully make this not lag. Let's do a few things. We'll do this, we'll set this to null. This will stop printing things. Next, we do tick, okay, yeah, code execution system.tick time. Yeah, there we go. So the tick time to like 10 seconds. That should make everything look smooth again. Did it? Did it work? What's going on? What is going on? Why does this happen? They're like auto-updating. I don't understand that at all. Wow, what's happening here? What if we set this to like 20 seconds? I don't really care so much that this code doesn't do anything. Oh, I gotta figure this out. Yeah, this is... I mean, this looks like an issue. Let's just profile this and see what's going on. And then what are people saying in chat? Oh, playing risky. No, the only dev on this game is me. And yes, you all brighten my day, and I appreciate it a lot. So let's see here. A val user-defined function is taking the majority of the time. We expect that since we wrote a silly function for that. But why is this happening? I have a feeling I know what's going on actually. I think that all of these lumped their update times into the same sort of time slot. Let me see if that's even correct. So code execution system, we call update. We go through each of, oh, wait a second. If the code component's cooldown is 0, wait a second, how did this ever work? The code component, what? The cooldown never gets reset. Unless, whoa, I don't think I ever, oh, here we go. If is running update, this dot tick time. It's still weird. Let's set, no, I'm not totally sure what we should be doing. Yeah, playtesting will eventually become a thing, and the playtesting will probably happen, I'm really hoping, in the next couple of weeks. The problem is I need to code a certain system before you guys can do that. Like, I want this to be the case, where you guys have to spend loyalty points in order to get a link to the game, and then the link is valid for about a week, and then you have to spend loyalty points again the next week to get the link again. Okay, so I still find this a little bit perplexing. We'll have to look into this just a bit more. But for now, I think we addressed what the original issue was, which is keeping track of the metrics. So we do need to comment all this stuff. And I don't know. See, one of the issues is if you repeatedly hit the max time, which is right now set to, I think, 50 milliseconds, you're probably doing something malicious, right? No, but again, you can't tell if someone's malicious or just stupid. That's the problem with a coding game. They might have just written code that sucks, and then there's no telling if they're trying to be, malicious. Walter says, take your time, translating will probably take a long time before you can start with it. Spring or mid 2016 is what I'd say. Yeah, and I don't expect there to be, okay, so just to give you a general idea of timeline for this game. So pre-beta, which is again this phase that we're calling pre-alpha and alpha, we're lumping it all in the pre-beta. This will start in roughly 2 weeks. Then beta, sometime late 2016 probably, and then release is sometime like early to mid 2017. So this is the schedule we're kind of looking at. I don't expect translating to start anytime before this actually, because we won't know how many people are even going to play the game. Set parameters in comments. Oh. Spurman says, I like how always when I hit your channel, you're online. Yeah. Isn't pre-beta just alpha? No. So the way that, here's how a nearby college, DigiPen, defines their alpha and beta. Alpha is I think all like game engine and game mechanics are complete. Beta is all content is in the game, and then so that's pretty much the differentiation, I think, is that imagine if I actually use these terms for Botland. Alpha would be when I have like lasers and missiles and artillery and cloaking and all of the different pieces of hardware, and like probably the UI is set up. Then beta is, no, maybe that's not true. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, feature complete, content complete. Those are the differences. Thank you, Monetic Bind. Sometimes maybe I just say things to summon you into chat. That was a test. Yeah. And we're not following that for Botland because there's no real difference in how you guys will interact with the game between pre-alpha and alpha. So again, you see this that I have here? If I had Azure set up already, you guys would be able to use this. And this is not a game, right? There's no point, there's no objective, there's no connecting, there's no authorization, there's no any of that. So when there is a game, it still won't be different for how you connect. You'll still spend your loyalty points and do whatever else. So alright, let's comment this stuff because I've been talking for kind of a while. We're going to go to code execution times and we're going to do this. So this keeps track of the last several. Actually, let's do this. Is code execution metrics, are they enabled? Is recording, yeah, there. And we'll just return this dot last time not equal to null. So only if this is enabled will we call record time metrics. So if not this is enabled, we'll just return. And if it is enabled, then we want to call all of this stuff. So let's put that back in. Next, we'll go back into here. This keeps track of the last several times in MS that it took to call user-defined update function. And we'll say that this is an array of members. Yes, we will be developing Boatland, which is a game where you will commandeer various pirate ships and fire cannons. And the cannons you'll control with code. So, I'm only making fun of Monetic Bind. Nobody's listening. Alright, last time printing code metrics. So this is actually question mark number. If this is null, then we won't record any metrics for code execution. That's why we added pirate speed. Alright, so let's do this. Toggle record code execution metrics. And here's how we'll do this. If last time printing this is null, then we say last time printing equals date.now. Otherwise, this dot last time printing equals null. Alright, great. Otherwise, it represents the last time that we recorded, that we printed the metrics to the console. Alright, good. Now this toggles whether or not we're recording code execution metrics. Don't care about that. And this is true if we're currently recording code execution metrics. Maybe course notes. I don't remember if there's a name for these things, but if you look up pirate ships, oh, there isn't even a good example of this actually, is there? It's, okay. I'm sure there's a name for what I'm thinking of, but I want to find a picture first. Alright, well, maybe what I'm thinking of was never actually a real thing and it was just in like movies and stuff. Anyway, so on the front of certain ships, they'd have like, you know, a dragon or a mermaid or something like that. Yeah, we'll have a flaming horse in Boatland. Yeah, so guys, if you're tuning in now, the last like 15 days of development, I made a typo in the game name. It's going to be Boatland. I can't even say that with a straight face. What about a local server when one is playing single player, so the code execution is on another thread? As I understood, Node is single threaded. Wouldn't that be better for performance? So Destidom, okay, local server. How do I answer this? You can host your own private server if you ever feel like it for Botland. But that requires that you're on a computer of some sort. You can't host a server from an iPad, let's say. If you're going to do that just to play single player, then we've screwed up as like game designers, because ideally, I mean, there is a single player mode. Ideally, you would just enter single player, and single player is going to be for tutorial and for like testing out strategies. So maybe you want to load up deathmatch and you want to just make all missiles bots and see if they're better than lasers bots. Then fine, you can test that out in the staging mode. Yeah, code execution hopefully won't be a problem, but we'll have to see how that works. I think request animation frame might be screwing some of this up. But like I said, I don't expect it to be a big issue. Oh, figureheads. Thank you, Orange Ray. Now I know how to summon Orange Ray to the chat. Talk about pirate lore. Record time metrics. So records code execution metrics if they're enabled. Doesn't return anything. So here's what we do. We're keeping track of a certain number of records. We get the time elapsed. We push it. So track this time. Making sure not to have too many entries tracked. Tested on said, no, I didn't mean it like that. It's like a service running when you start single player, one that you wouldn't notice. That's kind of what's happening actually. In order for you to play single player, you actually have a fake server running. And that's why I had to do all this extra code. So I have this thing called the client server router. All this does is if you're on a real server, they'll actually send network information across. If you're not on a real server, they'll just send it to yourself almost. All right, so we're finishing commenting this, and then I think we're on to a very, very big task after this. So record time metrics, I'm gonna just rename this to record code execution time metrics. Record code execution time metrics, yeah, that'll be it for now. All right, good. So that's it. We just added this in. Let's just test it out really fast. We'll refresh this page. We do this, we make some machines get deployed, and then we do this. The code execution system dot toggle this. All right, good. Oops, it's on by default. That's actually not good. Oh, we already had a problem. Or perhaps we just didn't refresh. Let's try refreshing again. Nope, there is a problem. Okay, well, that's why we test this stuff. So this is set to null. We check here. If it's not equal to null, then we're recording. And if we're not recording, then we return. Oh, I didn't call this function. Oh, that's the second time I did that today. Alright, let's try this now. We should have just fixed it. Good, nothing's printing. When we toggle the code execution metrics, it should start printing. Good, okay, we got it. And it doesn't even record them before you've toggled this thing. So this works totally fine. And because we don't have a lot of bots, it's not going up very quickly. If we put more of these in there, then we'd start to see 90 updates, 120 updates. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Coded some, added a way to track code execution time metrics. For now, the only way to call it is via this. For now, the only way to call it is via, yeah, great. All right, so I'm happy with that. I think what's next, we'll take another thing off of our list. So that's done. Yeah, this network everything. Oh boy, this is a big task. So do we start this now, knowing that we only have 3 hours left? Because we probably can't get it all done in 3 hours, but if we do, then Botland made a lot of progress this week. I think we start it. Alright, so remember, what we looked at on Monday, and I'm not going to revert my Git so that you guys can see this, because I totally borked that last time. what happened on Monday is you pretty much just had this, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I don't even think you had the camera working on Monday. We'll have to take a look. But then we made it so you can actually deploy bots. And then we did things like they can collide with each other, so that you saw this one started. Anyway, I'm not going to explain what just happened, but yeah, and then you can zoom in too, and you can speed up how you pan. So neat. Yeah, a lot of this stuff's looking good. So the next thing that we're going to do right now, the way that this has been happening is it's all been taking place on just my machine, which, well, I guess it's still going to take place on my machine, but it's been taking place in the browser. So you have the client, and then you have Node.js, which is the server. So before, when you wanted to deploy a machine, you pressed a button that said deploy machine. And then this would say, it would go through the client server router and say, oh, I'm not connected to a server. I will send myself a message. And then route itself right back to where you were. What we're going to do is when you press the deploy button, it's now going to do this and go to the server and pass that data there. Yeah, playing Risky, that sounds pretty good. I'll share the game with you. Then you can release it and get all the money for it, I think. That's a good idea. It's a great idea. Alright, so network everything. Alright, let's dive in. This is not a small task. In order for us to start with this, we need to start loading up the game server again. So let's do Gulp Watch. This may just totally fail, for all I know. Botland game server, run. Tyron says, I've just been typing everything Adam has, so I have a complete copy of all his work. If only game development were that easy. I'd send out cease and desist so fast it'll make your head spin. Alright, so now we gotta do a few things. We actually, like I said, this is not gonna get done today. There's pretty much no way. So we go into the socket interface. We uncomment all of this, and now we can connect to the server. Oh yeah, and then one other thing, following that, we gotta put this here. So what happened here? Close out of these. Alright, now what we should see happen is, good, we have that. So if we type this, we should be able to chat. Alright, so chat's still working. Tyron, I don't know. I don't think it'd be more work than coding your own solution. This is like a year of work we're talking about here. You'd probably at some point code a solution that would take you 3 months that would auto-copy the rest of my videos. But again, please people, do not do that. You don't legally have access to do that, and I will hire a lawyer. That lawyer will rain fire and Armageddon down upon all. Okay, so we haven't broken anything that we had before. That's good to know. But we also don't really have all of this working. So the way this has been working before, there's server main, and it's this one. And the only thing this used to do was start a connection manager. Now we actually need to host a real arena. So let's import game server from game server. And that should be right next to this, right? Game server, yes, good. And then how do we make a game server? We make it with a client server router and then arena parameters. So basically we can just go into main and look at how we made our simulation server. So we have a client server router and arena parameters. And the arena parameters also took in some of this other stuff. So let's take that too. So we had client server router, the arena parameters, we put here. We're gonna make this of height. We're gonna do what we did in the meeting here. We're gonna make them const. And actually, we'll just copy that to do. Remove this from here. Tyron said, "Hi, I meant if I sat here and copied it by hand, it would take me the same or more time than it took you to stream it." Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'll take everything on line 50. Whew. I'm gonna write all of my code, just like how, I know I already did this before, but there, that's line 50, Tyron. You ready to copy this whole thing? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Alright, we're gonna close this. I hope I didn't just screw up my code. So to do, remove this from here. This should be sent to the client when they connect. We gotta change a lot of this stuff. God, a lot of it. So we need the client server router. Oh no, he got it. He actually got it. I was counting on exactly not that happening. Alright, where's the client server router? Here it is. And it's in shared, so let's take that. Import client server router from ... shared client and game server. Good. Okay. Next up, we make a new one of these. This is set to true. Then we need a pub sub. No, we don't need a pub sub. We basically need an interface. I don't like that. Client server router. Yeah. So this doesn't need a pub sub because it's never going to use the pub sub. This is the whole reason why I shouldn't have coded this stupid way. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to write this in here. We got to refactor this at some point, and this is going to happen probably after this. So refactor client serve router. The client doesn't need a socket there, and the server doesn't need a pub sub. So I should make 2 child classes and pass the specific classes those R's. Okay, but for now, then we can just pass in null. And a socket interface, we don't actually have. We are going to need to pass in like a connection manager. This is going to take a lot of work to get done. So we have this and this and this now. We need a software validator. Okay, good, let's make one. So import software validator. Alright, now we need to construct it. So let's look at how we construct one of those. We just construct it. Okay, pretty easy. Good. Then we get rid of this. Alright. Now we can make a game server. This dot game server equals new game server. And how do we construct this? Client server router, client serve router, and then server arena params, which for the sake of this we can just call arena params. Alright. Alright, so we have our game server. We'll need to code these functions. So where am I getting an error that I'm seeing repeatedly? Main 24 right here. Oh, I forgot a comma. Okay, so now I just need to restart the game server. I don't know what's going to happen. It'll maybe produce an error, and this will be much harder to debug now. So all the Babel node stuff that I have going on. Okay, so presumably this worked, but there's no way to know that it worked. What I have to do is I need to send a message to the server. So here's what we'll do. There's a connection manager. are we gonna do this? We will probably want the pub sub here. What is this doing? Socket connected. This dot on checks. Oh, this is the wrong connection manager. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of messages coming in somewhere here. Initialize socket with player. So after you've connected, you can send more things. By the way, I'll take this time to tell you guys, new followers or new viewers should follow and something cool will happen. In fact, I should get my LED hat. Alright, so one of the things we're going to do is we're going to put in a debug backdoor here, just for the sake of this commit. We're going to put it into socket connected. So we're going to say, we're just going to call this debug. Yeah, that's it. And then what'll happen is we'll just say debug function. We totally don't really care what this is about. So we have this debug function. Now what we want to do is call like create bot. That's the first thing I think we want to do. We want to create a bot with no real code. We should see it on the client. Yeah, so we have a lot to do. Make sure this exists, make sure that exists. Then send players the world state when they connect. It's online players, arena dimensions, game mode, existing bots, and send players new messages. Create bot, move bot. I think that's it. Then allow players to create bots. Make sure they're getting validated on the server. Okay, so we started with this. We instantiated these things. Now what I wanted to test, first of all, just can we actually hit this? So let's see. We're going to disconnect from here. Then when we refresh this page, we have access to our socket. Debug main dot debug no dot socket dot, what do we call this? Socket interface dot emit debug. Emit is not a function. Socket dot emit. Ah, cool. So we got our message over here. That's good, but that's just the start of this. So let's, since we're really just using this as a dumb interface to the server right now, let's shrink these windows. And so that you guys have something more interesting to look at, let's deploy a few bots. There. Hooray. Okay. Next up. Let's actually make this try to deploy. So how did this work on the client? In the client, we said there was a deploy button that you could press, and when you pressed it, it would call create player bot in the simulation server. The simulation server had this function here, which eventually called it into arena. So we want our connection manager to do something like that. And for now, I think the way we'll get this to work is by passing in the arena. We don't really want to do this, but let's say temp arena. This dot arena equals temp arena. To do this probably shouldn't be passed in. And then when we make a new connection manager, we pass it in. So here. Oh, but we can't pass it in there, can we? Because we don't have an arena yet. What needs to be created first? I guess we need to, yeah, disable connections to the server until everything is ready and set up. Okay. So how do we want to do this? We could set up the connection manager last. No, we can't. This takes in the connection manager. I think we need a pub sub here. Alright, well, let's make a pub sub. So let's import pub sub. See a Tyron. Where is it located? Client and server, yeah. So we'll make a pub sub here. This dot pub sub equals new pub sub. Then we'll pass this into here, I guess. I think that makes more sense. Does the arena take in a pub sub? No, it takes in the router. Oh, is that all it should need? How did I want to do this? This was a pub sub, yeah. And then in here, no wait. So what I eventually want to do is something like this dot arena dot create bot, or I guess this dot pub sub dot publish create bot, or this dot client serve router. Actually, don't need the client serve router thing here. Yeah, let's do the first one. And the way that this will work is this way. We'll say subscribe debug arena to this dot arena was created this. And we set this here, and we can set this to null until then. I don't think the arena should be in the connection manager. But then again, this is just debug code for right now. See you, Walter. And thanks for the help. So yeah, I don't think this is good code, but I want to just call this function and see what happens here. So we're gonna call the, let's see, we have server arena is this one. And does this have create bot? It does. And if you take in an owner and code, we don't have an owner. Code is easy enough for us to just hard code for right now. But we need an owner and we need code. So let's say const code equals update equals function. There, that's gonna be our code. Now, what's our owner? For that, we need a player depot. Well, we have a player depot, I guess. But we don't necessarily have any players connected to it. So why don't we debug create a player like we did in the simulation server? Yeah, that's a good idea. So we'll do this in the connection manager. We'll put this here. We'll put another to do. Oh, this has removed the player depot from here. We actually gotta get rid of that, I think. And that's why I had this comment here. Alright, let's take a look. The game server does indeed have a player. Yes. Oh man. This is really wonky. Alright, let's back up a step. I think this should take in a player depot then. And I think it should just set it here. And that player depot that we pass in, so this dot, let's just say debug player. And then when we set const owner down below, we'll set that equal to that. And then in the other main thing that we had here, so we'll create the game server. We need to pretty much do it in this order, right? So in the connection manager, we can't have that there. We need to pass in a pub sub here. I can't see any other way of doing this. Yeah, and the server arena does not have PubSub in it. Yeah. Okay, so then the problem is that only the game server version needs this. This actually is a shared class, isn't it? Oh man, alright, let's... I want to just kind of barrel forward with this, knowing that I'm making tons and tons of mistakes, because I want to fix what I think are the real problems, and then these are all things where I can refactor them. What I'm led to believe here is that game server is another class that should follow the shared/client/server setup, meaning game server itself should come out of the game server folder. And Dawsomer, thank you for following. As promised, you will see something cool happen, assuming you have whispers enabled. If you don't have whispers enabled, then nothing cool is going to happen. Consider it a follower bonus. Okay, game server is another class that should follow it. Yeah. So for now, since we don't have that, we're going to do something that I don't approve of here, which is we've taken the PubSub last. We set this right off the bat, and then we write a note here to do the PubSub should only exist in the server version of this class. And then once the player depot is set, we can PubSub out through it. Alright, so the game server happens last. Yes. So here's what we do. This.pubsub.publish debug player depot arena param this.player depot, I guess. Then in the connection manager, we listen for that. So we don't actually have a player depot here, but we're going to subscribe. This dot player depot was created. Let's take that and after we've done that, we can do this. So we need to get rid of this and the player depot that we passed in, and then the place where we make a new connection manager, we get rid of that call here. Oh, we're just passing in a node server and a PubSub now. Apparently I already... Wait, what? Yeah, apparently I already fixed that. So we have this now. We have a debug player. When the arena is created, we set the arena. And then when we call that debug function, we have a debug player and a bot. Now, what I expect to happen, I know what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that I coded some error somewhere and then we're going to hit an error. But what I expect to happen, assuming there are no errors, is that we'll hit an assert saying I haven't coded something. Because, well, we'll see. So I restart this. I refresh the client. I gotta wait for that to finish starting. Oh, yeah, see? So that's the first thing, which is that there is an error. Cannot read property publish of undefined. So this means that I'm not passing in a PubSub correctly. This is coming from the game server line 26. Let's take a look. Line 26, cannot call publish of undefined. So I am setting the PubSub here, but then whenever I make a new game server, I'm not passing it in. That was probably just a mistake. Yes, that was. I fixed that and I rebuild. And it should rebuild, good. And then I run this again. I shouldn't get an error on startup now. Good. It created a new player automatically. That was that debug player that I made. Then here, when I try connecting, oh yeah, okay, darn it, this is the problem. Alright, well, this is the whole reason why we shouldn't have done things this way. But we're going to fix this. Not right now though. If PubSub is not equal to undefined, then we publish out on here. To do this code is needed because the client calls this code. Then the other thing we need to do is when a player connects to the server, disable the title screen arena that they have. Make sure to delete everything. and at some point you should be able to return to it, but not right now. So now that I did that, we should be able to refresh the client, not have any errors, and then we also should be able to call this emit debug. Now it says cannot read property create bot of null. This means that the arena was not set. So let's go into the connection manager. It's here, this dot arena. And it should be set in arena was created. Now debug arena is called, oh, it's never published. Well, that's my bad. So same thing here. I guess we say debug arena and we pass around the arena. Perhaps though what this is indicating is that we should be taking in a game server at some point. But then we'd just be accessing things on that. I don't know if I like that any better. But we'll consider that later. For right now, let's rerun the game server, start this up, try this again. Now we do eventually expect to see an assert, but this is the assert we expect to see. I need to code this still. That's exactly what we want. Now, for us to move forward from here, well, one, we need to code that function. So I need to code this still. It's coming from here, and it's this function exactly. So we should have a socket interface at this point. But that's the connection manager. So we have a serialized bot, we have a serialized bot and we have the socket interface as a connection manager really. So connection manager, I guess. I don't know why there was even a socket interface passed in, which means that the to-do is really, yeah, we already talked about this earlier. I'm gonna have to fix that up. But okay, so we have a connection manager. The connection manager needs to be able to send the bot to everybody. So how are we going to do that? Well, when somebody connects, we send to everyone in a room the message. So we're going to do the same thing with creating the bot. So let's do this dot connection manager dot sio.to. We want to make a new room. Instead of the chat socket room, we say this is arena, and this is arena also. Then we make use of that arena socket room. People are added to this after they've connected to the server and they've gotten the game state. So instead of this emit, it's going to be like create bot. Well, let's say debug bot. So we've been making debug messages this whole time. And what we emit is the serialized bot, and that should include the owner ID. Alright, so now two things have to happen. One is that you need to eventually be added to the socket arena room. So, or arena socket room. So if we look at chat socket, you get joined here. Now I said fetch world state here. After we fetch the world state, we're going to join you into the arena room. So there's step one. Step two is the client needs to listen to this message. So we have the socket interface class for that reason. And what we're going to listen for is debug bot. We're going to just call this debug received bot. Now, this took in a serialized bot, and we already have code that converged here. If we look at this, we just published out a topic. And in that sense, we should just be able to call that directly. If we had a client server router here, we would be able to, but we don't, so let's do this. To do, perhaps, this should run through the client server router. Alright, so let's test this out. What should happen now is that when we connect to the server, so we refresh this page, we connect. Now we should have been added to the arena room, and the way that we test it is by emitting this debug message. Now if we see, oh whoops, we gotta scroll this page down. So we should see a bot get created. Socket error, constants is not defined. that was my bad. Let's see where that's coming from. Where are we emitting that? Constants is not defined here, yeah. So import star as constants from constants. And then that rebuilds, so we restart the server, we refresh the client. We probably just shrink this whole thing down. We try connecting as player 0, and then we emit this message. It tries publishing. Oh, we don't have topics now here either. Goodness, goodness, goodness. So in our connection manager, we have, no, it's in the socket interface. We have this topics create bot, but we don't have, called it pub sub topics. What is the matter with me? So this, we've got to search for from pub sub topics and make sure that we're being consistent with how we import this. Here, and what looks like many other places, we have it as topics, and in this one spot as pub sub topics. So let's just change this to topics. And then this needs to be changed to pub sub topics. Alright. Let's try again. We connect, we emit a message, and we got a bot. Okay, so that was step 1. Step 2 is to make that bot move, and this means that we have more things to implement in here. We have bot moved. Now instead of I need to code this still, I guess we say something like debug bot move, and we pass in all of these things. Then we listen on the other end for this. So we search for this, we take in the ID. So we put debug bot move, we say debug receive bot move. The parameters are these. Whoops. It's ID new tile x new tile y. We should be able to take the same code we have in the client server router and just pass this like that. Now if that's the case, then we cut out our hard-coded function that we had. I don't know where this was, so I'm going to have to put dot stars here. Here. We change this to say move left. Oh, we gotta put that in double quotes, left. Alright. Let's check this out now. So, oh, there might be one other thing missing. There's so much to keep track of right now. The other thing that's missing is I don't think we're calling an update loop on the game server. And if that's the case, then this won't actually ever be called. So I guess we need to put in our code execution system. How is this gonna work? No, this, I think there's more screwed up here than I originally thought. Yeah. Let's take a look. I don't think we can, yeah, I'm not, okay. I should probably write this down somewhere. I don't know if we can just use the client serve router since that hits the server version of the arena, which tries to execute code itself. So basically what I'm thinking is, oh, and then the other problem we need is I need to make sure we're calling an update function from the server so that bots get updated. So what I think is going to happen here, we'll get a bot with code, and despite that we didn't actually make it do this yet, it's going to update. So we should see this move left. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Or no, wait, no, maybe it's not. No, move left once, that was fine because we actually call update as soon as we deploy. That was okay. But then we need to call an update function for the server. So in client main we do this by doing set interval, Yeah, update game logic, and then we update that server. So here we need to do the same thing in server main. We need to have something that updates game logic. And we can take the same thing that we had here, update game logic. So we need to keep track of a last update time. This dot game server. We need Lodash in here. And then we need cur time delta, so we need last update time. This dot last update time equals date dot now. Alright, then I think we can restart this and try this one more time. And then there's just a million things to fix instead of a billion things. Okay, actually this is not too bad then, huh? So what's nice about this, and let's see if this actually works. So here's the way that we test this for real. We open this up in two different browser windows. We connect as player 0 and player 1. Then we should see the exact same thing happening on both of these machines. Okay, good. So that's how we know that we've networked this. Now the bots are executing code, and they're executing code sort of in sync. Okay. God, we've committed so many what I call programming sins. Also, this doesn't totally work because I don't know why they're not moving all the way to the left. That actually is pretty strange. Why is that happening? What's going on? Yeah, this just stopped here. Is there a pattern to this? I think if I had to guess, create tile is getting called wrong still? No, that can't be it, right? This should be synced between server and client. Yeah, it's not that hard to find it. But don't just go posting information from it. I mean, anyone could probably find it. I'm not really doing anything to hide it. I could just deactivate it if I want to. Waddle, thanks for the follow. I don't know, have people not been getting the subscriber benefit? It looks like all my bots are running. Waddle, let me know if you don't get a whisper from me. What do I do about this? How do I even debug what's wrong? Like, these bots are just stopping here. I wonder if it's that. Okay. I gotta back up a step. The client, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to client main. We're going to not even create a simulation server because there shouldn't be one. Dawson left straight after he followed. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think some people will probably follow right before they're about to leave. But yeah. Well, is Waddle still in the channel? Yeah. Alright, so yeah, Waddle, like I said, let me know if you... let me just type this in chat. What's going on here? Why can't it auto-complete the name? Right? Am I typing this right? This person. Did you get a whisper from me after you followed? I just want to see if the system I wrote is broken or not. Okay, so we got rid of the simulation server entirely. Playing risky, I don't just give out free points for the heck of it. I occasionally give points if you find a bug or something like that, or something really great happens. Okay, so owner.color does not exist. Owner doesn't even exist. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of stuff that's wrong here. No, that's not what I'm talking about, Waddle. Let me check something actually. I'll put this on the. Hang on a sec. Huh. Actually, maybe the bot is totally broken then. I don't know if it's been whispering anybody today. Because there's something happening here. If you take a look through this stuff, it says username cache.update cache. Failed to get username. Unprocessable entity. Oh, I wonder if this has to do with because this person was banned from chat. This is not good. Now even this stuff is failing me. Yeah, points can't be used for controlling the lights. I think this bot is broken, Phantom bot. And I don't know where this is coming from. I think a lot of things are broken right now. So here's what we're gonna do. Here you go, Waddle. And anyone else who followed me today, let me know, and I'll give you guys tokens too. Oh man, okay. Let's close this. When the client does not have a simulation server, things don't just work anymore. Do we even have players in the player depot? Oh no, we don't because we never called. Yeah. The only way we'll get someone in the player depot is if we send that out. So we need to fix one other thing. Client server router. This needs to be set to something like debug player. And then we pass in the player, which is really like a serialized. Oh no. This should just be the serialized player. Const serialized player equals player dot serialized to network. There. Now we can pass that in here and here. Playing risky, yeah. There's something else this time. This actually is working not as poorly as I thought it might. So let's take in debug player, and we'll do that the same place we listen here. We'll put this, and we'll say debug received player, and then instead of this, we want serialized player, and instead of prompt move, we want player. Then what we need to do here is the same thing that we do in the client server router, which is this. No, not that. No, that's not it at all. We publish player entered arena. Now what should be listening to this, and this is what will quell some of my fears if this is true, is who is listening to this message right now? Is it a client class? Subscribe, oh thank goodness. We're subscribed in a client class. Whew, hey Squish Squirrel. If you ever get the plumber come over again, just remember how recently followed I'll probably be. That guy's never coming back because I moved apartments. So if he were to show up, he's the maintenance guy for the old apartment. If he were to show up here when I put in a maintenance request, I'd be blown away. I'd be like, Smooth Dog is pulling some strings here. Waddle says, thanks man, I'm currently doing computer science at college and web dev at home. Just wondering why to use Sublime Text 2 instead of other popular editors. So I use Sublime because I think I'm very familiar with it and efficient at it. And so I don't find that Sublime Text is slowing me down at all. And I don't necessarily think other IDEs would slow me down, but I feel as though I've probably reached sort of peak efficiency using Sublime. That might not be true, but I find that, yeah, I can navigate things quickly. I'm using a certain set of plugins that I like. There's a lot of nice stuff that I get. Okay, so this should have fixed that bug at least. Now the owner should exist. So when I call this, cannot read get player of undefined. That's peculiar. Oh, whoops, no, that was me typing the wrong thing. Okay, so now what do? We check this dot player depot. Does it have any players in it? It has no one. Oh, I didn't restart the server. Yeah, I need to restart the server. Okay, let's try this again. We log in, we admit this. We still don't have a player here. Wait, what? There are no players. What's going on? We need to put breakpoints in a few things. Let's put this over here. In our socket interface, we're listening to various things. There's debug player, and we check to see if we received it. So where is debug player coming from? It should be the server. Yeah, it's here, and we emit the serialized player. So either this end isn't being called or the other end isn't being called. Waddle says, thanks for the response. I was thinking about buying it, but then I found Adobe Brackets and it seemed to be almost the same and it's free. So Waddle, you can just use Sublime for free for as long as you want. You'll just get a nag screen when you do it. So every 20 saves or something like that, it'll just pop up a message saying, do you want to support Sublime? And you hit OK or cancel. So if you want to try it, that's fine. Otherwise, if Brackets is working well for you, I'd say just stick with Brackets. For different people, different things work. I'm sure there's someone out there who's coding in Notepad, like regular Notepad, and is probably doing fine. So, to each his own. To each their own. Alright, let's try this again. Maybe something hadn't finished. So I'm gonna rerun this. We really, actually, what we should do is we should print when we print when we emit this. So console.log emitting debug player message. We wait for that to finish building. Wait. Oh, that's the problem. It's Gulp. It's Gulp. Gulp is screwing up. Gulp just wrecked me. Oh man. Okay, so yeah, here's what's going on. I make a change in here and I save and it's not updating Gulp. And the reason why, and I already know the reason why because I've had to do this a million times now, is that I need to add in these sorts of things into the game server Gulp file. So we're just going to make it take in all of the code. It doesn't actually need the client code. That's fine. And then where is this located? This is located in game server. So I guess we can say /. Alright, let's try rerunning that. I tried Notepad. I don't think anyone should ever try regular Notepad. You might be thinking of Notepad++ if you were being serious. Otherwise, there's something wrong with you if you're coding in this. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to stand this. But there, now I've coded my first program in Notepad. Done. Alright, let's see if we fix this. And by fix this, I mean fixed Gulp. And by fixed Gulp, I mean pulled out our hair virtually. That's fine. What class are they? This one, this class. So if I make a change here now, I save this, good, that's working. So now what I expect to happen is when I go into here and I run this, the game server should start. Now when I launch the client, oh no, that won't work. I know what's going wrong. I mean, that was also a problem. But the other issue that I'm having is it's not sending out the existing players in the world, so I'll never get this message. Oh god. There's a lot to connect here. But there's only one way one direction you can do things in. Like, I was making the client, and then I figured, okay, then I'll work on the server. And it's only been like 50 minutes, so we're practically through at least brute forcing some of this stuff, even though it's a big task. We still need to finish up the code. But the only other direction I could have gone here is work on the server and then move to the client. And or I guess you could work on them concurrently. That would probably be, well, I don't know. I guess there are 3 ways you can look at this then. And I chose one of the 3, and I don't think it's possibly any worse than the other ones. Alexi, thank you for the follow. My system's like totally screwed up right now. Waddle, I don't know if you got this either. Let's see if Alexi gets it. I'm trying to give tokens to followers, and you guys will see what the tokens are for. But I don't know if anyone's even getting these. Like, I don't know how screwed up my system is. In fact, that's another thing I gotta do after the stream tonight. I gotta look at, this doesn't matter. Well, darn it, actually that does kind of matter. Figure out if Phantom bot is broken and won't apply to followers anymore. Wait, it's not even Phantom bot that does this. Oh man, I'm so confused right now. No, these things are working fine. Okay, so Valexia, I know you just followed. Are you getting any whispers from me? I know it sounds stupid to say. Okay, good. No, this is working then. Yeah, Alexi got a whisper from me. Probably 2 whispers from me. So that part's fine. So Phantom Bot is not the issue. So basically just the lunch thing is the problem. Alright, whatever. Let's move back onto this. So emitting debug player message. We need to make sure that this is actually being called when you join. So to do, I think I said send world state somewhere. World state. We're gonna just close all this other stuff for right now. Alright, part of the world state is that we're going to send them all of the players that are online right now. So let's just stupidly iterate over them. Do we have a player depot here? We do. So let's do this. We could actually serialize the contents of the player depot. Let's just do it one by one. Players by ID. To do, put this in the player depot class. So for let player ID in is dot player depot dot players by ID. What are we gonna send them? Socket dot init existing player, and we'll do this. ID.serialize. Okay, so they should have all of the existing players in the world, and in order for us to know that that's the case, oh, but this will include you, won't it? Maybe that's fine. So existing player. Existing player. Players. We're going to say debug receive players, and then we're going to say, oh no, it actually is just a single player. Oh, so then we can put this in here still. Now we need to rerun everything. Okay. Let's try one more time. Well, we're not going to stop at one time, whether this works or not. And the way that we'll know if it works, we're going to put a debugger in here. And then every time someone new joins, we've got to test that too. So there are lots of different test cases that we're adding. Let's get rid of this. Let's hit the play button. When we connect, we should get at least... Oh, so we don't. That doesn't work. But what happens when we connect with another person? No, that still didn't get hit. And I'm connected as 2 different people, right? No, I'm not even connected. I think I crashed the, yeah, type error, undefined is not a function. Where is that coming from? Undefined is not a function. Why do I not have better stack traces than that? It must be this. Let's do... Oh, but players have... Oh, there's so many problems right now. Are we even adding to the player depot when we do this? Get or create player, yeah. And it says someone just connected, so created a new player. then we try sending them over. We have player depot here, we have players by ID, and it's saying specifically that it cannot find a function. Undefined is not a function, which leads me to believe that it's serialized as having an issue. And yet, how can that be the case? Let's do this. Console.log about to emit, and then let's also say, let's do const player equals this, and we'll put that there. So about to emit, and we'll say player plus player.toString. No, let's not even put the toString. Let's just leave it as implicit. That way, if it doesn't exist, we don't crash right there. Yeah, Waddle, I think it's worth giving it a shot, but again, if you don't like it, just don't use it. The thing that they're talking about, by the way, so Waddle, you should pay attention at least at this point if you're not looking at my screen. So one of the things that Sublime has, I can navigate to whatever I want, like Connection Manager or Player Depot or a particular function if I want to. Well, another menu that they have is the Command menu, and one of the things that they're telling you to do is get the Package Manager, which lets you just type install, and then any package you want to get, you can install very, very easily. So I can just go through any of these things. It'll pull it from GitHub, install it for me, and I can start using it. Okay. So we should now have a message that we're about to emit a player, and we'll break in. Well, we should hopefully see what's happening. About to emit player. Oh, it's not called serialized. I keep forgetting this. Okay, but then the problem we run into is how do we get more explicit errors here? Socket error on player. Do we have any other? I know what the problem is. This should say serialized to network. And great, like let's do that. But then also what I want to know is there a way to get more descriptive errors here? So what happens if I said arguments.length? How many arguments are being passed to this function? And I don't expect it to be very many. Okay, good. Let's try the same thing. I know that again this is going to be okay, we try connecting. It says undefined is not a function, and then 2. 2 is all that we get. So we don't actually have a stack trace here. I guess what we could do, maybe, is something like this. Node.js get stack trace. We could do a new error and then get the stack trace from that error. Yeah, new error.stack. So let's say stack trace. Alright, we wait for that to finish building. Good. We restart the server. And then try this out. Okay, so now hopefully we get a stack trace out of this. Is this actually correct? This is now coming from client array.for each. No, I don't think so. No, wait, no, there it is, maybe. Socket.js. No, never mind. Because this is originally coming from here, so we should see line 194 in this stack trace somewhere, and I don't think we do. So I don't think a stack trace is actually helpful at this point. I think it bailed out of whatever code it was trying to do. I'm kind of surprised this is a socket error, though. Shouldn't it just be a regular JavaScript error? Player.serialize, undefined is not a function. That doesn't make any sense. And I'm worried that in the future we're going to run into problems like this, and then we won't be able to solve them easily. So it says undefined is not a function. Let's print a new line there. Although still, this doesn't really help. Socket error handler is coming from events, and then socket client.js. All of this stuff is coming from socket.io. I don't think this is a good idea to have a stack trace here, because it's not a helpful stack trace. And the error is not a helpful error either. What we want is for it to come from here. Anyway, this is a wild goose chase at this point. Let's just delete this and switch to serialized to network. And then make sure that we've actually built this. So let's do that. We should see what is going on. Okay, there we go. Connection manager was changed. It rebuilds the app. We try rerunning the server, and then we'll connect again. Alright, so when we connect, we should see it emit a player object. Good, finally we got here. So then we publish that the player has entered the arena. So now in our, if we go into debug main dot what, player depot, does this actually have players in it now? Yeah, it has one player. Okay, now every time anybody connects, we're going to get all of the players. We don't really want that yet. So I'm gonna write this like world state. Make sure they're only getting new players and that there aren't duplicates. Okay, so let's do this now. I'm going to emit a debug, which should create this. And now the problem we were seeing before is that every once in a while, a bot would not move all the way to the left. Where I don't even know if this is gonna happen again. Like, will this repro? But at least at this point, we know that this stuff is running on the real server and not our simulation server. Let's just create a bunch of these. I don't think this would be a result of player errors. Like, we see that all the bots appear to be going all the way to the left now. I didn't just make up this error. You guys saw it, right? There were spaces there before. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I was getting... Oh, I think I know what was happening before. Because I had the simulation server running at the same time as the real server, there were fake bots getting created, but they were invisible. Because, well, it's a very long because. I don't know if I'd be able to even reason that out right now. Oh, Playing Risky says I gotta leave. Alright, see you, Playing Risky. Okay. What do we have right now? We only spent, what, an hour on that code, and we pretty much got it to the point where it's almost where we want it to be. I mean, the design is miserable, just absolutely miserable. But if we were to, okay, so now it'll look like there are a bunch of invisible bots. Also, I'm kind of surprised the debugger didn't hit there. But check this out. So we're not sending the world state to all the new clients. So I just connected over here. You have to act as though there are bots going up to the 5th column and then the 7th column and then the 7th and the 9th. So that when I create more bots here, it will, yeah, you'll see it stop here and over here. This one doesn't know that it can't move left any farther because code executes on the server, not on the client. So if we do this, we'll see sort of an inverse pattern of what we saw before here on the left. So obviously what that means is we need to send over the current world state to connecting players, which, to be fair, is not that hard to do right now. We send over the players, then we send over their bots. All right, let's try it. Then we just fix our horrendous code. Also, how are people in chat doing? I would like to kindly encourage you to follow me if you like whatever you're watching. Even if you don't understand what I'm doing, I don't mind explaining the game to you. You can talk to me, ask me questions, whatever it is you want. So we're also going to omit all of the bots that we know about. The only way for us to do that is to actually go through so yeah, put this in the arena class or something. We are just going to call create a whole bunch of times by iterating over all bot entities. We're going to do this in the worst possible manner, and oh, actually we have an entity indexer, so we can get all of the bots. Do we do this? Oh, wait, where do we do this? This only is on code executors. So let's just get all of the entities from the shared arena. Yeah, so let's do this. This is going to be really, really bad. This dot arena dot entities. Then we'll iterate over all of them. Let entity ID in entities const entity equals entities entity ID. Why isn't the color of Mars sky green? Whenever I ask Metsuro to ask me questions, they have nothing to do with Botland. Metsuro's been in here since day one. He knows everything about Botland already. Alright, so we get an entity. Now what we're going to do is get a component on that entity, and it's going to be an isBot component. I don't know why that tabbed in so far. But if it has that component, then we want to send this over to the player. So debug bot, and we'll do entity.serialize. Okay. Actually, is that all we had to do? Except for we typed bot correctly? Yeah, let's try that out. Let's get rid of those XXXXX printing out. So yeah, the code's only 80% miserable. I mean, if it's working, then it can't be all bad. Could say that I am Botland. What? Where's the pun? How long have I been programming for? I've been programming for many, many years. So I started like way back when. I started in 8th grade, and I was just coding in BASIC back then. I did not know anything. And now I feel like I know some things, but not a whole lot. Alright, let's run this again. We'll get a few bots there, and then as they're moving, we'll connect over here, and we should see us get those. We don't. Component names is not defined. Okay, so we need to go import component names. At least that's a very easy thing to fix. Where did that come from? The connection manager? Yeah, it did come from here. So there's component names, and that's, oh, and we need util also. Yeah, we have util. So we just need component names. So import stars component names from component names. Yeah, I can. Well, okay, so yes, I'd say I know how to code, but would I consider myself like an expert software developer or designer? No, and I don't know if I'll ever consider myself that, even if I keep coding for the next 10 or 15 years, because I just keep feeling like there's always more to learn, there's always more to do. There are new techniques, new technologies, new languages, and more complex projects. I am making a 2D game. What happens when I want to make a 3D game that uses Oculus Rift? What if I want to make, I don't know, there's just a lot of things out there I haven't done. So what we just modified was the server. We need to restart that. And we eventually need a better debugging story for the server. This is one of those things where like maybe I'll do, this weekend I can't, but maybe I'll do a weekend stream at some point where I work out these frustrating things that I want to work out. Alright, we're going to prep ourselves for this. So we hit this, we go into this, and now we create a bunch of bots, and we try logging in over here, and we should get all those bots and they should be synced. Okay, cool. So yeah, this means that now you can log in, and you'll get whatever bots are currently there in the world, and everything's already synchronized. Pretty nice. As I said in college, you're here to train to learn new APIs. I think that's one thing that's definitely very important. Never get attached to a certain language or an API or really anything. Like as a computer scientist, or let's not sound pedantic, as just a programmer even, what you use now will not be what you use 10 years from now probably. And look, Flash is a good example of that. You can never know everything about programming since it's going to come more and more stuff, as you said. Yeah, definitely. Now we want to put in a slightly more complex script than the code that we just did, so let's do this. let's look for the code that we added, and what we're going to do is we're going to put in the code that we had before, which is that init equals function, this stuff. Yeah, so this is what will move us in a square. Let's put that into here. And now every bot that gets created from the server will move in a square. So that way there's continuous action and you can actually kind of see, are things synchronized the way that they should be. So if we connect over here, we ignore the debugger, we go in there and make a few bots. Then when we connect over here, we should see the same state that we see on the right. Good, and if I were to share this link with you guys, you'd also see that. So the exact pixel coordinates that they're at might not be the same, and that's totally fine. But if you follow just like one bot, like this one for example, it's moving left on both screens, down on both screens, right on both screens, up on both screens, they're all pretty in sync, I think. Have you ever thought of making a JavaScript library? I mean, yeah, and I've made JavaScript libraries. I haven't really ended up sharing them out, but even the entity component system that I'm using for it's something that I made. And it's not very complex either, but still. So, yeah, for anyone new to the stream, I've been working on this game for about, 15 days of development now? Yeah, it's day 15. And again, this might not look very impressive because if you were to start, let's say, a Unity game, you'd have something like this going very quickly. However, if this is even impressive to you, then the impressive part would be that what I'm doing is I'm actually executing code on a server. So all of these bots are being controlled right now through code that's running here. And the code that you can see right now is this move right, move up, move left, move down. So it's not very interesting code right now. But that's what Botlands is all about. It is a strategy game. You create these bots, and the goal is eventually to destroy everybody or gain the most resources or something like that, and you'll do so by coding. Oh, hey, Can. Stop the stream and ignore the chat. No, I'll always feel free to type. One of the things I want is to be as interactive with chat as I possibly can. The only times I can't really be are when chat's moving very fast. So earlier today, that was kind of happening with, well, actually a lot of today that was happening. So in those cases, still feel free to talk to me, but you'll just have to get my attention by doing what you've done with the @ symbol. So if you put @Adam13531. Okay, so we got through a lot right now, a lot. And there are a lot of problems still, but we're closer and closer to where we need to be. So this, I don't know if we can just use a client server router since it's the server version of the arena. I don't even think that's true. I think all of these things go to the correct thing. I don't think that's true. It only pub subs out and the only listeners are in client classes. Then I need to make sure we're calling an update function from the server, but that's already done. I did that. So then what's still on my radar that I know is still on my radar here? Sure, I need to relocate a lot of the code, but there's something that's missing. Oh yeah, the client shouldn't have a simulation server running. But why did that impact this earlier? Metsudo says, when, if ever, are the bots' legs going to get a walking animation, or are they hover bots? Only last night did the co-founder have a meeting with our artist. I wasn't actually present for that. They're just now talking about concepting. So we're only in the concepting phase for art. What I expect to happen is, I told you guys, I don't have this up anymore, but I told you guys the very rough timeline for the game and how pre-alpha should start in or pre-beta should start in about 2 weeks and carry on for about a year. Over the course of that year, there will be more and more art added to the game. The style will change. Everything's just going to change. And then hopefully once we get to beta, which like I said, should be about a year from now, we'll have all of the art. That's what I'm hoping for. Please do a vendor bot. If it almost definitely infringes on something. what I'll probably do is just have Bender be one of the random names from bots. So if you create a bot without a name, it can get the name Bender. Waddle says, how big is the team for this game? If you don't mind me asking, you can ask whatever you want. That's totally fine. And there are only a couple questions I haven't answered. So the team is currently myself on code, and then Ian on like game design and some other businessy things. And that's it. And then contractors so far are, well, I don't know if he wants his name being told here. So contractor XYZ is doing art and UI design. So still needed is really only a sound designer. And I need to look at what's out there for free right now so that I can at least figure out what I want with this. So that's the whole team. So yeah, I'm doing all of the code. You guys better get used to watching me because it'll just be me on this stream for like the next year and a half. Alright, so I guess what we have to do is, why was there an issue when it was running? How did that screw things up? So if we go into client main, we commented out the simulation server part. We just didn't make it. But yeah, why was that a problem? So one thing was the simulation server would create... Oh, wait a second, is that why? The simulation server just created... hang on a second, that doesn't make sense. The simulation server had its own player depot, and that came from gameserver.js. Yeah. And that created its own pub sub as well. So how did that cause an error to come about? Yeah, this shouldn't have been an issue. If I comment this back in, and then I reload this, alright, I get a bunch of bots. Now when I make a new bot, this won't be very obvious whether something's wrong, because they're all moving in a square and it's not easy to tell. Was there even a problem? I don't even know. I've gotta put this back to what it used to be, which is oh, that needed to be there actually. So update equals function move right. Well, let's say left. Alright. So if we do that, oh, we gotta restart the game server. Alright. Let's go restart it. So we restart the game server, and then if we see that weird bug happen again, then we definitely know something's wrong, that's for sure. So let's create a bunch of these. So the bug from earlier was that they sometimes didn't make it all the way to the left. And I don't know why. For me to even figure out why, I'd have to go through whatever happened before. I can't think of a plausible reason why it would happen. The simulation server, well, here's one thing that could be the case. Those bots don't actually exist in the same arena, but they're being rendered in the same arena. So that's something that's kind of an issue. What's happening is that there's a simulation server, and then on top of that, there's like another server. But that's not something I really need to deal with. Socket.io is what's used for the network messages. So this is going to be a multiplayer game, and there's already, it's already just now started to be multiplayer. So I can already chat with other people. And so Socket.io is used for sending messages between the different players. All right, so I think I'm gonna do a few things. I think I'm going to, when I get back, I'm gonna take a snack break or something. And then when I get back, I need to fix up all of the code. That's a good thing. Excuse me, that's a good thing to spend the remaining like hour and a half on. So I don't know if there was an issue, but this definitely should be the case. We should not have a simulation server running. So I guess what we say is, do I have this written down? No. So close the simulation server when the client connects to the real server. Otherwise, actually I don't know what the otherwise is. They're two different servers. We just need to close it, I think. What libraries is Socket.io part of? Oh, okay, so what it's part of is nothing exactly. I mean, it's its own library, so anyone can choose to use it in their library if they want to also. So just like how I'm using it in Botland, I don't think you probably wouldn't say after that, Socket.io is part of Botland. Well, sorry, you would say that. But when someone asks you what is Socket.io part of, you probably wouldn't say that. It's used in Botland. That's my distinction that I'm trying to make. All right, so that's necessary. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get back, clean up the code, and then really just refactor until the design is good. And I already know what's wrong. I just need to put things where they belong here. So yeah. All right, I'm going to go take a snack break then. So BRB snack attack. And I'll be gone for, I think I'm going to say like 8 minutes, because I'm also going to go to the bathroom. So yeah, I'll be back in just a little bit. And I probably won't take the full 8 minutes anyway. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm not actually back, I'm just eating here. Well, I guess that does make me back, but not back to code. The snack for today, there's little Belvita things. This looks like my finger. I just need to eat something. I get hungry like every 2 hours, but I don't eat every 2 hours. All right. So let's take a look at everything we changed. It's not too terribly much, but there are a lot of things that we've done wrong. So the other thing we can say is make sure the simulation can't get this. I'll send some Swedish and Norwegian snacks. January 1st, 2017. There's something I ate. I don't actually. I think this is Dutch, maybe. What's it called? Salt licorice? Probably has a different name. Oh, yeah, this. Yeah. Where's this from? The Netherlands, Northern Germany. Okay, yeah. So it's mostly a Dutch thing, I guess. This is terrible. So I cannot stand this stuff. If Swedish or Norwegian snacks or anything like this, then I probably will not be eating them on stream. Yodel the Turtle says, what type of image are the bots? I think they're just PNGs for now, but, well, they might always be PNGs. Yeah. Okay, yeah. What are Norwegian sweets? I like incredibly sweet things when I have desserts. This looks good, whatever this is. This doesn't look Norwegian, but it looks good. So that's on my approved list. These things, they look like cookies. Those are probably all fine. This looks good. Alright, so I approve of this based on what I've seen here. What is this? Alright, you should send me this. And what else is there? Oh, I guess they eat babies there. Okay. Oh yeah, chocolate. That's right. Chocolate is probably really good. Kringle cake, probably pronounced differently. What was I even doing? Cleaning up the code, but there was something I wanted to do first. Oh yeah, write down this note. Make sure the simulation server is actually producing bots up to a point before you connect. Actually, excuse me, well, whatever, that's good enough for now. Search for these. Is this gummy? What is this? I can't even tell what these are. Are they crunchy or are they soft? Oh, they're like gummies? Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's take a look through this. We showed the connect component at the end. So two of these classes, well, kind of two of the classes, didn't have big changes. This is something we're going to try to use the client server router for. We're going to take out this debugger. Oh man. What you said reminded me of soft, sort of like marshmallows, but not. These are marshmallows and Lucky Charms. And I could probably eat like bags and bags of these. So that gives you an idea of me liking sugar. See, this is why I can't let myself just be surrounded by like Reese's peanut butter cups or something. Alright, debugger C player. So this actually doesn't look too bad. This interface is pretty sane. This also, you know, I can check this in on its own. Fix the server gulp file so that it's also looking at shared files. That's fine, we can check that in. So that's at least a little bit less. Constants, we added an arena socket room, that's pretty normal. This, yeah, this actually looks pretty much fine too. Sure, it says debug bot, move debug player. I've got to kind of fix those things. So I'll write this down on my to-do list, and it might be pointless afterward. But make sure debug doesn't exist in the code any longer. And then the other thing I want to do is make separate subclasses for the client server router, and then make use, and I can't type the word make use of the client server router in, I believe, socket interface. Yeah, in socket interface. Guys, it's very nice of you. I don't know, how do you even, I've never gotten a P.O. box before. I should look into that at some point. Look into getting a P.O. box, assuming I want to accept donation. This stream will turn into how fat can Adam get? Alright. Okay, so yeah, this code isn't so bad. At least what I looked at so far wasn't so bad. Then this is eventually going to need to be changed. Yeah, one of the things I need to do is send the arena dimensions across. But I'm not doing that yet. Then the other thing that I actually kind of don't like. So first of all, yeah, this should get refactored. So main.js, which one was it? This one. So let's take this. This should have utility functions like the client version has. Then what else do we do? Yeah, there's a pub sub that's being used to communicate. So this is something I'm not totally sure. I don't know how I feel about this. Let's open up this file. So what's happening is I'm making a bunch of classes that need to know all about each other. But maybe they don't. But in order for me to do that, I'm communicating via pub sub right now. So I think in the connection manager, instead of getting these things via pub sub, perhaps there's another way I can do this. I need to think about that too. In the connection manager, instead of getting things via pub sub, perhaps there's another way I can go about doing this. The construction order is a little strange. Also, things like how the game server makes a player depot. So Ken, I'm actually reading chat right now, but still, if you want my attention, you should try using @Adam13531. But you said, what is Tortoise Git Merge type of program? Tortoise Git Merge. So first, let's back up. Tortoise Git is just a user interface over Git. So here I can see all the files I've modified, and I can see how many lines I've added and removed. If I double click one of these, it goes into, well, I guess this is kind of a merge tool, but it's more of just a diff tool. So I can see what I had on the left and what it became on the right. And if I want to, I could do something like select this block and say use this text block, so it actually delete my code on the right side. Okay, so looking at this again, we constructed a bunch of classes, and we have our update game logic. And we might want to update game logic on the server less frequently than we'd update it if we were on the client. In fact, that's something I didn't really consider on the client, did I? Client name, am I using a... Where does this get done? Simulation server? No. Game server.js? No. What? Oh, it's on the same loop that the client's on. I need to make another. Okay, yeah, that'll be done at some other future point, I think. Update the client's simulation server on a different interval than the rest of those updates. Yeah, I'm from the States. I'm currently living in Washington State, so West Coast, which explains Pacific time on everything. Update the client simulation server on a different interval than the rest of the client updates. Yeah, it should be a longer interval. Alright, so that's fine. Game server. This code is needed because the client calls this code. Yeah, that's going to change. That's another thing that's got to change too. So yeah, we're going to end up refactoring a whole lot of stuff. Make sure game server has a server-only version. Look at the current versions to-do items. Alright, this isn't as egregious as I thought. I think this is the most egregious class, where I just kind of threw everything together. So yeah, connection manager. Ooh-wee. Let's go fix that up. Is Washington a good state? I want to move to the US, can't handle the heat, so I want it as north as possible, but not Alaska, too far from the rest. Washington is insanely nice during the summer, and then for the rest of the year, it's probably It's probably going to be gray most of the year. Wait, what? Waddle, you heard a British accent from me? This pleases me. No, I don't think I have a British accent. I've never heard that before either, actually. But anyway, yeah, Washington's a good state. I think what's nicest about it is that we don't really get any snow. Maybe it'll snow once or twice a year. But where I used to live, it snowed so much that you'd have to like clean off your car of snow when you would drive somewhere, and then when you were trying to drive back from that place, even if you just stay there for like an hour, you'd still have to clean off your car again. Just realize how creative my name is, Adam13531. I like snow now that I only visit snowy places. When I lived in a snowy place, I hated driving in it. Because if you deal with inexperienced drivers in the snow, there's a much bigger risk that they can cause accidents, I think. Of course, there's also infrastructure to take care of the snow, like plows and sand and salt. Okay. So we're essentially collecting up refactoring decisions. This I'm going to leave as is. I don't think the arena should be passed in to the connection manager. And yet it is. And why is it? It's passed in so that we can communicate various arena messages. See, the thing is, we need to fetch data when we want the world state. And for that, it makes the most sense to have the class available to us. We should at some point introduce a random timeout when a random delay when fetching the world state, since how are we going to do this? We might need to fetch something from the database. What would we need to fetch though? Yeah, since we will eventually be loading information from a database about code configs etc. I don't sound American, no offense. Sunny all summer, you know, 1 week. Ooh. Yeah, so Washington has at least like 2-3 months where it's just perfect. Although it's a little too hot because there's no air conditioning in most places here, or at least in apartments or houses. If I want to see beautiful winters. Yeah, this is pretty, but I guess I'm too practical to think, like, how would I manage here? I don't know. Like I said, I like the snow in small doses now, but I grew up in it and I think it was just too much. Alright, so, yeah, I think this is important to do, and we need to figure out how that's going to happen, but for right now we don't really have that issue. When this is the case, we could pub sub out to the arena to get us data instead of calling directly, or I guess database. But perhaps we still don't have to. Alright, then we just change this. This is not worth actually modifying. Let's leave that as is. Then debug function. So this is what's called right now when you... I'll write a comment for that actually. Let's go to debug function. Oops. This is only callable via a custom socket emit from the client. Yeah, we can get rid of that. And then this .debug player, this should really be the person who, all right, yeah, so to do, take these parameters from the client. All right. Huh. Oh my god. I think someone mashed their keyboard in order to name your town Can. Here, I'm gonna name a new town for you. You ready? Whoops. Okay. That was really stupid. Everything's frosted over. The new town's name is A. Ah, that's what it's called. Alright, so Arena was created and Player Depot was created. I don't know if these functions should stay here. We're going to say this is how we get a reference to the Arena for now. I don't know if it should stay this way. And same thing with the Player Depot. Player Depot. This debug player shouldn't need to be here. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to need to change. But again, overall, I don't think this is so bad. Yeah. Should be passed into the connection manager. The word of island is most. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so that's fine for now. We have a lot of things to refactor. And then here we put in some debug functions, which I guess we're going to leave as is for now. Alright, so the basic game server is up and running. In order to actually create debug bots, actually I'll say this. Although the code is in dire need of some cleaning up and refactoring. In order to actually create the debug bots, what you have to do right now is this. You need to call this from the client. Debug main socket interface socket and debug. This will create a bot for a made up player. And then send out move commands to all connected players. Do we have those on our keyboard? No. Yeah, just via all codes. This will create a bot for a made up player and then send out move commands to all connected players. Players who connect after, players who connect like during a game will be told about some parameters of the world state, but not all of them. Okay, we got to figure out how a lot of this is going to work. Whew. So the other thing is, yeah, arena dimensions. Make sure we can pass in new ones on the fly. Not necessarily a resize command. Alright, so let's start taking these things off of our list. Make sure debug doesn't exist in the code any longer. We're going to do that at the end. A separate subclass of the client server router. This is pretty much necessary. And by the way, this is, so if you ever see this in your code, where you pass in like is server, and then you're always calling if on that, and then you have an if else in every one of your functions, this probably means you should either switch to inheritance or components or something like that. So in my case, I'm going to use inheritance because it's a very shallow inheritance tree. The only thing I want to avoid are deep inheritance trees. So we're going to make two different kinds of these. So let's make, just like we've done before, let's go into client, what's a good example? Player, I think? Well, not player then. All right, let's just take a look at what we've got over here. We have The arena is one of these. The simulation server is kind of one of these. The tile is definitely one. So let's do this. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn this into CliServe router in the client. We don't capitalize our classes, so CliServe router. And then what we're going to do is inherit from, let's do this. So tile base is going to be CliServe router base, and that's going to be this, CliServe router. Then we're going to name this CliServe router. Good. And then whatever parameters we would have taken in, which is really just, it's not even his server, it's just going to be a pub sub. Yeah, we're just going to take in a pub sub. That's it. And we will say super false, because we're super wrong. And that's the is server parameter. And then we'll also save off the pub sub. Okay, good. Next, we need to override basically every function that's in here. So all of these are going to change to assert false. What did I do here? I did something like this in base component. Forgot to define a serialized function. Yeah, so we're going to say forgot to define create bot for a child class. Try to pronounce that. Okay, I'm about to nail this. You ready? You ready? Nope, I don't have speakers on. Nope, pronunciation not found. Nailed it. Alright. Yeah, no, I'm not going to try to pronounce weird things like that. There are enough weird words in English where if you've never heard them, you couldn't pronounce them. Okay, good. Next we need these same functions in here, and we need to make sure that we also have all of the different, well, okay, so let's get rid of, here's how this is going to work. Delete, 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 delete. No, that's not how we do this. Well, we kind of can. As long as we get rid of this one, we can do what we were just trying to do. Delete, 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 delete. There. Cool. So next we just need topics. Let's take that from pub subtopics. All right, good. So this is what this looks like now, and I think this is pretty much fine. And then whenever we publish something out, actually, we don't really even care about the arguments, do we? We just want to pass them all into publish. And for something like that, I'm pretty sure we can just say like ... args and then pass in args here. Let's see how that works. Let's go into Babel.js. Hey Nara. Is this page not going to load for me? Down for, oh no, don't even need to look it down for everyone. Alright, so try it out. Let's see how this works. So we make a function called something like, well, whatever, it just takes in some args. And then we're going to call another function, foo, with 5, args. And then what we'll do is we'll make foo is going to take in a number, and then like, we'll just do this. Console.log x plus a plus b plus c. So when we call bar with 1, 2, 3, we should see 11. Yeah. Okay, there. That works. That works how we want. So then we can pretty much do this, because we're always just going to want a pub sub here. And this saves us from having to do anything special. Now, what does this code turn into, actually? This says for var len equals arguments.length, args equals array length, key equals 0, key is less than length, key plus plus, args key. Wait a second. Yeah, and then we call foo.apply. I'm actually fine with this. Granted, it's not as fast as just writing out the arguments, but... And no, I don't think you're spamming the chat. I think, I'll tell you if you're spamming the chat. Alright, args. This is actually the one case where I don't think we can do ... args. We need to say player entered arena with the serialized player no matter what. So when where do we do this? We do it in the simulation server, and we should do it in one other place. Where does this happen? I only see this in the simulation server right now. That's not good. What, is this just not called for? Oh, I think I know. I think it's in the connection manager, and I think there is a, here. We just emit directly. We shouldn't be doing that. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna change that too. Connection manager should not be emitting players directly. Use the CliServe router for that. I know for sure that we're on the server, but we have a function written for that, so we should use it. Why are you using ... args? Is it different from using .args? So .args is something new in ECMAScript 6. It's the... I forgot the name of this operator is. I don't know. It's not the spread operator, even though they're both ellipses. Anyway, what this does is, and you can kind of see from this code here, what this does is we are calling bar with 1, 2, 3. And the output of this is 11. So we can see that it's adding 5 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3. Like that part enough is obvious. And we can make this a little bit more obvious by just calling bar with 6, let's say. So now here's another way that we should be getting 11. There, so we got 11. What .arg does is it puts all of your arguments as though you had called this. Let's say you had written out here x comma y, then it'll do this. Except for the nice thing about it is you could have called this with x, y, z, and then it'll do this. And you could have called this with x, y, z, a, b, c, and then it would do, and so on and so forth. You'd keep doing this sort of thing. So what's nice is ... args lets you not have to worry about how many are there. And that's exactly what we want for right now. So we are going to change this stuff to serialize to network. Good. Then in here we can just do the same thing that we had before. So ... args. Okay, so this looks good. Now we need one more client server router, and we need it for the server. So let's do this. How are we going to do this? Let's do this here. We'll put this in game server, source, CliServe router. We need one fewer ... here. And we don't have pub subtopics anymore. Actually, don't really need constants in here either. In fact, by looking at this, we do need constant. But we only need constant. By looking at this, what we kind of realize is that this router only turned into pub sub something out or send it out via this thing. So we can probably simplify this even more later. But for right now, I think we'll leave it as is. So we have, this is now the game server. So now we say super true, and we take in a connection manager. And we say this connection manager is there. Then we take this code and we cut out the else's, and then also the asserts in this. Good. So we end, whoops, I think I screwed something up here. Oh, well, not quite. This is now a serialized player. Cool. So let's also push these back. So there we go. Next, whenever we import this thing, we need to import the correct one. So on the client, we import the client version. Done. And on the server, we import the server version. Done. Okay, so now what we should have is that our code works exactly the same, but it looks a lot better. So next we can get rid of this. We don't even really need to know if we're the server or not. We don't need this anymore. This is used by shared classes to determine whether you're on the client or the server. If you're on the client, you just need to pass out a message. If you're on the server, you need to emit it over the network. Good. And these are the specific overrides of those, which is fine. So next up, we can get rid of this code, if is server. So let's cut all of that out, and we're done. And we wrote in what this takes, but I don't know if we should even be doing that. I think let's keep it for now. Now we don't need topics or constants here. We never want these things to be called. We change the references, so let's rerun gulp on both of these things, the projects that we have. And this will take probably about 20 seconds. So in the meantime, let's take a look at our code. We can close all this stuff. We mostly should have just changed the client server router code. And we should have changed it in a way that's basically transparent. Or, well, I'm trying to think what the right word is. But I think this is what we want. So this is the server version of this. And I'll write this in here. This is the server. Yeah, this is the server version of the CliServ router, which is not even true. This is the, oh, hey, we found another use for reversing things. Server is the opposite of client. Client, server. Okay, so this is a client version of the CliServ router, which pub subs messages out. And then we can write for the other one that this is the server version, which emits messages over the network. Cool. All right, good. Yeah. So we made these two new classes. Let's make sure that this actually works now. So what we're going to do is we'll load the game. Let's restart the server. We shouldn't run into any errors and no debugger statements. I should have removed them all. So when I refresh this, we immediately hit a problem. Now, why might that happen? Oh, I think I know why. Wait a second, is this just that topics doesn't exist? No, topics does. Is PubSub not there? Cannot read property apply of undefined. So it can't find publish. That means that we never took an oh right. Oh, yep. Alright, I know what happened. CliServ router. We need to pass in different arguments. This now just takes in a PubSub. And same thing, this takes in just a connection manager. Good. Let's try that out. Ken said, could I have a look at your HTML? I'm not sure if you're talking to me, but if you are, let me know specifically what you want to see. Because there's not a whole lot of HTML, and actually this is React, most of what you see here. There's also a WebGL canvas, which is running Pixie. Okay, so we got this. We can connect. We can hopefully chat. Good. And let's connect with another player too. And then let's get ready to connect with a third player, but let's not actually connect with them. So we'll connect with another player. We should be able to chat between them. Test. Good. Good. Now, when we emit that message, we should see a bot get created on both of these machines. Good. Now, when we connect with the third client, darn it, I'm too slow. All right, let's try this again. So let's make a few of these. When you connect with the last client, you should see these machines get created and they should be synchronized. All right, good. And we should be able to say hi from here. All right. Yeah, that's working. So good. We did this without breaking anything. Now to show you the HTML that I'm working with, There is very little, as I said. Where is this? Here. This is the entirety of the HTML I have, and this is actually a templating language called Jade. So the important part is this, div ID root. Everything that's getting rendered is getting rendered in React from this node. So if you take a look at this React, you'll see this is what my HTML kind of should look like, which is that I have a Botland app, which has a rendering part, the basic component, and then a chat box. And if I want, I can load in things like the code box, I can load in Blockly, so that you can start defining your own code if you want. I can close these things. So yeah. The nice thing about React is it provides a virtual DOM for you. So any changes that you make should be very fast because it'll diff the virtual DOM with the real DOM and then make the minimum change set it needs to make. So what did I do? I made a separate version of the client-server router based on whether you are the client or the server. So made client and server child classes of the client-serve router because I had code in each function that read if this dot is server blah, like server code. Why did that make it bold? Whatever, I'll just write server code, else client code. And it made more sense to use inheritance for this. You don't like Jade? Oh wow. I really like Jade. I think it's nice because tabbing is important. So if I were to, let's say, move this backward, well, this would be an error. But if I put it here, now it's no longer a child of body. So if I want to comment out an entire block of something, I can comment it out at sort of the block level instead of each individual line. All right, we don't want to save that. So we just fixed that. That's good. Make separate subclasses of the client-server router. Next, client connection manager should not be emitting players directly. Use the client-server router for that. I know for sure that we're on the server, but we have a function written for that, so we should use it. Should we use it? I think the client-server router should only be used from potentially shared classes. And the connection manager is not shared. However, we do have the code already written. And it does converge on one network call, but we don't have a client-server router here. There's no reason we can't, we just don't. And we don't really need it. I don't know, let's just save that for a little bit. Okay, make use of client-server router in socket interface. Yeah, this is something I actually do want to try. So how do we do this? When we make the socket interface, that means we need the client-server router, and that just means we need the pub sub. Yes, so we can do that. When we set up the socket interface, we make that here, and we pass in a pub sub. What we can also do is pass in the client-server router, client-server router. Does it still make sense at that point to do this? I think this is going to work. This doesn't need to be done here. This just needs to be done when we set up a pub sub. And we have that set up pub sub. So after we call this, we can, well actually this depends on that. So let's just, no, I'll call this from here. Let's set up client-server router. This depends on the pub sub. So a CSR, and we can say this. Okay, so now that we have that, when we go to make our socket interface, which where does that happen? Set up socket IO. Good. This depends on the client-server router. Set up socket IO. We're going to pass in the client-server router. Now, the interface that we have, let's make sure that that's reflected here. So client-server router, and we'll save this off, just like we do here. Then instead of pub subbing this stuff out, I think we can just bind to the correct functions. Let's try with just one of these. So let's do debug receive bot. We should be able to say this dot fiserv router, and let's take a look at whether we're getting the correct one. Dot create bot. Dot bind this dot fiserv router. Okay, so now we get rid of this debug received bot. Delete, delete, delete. And all this code should work exactly the same as how it used to. Let's take a look. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just need to change line 214. That's just a small mistake. 214 is Valentine's Day. And this needs to change here too. Why do we pass this all over the place? I guess it makes sense. What are those errors though? Unexpected token on 214. Oh, did I create a comma? No. Something's wrong. Unexpected token. 214:16. That's right here. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, fiserv router. Stupid ES6 syntax. Throwing me off. Alright. Okay, let's try this out now. So we make this. Oh, the server was still running, so we actually have machines there already. And then when we make new bots, good, this works. Okay, cool. So then we can fix all of these by doing the same sort of thing that I did here. Now, instead of pub subbing out, we can just take these functions directly. Bot move, create bot. So bot moved we can put here. Let's do this, bot moved. Good, and then debug. So now we can get rid of this thing. And now both of these need to get bound to the same thing. So let's do this, player entered arena. And we're gonna say debug player, player entered arena. Good, and then existing player. Okay, so now if we rerun the client, everything should work totally fine. Chat messages actually don't even need to send a name across anymore. Alright, well, let's try refreshing. Oops. That was stupid. We just need to fix that. Wait for it to rebuild. Done. And refresh. And now we try connecting. Good. We get this current state of the world. We make a new bot and we get move commands from it. And then when a new player joins, we should get a message about that. Although it won't really be obvious that it's a new player. Yeah. You says hi. Yeah, not totally correct. Alright, nice. Alright, looks good. So I'd say that that's a good use of the client server router. And we just got rid of 3 functions because of that. Because we already had written those 3 functions, they were just in the wrong place. So now what happens is we change some of the setup of this. We pass it in correctly, that's all fine. And then we made use of it here and got rid of all of these lines of code. So I like making changes like this where we can see that we added 17 lines but we removed 22. So we had a net loss of code, which is nice. In socket interface, made use of the fiserv router so that we didn't need to duplicate basic wrapper functions. Alright, so that's done. Now this should have utility functions like the client has. Let's do that. This is why we didn't want to make this all one gigantic commit. Okay, so let's just do that. This dot setup pub sub. How did I make this look on the client? Client name setup pub sub. Yeah, the same way. Okay, this dot setup pub sub, followed by this dot setup connection manager, followed by this dot setup apply serve router. Then we're gonna change this right now because we already made this problem last time. Dot apply serve router, and then same thing here. Which actually, this makes no sense. Why are we passing this in twice? Oh, that's an arena parameter. I don't really approve of that, but it's so minor. Okay, so we change this to this. Then we will make functions for all of this stuff. So setup pub sub looks like that. Good. Setup connection manager. We say relies on pub sub. It passes in node server. Actually, we can just set that here. Now we don't need to pass it in here. And we say setup connection manager can just do this. Good. Next, set up the client server router. That's here. Good. That's on connection manager. And this should be that way. Good. And good. Now the software validator. It's not set up software validator. And then we set up the arena, we set up the game server. So that's actually a function that's going to have some stuff in it. Someone leaving? Oh, Waddle. Yeah, thank you. And thanks for joining. I appreciate it. This dot setup game server. Good. Let's put that there. And we're only using this stuff, and then we have some constants here, which I'm going to throw into here for now, because we only need them in this one spot, but we still want to remove them at some point. And finally we have this dot setup game loop. And now main doesn't look so crazy. Yes, I just made a whole bunch of, oops, I made a whole bunch of utility functions, but yeah. All right. Cool. So, and what does the game server rely on? Relies on the client server router and pub sub and the software validator. It's on the client server router, software validator, and pub sub. Alright, cool. And then the game loop doesn't rely on anything. We're going to run into some ordering issues at some point in the future. We'll need to correct them, and we'll correct them when we run into them. And this is why we're not releasing the game in the next year. So now let's try restarting the server. This should hopefully work. Alright, now let's connect. There should be no bots in the arena. Good, we should be able to make bots. Good. Alright, yeah, looks good. Let's check that in. Refactor the servers main.js so that it used utility functions similar to the client main.js. Desodon, please use your points, please. There. Alright. So in the connection manager, instead of getting things via pub sub, perhaps there's another way I can go about doing this. The construction order is a little strange. Also, things like how the game server makes a player depot. Oh yeah, also, it's strange that the game server makes a player depot. How do you want to do this? This is actually, make sure game server has a server only function. We already did this, didn't we? Server game server. Did we do this? No, we didn't do this. Why did I not upgrade it to Windows 10 yet? I haven't upgraded yet because I didn't want to break anything and I wanted streaming to go as flawlessly as possible. So yeah, I do plan on updating. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Also, the other thing is, with a lot of real life stuff has been happening. I just moved. Wait, has it been? Yeah, I think this is the 7th day in my new apartment. And my mother-in-law's been here. She's not leaving until Sunday, so we don't have a lot of free time right now. When I have some more free time, I want to start streaming on weekends. I want to, do things like upgrade to Windows 10. I want to go through my to-do list. So I'm hoping I can settle into more of a routine once all that real-life stuff kind of dies down. I think moderators are getting more points than non-moderators, Destadom. I'm not actually sure if that's true, and I don't really care if it's the case or not, but because the moderators are usually here all day anyway, so they'd have a lot of points. And yeah, remember to take it easy. A lot of people have expressed that concern of like, yeah, make sure you're not burning yourself out, make sure you're taking care of yourself and your health. I'm trying to do that. I'm like super excited about Botland every time I think about it, and every time I stop coding I think, I used to play video games, and now what do? I just want to code Botland. So, yeah. I've got that in mind. And Destadom, I don't think you actually get points for the time that, you definitely don't get points for the time that the bot's offline. And the bot's offline usually when I'm offline. But let's do this. Let's give a token to CanCan988. He's earned my trust. I think he deserves this. Alright, so we're going to make a version of the game server for only the server. Let's do it. Let's open up the client server router, and we'll do this by doing something like this. We'll save, we have game server here. We have to make a shared version of the game server then. So we need to open up the client server router. We need to open up this one. Yeah. This is an abstract based chat. I think it's great what's been happening in this chat, and I'd love to bring more and more people into the channel, and I have a small advertising budget that I am spending just on getting more people into the channel, and that's it. So yeah. Well, that's good, Destadom. And yeah, I want to keep it pretty high quality. That's why I asked some questions before about how do you feel about people talking in a different language, how do you feel about people posting links, etc. So yeah. This is an abstract based chat. This shows you what I'm focusing on. Okay. So we want to do something like this. We want to make a game server here. And we want to say that this is an abstract based class. Yeah, because there's enough of a difference in the game servers. The client calls theirs the simulation server. Yeah, I'll say the client calls theirs the simulation server because it's, well, yeah, I don't really need to write it because. Alright, then we get rid of pretty much all of this. Let's now take a look at the various game server classes. We're going to line them up like client and server. So it goes like that. Now RT says, perhaps post this stream on Reddit. Yeah, so a long time ago, now almost 4 weeks, it's not really that long ago, I posted, let's see, I should probably bring this over here because I don't know what's going to show up. Yeah, so I made a post to Reddit about streaming game development, and this is how a lot of people found this, and I got like 90 followers the first day, and I thought this was awesome, and I read through every comment, and I tried replying to the people I should reply to. I haven't made any posts since because I don't want to just like post outright marketing material to Reddit. This I did want to know, like, how do I make this interesting? How do I have people here? And I got a lot of feedback. I thought that was good. So if you guys want to make those posts, I think you can do that. If I want to make it, I need to be relatively tactful in how I do it. So there's some subreddit called like Watch People Code. Maybe I could post there, whatever. If anyone new to the stream who's been relatively quiet wants to find out any more about this game, feel free to just ask me, or you can go to any of the links on botland.net and you should find some materials. I'd say YouTube is probably the best place to start. And I try to make my videos very concise. Oh, and there will be another recap video this weekend. A recap video which might not be so concise because of how much stuff I got done this week. Saw the Reddit post before I saw it on Twitch. Make a new account to post again. Alright, so this extends the game server. It's now going to extend the shared game server. Alright, then we used to treat this as the base class. So it had the client server router, the arena params. So we still need, wait, we need the pub sub here? Does this use pub sub? No, it doesn't. Does it use the client server router? Yes. And does it use the arena params? It only uses them in order to pass them to the parent. So let's take in these two things from the simulation server. No, we're already doing that. And then the root. So since this used to be the base class, so this will need to go here. But now this can't, you need to pass in an arena, which I think makes a little bit more sense. And I just pass in all the components I need for this. Frederick is the worst. But no, that's really cool, Decidon. I'm glad you shared it with people. And Frederick, you're not the worst. Kevin's the worst. Alright, yeah, we need to switch this so that we pass in a player depot so that we can create the player depot, I guess. Or we just override the constructor completely. Which I don't think I like too much. Yeah, okay, so options. 1, override constructor completely and instantiate the right classes there. 2 is pass in the correct classes. What else could we do? Like 3 is make a create arena function that we override in the derived classes. How do we want to do this? So passing the correct classes is how I think I'm going to do this for right now. And that makes construction a little bit clearer. And we know what's being shared. I like that. Let's do that. So this isn't needed here. Delete this. Delete that. This is what this used to look like. Now we want a client server router, we want the arena, we want a player depot, and then there are perhaps, so let's do it this way. Let's do this as params. Let's do this dot client server router equals params dot client server router. Let's do that for player depot. Let's do that for arena. Now, the arena is made with a player depot, so we can't actually pass in an arena. That's why this is so weird. Let's took in a player depot. And a client server router. So alright, what does this mean? This means we could take in arena params if we want. And no, I don't like that. I want to pass in fully constructed things into this class, and this will just be a container for them. But then what do we use the game server for? It's for updating the arena. Is there even a point to this class? Why did I do this? What is the simulation server doing? simulation server is acting on the player depot and the arena. Okay, so game server on the server is not really even used, right? Yeah. We use it in main, but we just end up calling update game logic. It is only for updating the arena's logic. Then simulation server on the client. Let's take a look at that. This keeps track of some fake players. Like this might be needed. This might be okay. And it needs the arena and a player depot, which is all that a game server has anyway, right? And a client server router, which is not, was this even used? Did I just pass that in? Yeah, I don't think this is super important. I don't know if this abstraction is even important. It just needs the player depot and the arena. Yeah, it's times like this I don't know if I like this or not. And refactoring this would take, well, I'm not sure how long it would take. Probably about a half an hour or an hour. But coming up with the right design, that's important. So basically, I thought game server would encapsulate a lot of different classes. It might have things like leaderboards. What other things would we have on this server? Maybe database handling. And then we'd have, no, I don't know. I think I just need to consider this some more. So perhaps I shelve this for now. Perhaps I just get rid of the game server altogether. And I think we should write down what this is doing. Is that Frederick? Also, but thank you, Highlights, for following. Let me turn off this color loop. So this is what people get when they follow. They get a whole color thing that they can click and change my lights if they want. You can flash them red and blue if you want it to look like there are the cops in here. Or you could just set it to a nice white color. So yeah. Well, Highlights, I don't want you to feel the obligation to talk. I'm glad you enjoy this stream. I'm even more glad that Dustin Dom is sharing the stream with people. I feel like I should give some sort of a referral bonus. Let's do the easiest referral bonus we can do. There, 1 point. You got 1 point. Yeah, so I'm not sure what we want to do about this, but this is why I planned for something like this happening. Here's how we're going to do this. We're going to shelve this code for now. In fact, we're just going to get rid of it all, I think, because it's easy enough to rewrite. So let's just revert it all. And then what's going on here? Revert, select all, okay, done. All right, and then what we're going to do is GIF points. Tokenizer does not work, Adam. Oh, it's not sending it to iLots? It might not have been long enough because this only tries sending out once every 45 seconds. Hey, Zunami. This only tries sending out once every 45 seconds. So I don't know where. Let's take a look, I guess, quickly. So did this add anybody from today? Let's take a look at the followers from today. Grill Artist. Grill Artist has been a follower for forever. And it might have already handled some of these people actually. Let's look at the process list. Is anyone on here who wasn't on here before? Sweet Jenny is on here twice. Actually on here multiple times. Yeah, I think there is a problem with this then, huh? Why did that happen? Yeah, it's... Oh man, what did I screw up? I wonder if it's... Let's see, because something was failing somewhere. So what's even responsible for doing this? This might be just a simple, like, I don't have control over it kind of bug. So if we open up app.js, this is trying to, every 45 seconds... Oh wait, I wrote something for this very reason. Info. Who did it think is in chat? 30 people? Well, no, I can just give it to you. So this works, but the bot doesn't work anymore. And I'm not totally sure why. I wonder if it's not getting followers correctly. So here's where it's getting followers. And it checks to see if they're not in the process list. And it's just trying to pull it from here. I don't know if that's the problem or not. Oh yeah, Alex, I just sent you one. But I sent it manually. I wonder if I just need to restart this bot? And then it would just start working? Did something fail when this started connecting? Alright, let's just try this out. Let's just do node app.js. And then my bot should be running again. Not accepting WebSocket connections. Alright, let's try this. Yeah. Alright. Next. Here's what I'm going to try. We're going to open up everybody's favorite lunch BRB. I'm going to try this. You guys shouldn't type this command unless you want to spend points. Yeah, okay, cool. So I think that fixed this. And I can remove demonic, I guess. And myself. I don't think any of that matters. And then I got a whole bunch of people who joined. And now we should see people start showing up in the ode list. Alright, so here are the lower priority things that I wanted to work on. Let's get ESLint. Actually, first, you know what we'll do? We'll fix up any issues if there already are. So I'll run pre-commit here. Yeah, that's all fine. So yeah, there's one. Player is already defined. Player, where was this defined? Oh, up there. So we'll say player 2, so yeah, player 2 serialize. Let's do that. And then a whole bunch of indentation issues. Oh, these, because these are fine, let's just put that there. Also, saying JS hint failed for the connection manager, that's not actually an issue, that's just saying that there were errors in that file. So now we should see success. Good. And now we're going to switch out our linter entirely, I think. So, fixed linting errors. Now, let's go figure out how to use ESLint. So there should be gulp ESLint. Yeah, there is. And it probably works roughly the same as the other things work. I think first things first though, we need to get ESLint. So get started. Installation. Okay, next. If it's your first time, you should set up a config file using --init. After that, you can run ESLint on any JavaScript file. After running ESLint, you'll have an ESLint-rc in your directory. In it, you'll see some rules. Turn the rule off, turn the rule on as a warning, turn the rule on as an error. Alright, so we wait for this to finish installing. And then we actually start doing this. Now, we had in our package JSON, we had these rules. So now, yeah, JS hint config. We're going to need to change this so that we have one that kind of controls everything. So let's just close the game, I think. Yeah, we're gonna close this, 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 and this. Good. All right, so let's go into shared, and we're going to make ESLint indent here. What style of indentation do you use? Use arrow keys? Wow, this is crazy. What quotes do you use for strings? Single. What line endings do you use? I use Windows, but actually, wait a second. What does Sublime have me on? Is there any way to see line endings? Line endings are set to Windows. Yeah, so the question is, do we want to keep it that way? I think Unix is much more portable. And in fact, I'm not totally sure why I have my settings set the way that I do. Let's take a look. Line endings. System. Unix is LF only. So let's try Unix and then just see what happens. Does this like totally botch everything? Now we make a new file and we say hi. We save this on the desktop somewhere. Delete me.txt. And then let's open it in something like Notepad. I'm sure Notepad knows how to interpret just regular new lines. No, it doesn't. I'll eat my words. Okay, so that's part of the, that's one reason why I might not want to use them. However, if I'm using Sublime on Unix, then it's going to use the Unix line endings. Whatever, I'll just use Unix line endings. I don't want to have to fix all this stuff a million times, so let's just fix it now. Unix, and then we will. Do you require semicolons? I'd say yes. Yeah. Are you using ECMAScript 6? Yes. Where will your browser run? It'll run on both of these. Or where will your code run? Node or browser? I don't know what to pick here. I'm using both. Let's say Node then, because that's probably a superset of this. Do you use JSX? Yes. Do you use React? Yes. What format do you want your config file to be in? Oh, neat. JSON or YAML. I have so many options. Go with JSON. Successfully created it. Nice, now let's take a look. Okay, that was easy. It wants to know if you use console.log and window functions. We can always change it. Is this browser true? Wait, why is it browser true? I chose Node. I don't really care. Indent 2, 4. 2 means treated as an error and 4 means the indent level, I think. Okay, so now we actually need to ESLint some code. And I think the way that we do that is just by typing ESLint. Yeah, okay, let's try it. So we're going to ESLint just some class, the arena. Cannot find module ESLint plugin React. ESLint plugin React. You'd think it would install it for you if they made an initializer. I don't really understand why they didn't. I also don't understand why it doesn't take so long. One problem. Illegal import declaration. Why is this illegal? I'm using Node. I told it I was using Node. Browser. False. Oh, also all files of this type view syntax, JSON next. There. Okay. Let's try again. We set browser to false. What? Illegal import declaration. What are you supposed to set this to? ESLint illegal import declaration. They say node true. Okay, let's do that also then. Node true. Oh man. You need to enable modules via ECMA features. Modules true. Okay, so this is what someone was telling me when they suggested this. They said go look at, I think it was like Airbnb. Lepco QQ suggests looking into this since ESLint's options are all off by default. So yeah, let's take a look at what they have. So they have rules, tests, all this other stuff. I just want to see what their ESLint thing is. Here it is. Oh, extends Airbnb? What does that mean? How did they extend something? What? Babel ESLint? I guess I need that too. I don't necessarily want their rules though, do I? Like, I'm usually more in tune with Google's JS linting, I think. Export rules, accessor pairs. Oh my goodness. I thought this was going to be a quick thing. No function assigned, disallow overwriting functions written as... So why do they put best practices in here? Should I just use this? ES6? Alright, you know what, I'm just going to use this. Let's just see what happens. Because really, I have no clue what I'm doing. So, let's install all of these, I guess. Lint ES6 plus, but does not lint React. Lint ES5 and below. It contains ESLint. Oh man. Okay, do we have any node modules in here? No, we don't. So I guess I gotta do this here. So fine, let's save dev on all that stuff. Then modify my ESLint RC. So all they do in theirs is they say extends and then disable requiring trailing commas because it might be nice to revert to being JSON at some point. I wonder why they did that. But I suppose you can overwrite any rules you don't approve of here. And yes, this will certainly create some errors. You were definitely right. Also, did this actually... Do I still have this open? Did this add anybody new? Were these people here before? No, I think the bot's now finally working. Yeah, so these people, if they ever rejoin chat, will end up getting a token from me. Are any of these people in chat right now? I don't see Valexi, Waddle, Dawsoner, TMK. Yeah, I don't think any of these people are here. Alright, cool. So I think this is working finally. Alright, that finished? It finished. Alright, so now we go back into shared and we modify our ESLint RC and we, instead of all this stuff I guess, so let's just put this in an old file, we just put what they have here. And yeah, let's just save it. Alright, now let's try running ESLint on something. Cannot find module ESLint config Airbnb. Where is this looking then? Because, let's run it from here, I suppose. Still cannot find it. What, isn't that install function that I used intended to install it here? ESLint config Airbnb. Is it not in here? ESLint config Airbnb. It's right here. What does that mean? Can't say I understand this. Reference from ESLint. Does this need to be like a... Oh, in the same folder maybe? Dot, 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 dot. Whoops. Cannot read config file desktop. Shared. Oh, that worked. Okay. So this does need to point back to where it came from. Romulus says, are modules true? What? Oh, in the ESLint stuff? I think I just had the wrong path because now this looks like it's working. Alright, so let's have it actually give me some errors here. Oh wait, no, that didn't work. I need to get rid of this. Oh, no, I still screwed up. It's going up one too many directories, I think that's why. Cannot read config file. Okay, no, maybe what Romulus said is what I need. I wonder... Let's save this. How about we just save this here? Right next to... And then let's put shared client and game server arena. Does this work? Cannot read config file. No such file or directory. I think it should be in here, but even then I don't see this here. It's ESLint config Airbnb. Okay, let's... Sounds really stupid to have to do, but let's do /node modules / whatever that was called. ESLint config Airbnb. Okay, let's go read the documentation. So, our default export contains all our rules. Yup. And that's all the stuff I want. So it's npm install save dev. I copy pasted this. And then add extends Airbnb to your ESLint RC. I did that too. Yeah, I don't know what to do at this point. They have... Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What's going on here? No file or directory Airbnb. And yet... Let's even get rid of these rules. Maybe... Do I have any code in here? ESLint package.json? Alright, so let's open this up. Let's take a look. It's saying that it can't find ESLint config Airbnb. So here's where it is. So it's definitely here. Maybe, do I have to say like // here? Yeah, I don't understand this. Node modules / Airbnb. Something's not right, because their instructions don't say to do this stuff. That says illegal operation on a directory. Cannot read config file. Do I need to specify something else maybe? Like, yeah, wow, I don't know. This is not something I guess I can use that easily, but we could always just customize our own, I suppose. That's why we had this ESLint thing. So what happens if I try ESLinting the package now? Yeah, so that's fine because this is JSON. So if I go into shared CD client and game server, actually let's open this up. If we go up here, let's delete that file. I doubt it's a permission issue. because I haven't been modifying the permissions on any of these folders. So let's try ESLinting the arena here. Yeah, now it says illegal import. So as far as imports go, we can fix that with modules true and ECMA features. ECMA features, modules true. Yeah, so let's put that there. And then that needs to be in quotes. Alright, good. Now it'll find some other errors. Expected line breaks to be LF if on CRLF. That's actually fine. Reference bot is defined but never used. Okay, so those are reasonable errors. I don't know if that's all of the errors. I guess I need to look through every single rule that ESLint allows you to use. User guide rules. Okay. They certainly have a lot of these. None are enabled by default. You can turn on rules by specifying configuration inherit from ESLint recommended. Oh, yeah, let's do that. So they recommend basically all of these top ones. And then in best practices, they don't recommend any of these. All right, well, let's just try that. Let's just try the recommended values. Oh, I'm already using that. Okay, so at some point then I need to look through all of this to figure out what it is I want. And that's what the Airbnb thing was supposed to do, is let me use someone who's already made sense. Some rules are fixable. Are those just white space rules? Also, this is like JSCS. In that they'll actually fix some of your code style. So this is not purely a linter, or at least it's not about code correctness. Sure, spacing inside. Ooh-wee. Alright, so this was not as easy as I thought it might be. I think we're going to end the stream pretty soon. JSCS is JavaScript code style. It can look through certain stylistic things, and this has stylistic issues also. No lonely if is the only statement in an else block. Oh, that's actually an interesting thing, because yeah, you could just say else if. And they have a lot of fixable ones. Again, a lot of them are pretty straightforward, but that's good. Arrow spacing. Yeah, so I need to look into this, but I need to actually spend a lot of time doing this, I think. Yeah. Alright, chat. Gonna get going soon. Kind of wrap things up. I left off with the linting and some redesigning stuff that I need to do. I think for now, we will leave these things as is. I wrote ESLint TypeScript, fixed the Blockly bug. Yeah, so where did we leave off? Yeah, make sure the games are registered for only version. So getting linting to work will getting ESLint to be configured how I need to use it will probably take about 2 hours, I think. We should devote time up to that at some point. See, what I think is like, I want to do a weekend stream at some point. This is something where if it takes about 2 hours, that's a pretty good chunk of time where I could do that on a weekend stream. But who would want to watch something like that? So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to get going to stream. So yeah. Bye everyone, have a good weekend. See you later.